Chapter 275, The Notebook. This notebook hadn't been taken out for a long time, and it was covered with a thick layer of dust. When the notebook was pulled out, Divine Nine sneezed. Divine Nine's snow-white fur was stained with a layer of dust. Divine Nine glared at Lauren. Then, he walked to the side and gently shook his fur. Lauren wasn't in the mood to mess around with him. She opened the thick notebook. Lauren accidentally picked up the notebook when she was on a mission. At that time, her mission was to track down a demon bear that had been cultivating in the mountain forests for many years. The demon bear was big, but it wasn't agile. Lauren easily killed it. On the way back, she picked up this notebook. Somebody collected all kinds of folk languages and recorded them in the notebook. However, Lauren had never used it. She sealed the notebook up and put it on the top. Now, it was finally useful. Lauren flipped to a random page. What were these twisting words? Why did it take a whole line of words to express the meaning of two words in Lauren's language? Lauren flipped to another page. This time, the words weren't twisting anymore. They were made up of squares and triangles. From the title page of the notebook, Lauren could tell that the guy who wrote it was an explorer and linguist. He traveled around the world and wanted to collect as many languages as possible. He wrote his notes by hand. For some parts, Lauren had to read them carefully before she could understand them. The guy also gave the corresponding translation under each language. Even so, there were still many of the words that Lauren couldn't understand. The gap between languages was huge. Before introducing each language, the guy gave a rough introduction of the nationality of people who spoke the language, their population, the location, and so on. Lauren spent 2 hours finishing 1/3 of the notebook. She saw a few languages that were relatively similar to the one on the talisman, but she found there were still some differences after carefully studying them. Lauren was very sleepy, so she decided to continue reading the next day. It was a weekend anyway, and she didn't have to visit Ruby. Lauren had already gotten the phone number of Ruby's social worker this afternoon. Ruby could contact Lauren through the social worker. The thought of having a friend to live with her made Lauren very excited. No. It occurred to Lauren that she had to save time to play with Ruby, so she wouldn't have time to complete missions. At the thought of this, Lauren perked up and continued to read the thick notebook. Fortunately, her hard work paid off. After a long time, Lauren finally matched the words on the talisman with the language of a tribe. This language was the last one recorded in the notebook. However, there was very little information about this tribe. Only the name of the tribe was mentioned. The name of this tribe could be translated to rain. More than 10 years ago, the population of this tribe was less than 100 people. The guy only wrote 4 words for the introduction of the tribe. People in this tribe were good at witchcraft. The strangest thing was that the guy stopped writing after he finished introducing this tribe. There were still many blank pages on the thick notebook. Could it be that the guy had already collected all the languages? Or was it because the notebook was lost? However, it was too vague to say people in this tribe were good at witchcraft. Lauren jotted down the name of this tribe and searched through other books. Finally, she found some information in another ancient book. There was a rumor that people in this tribe lived in a valley. Only people in the valley could find the way to enter and exit the valley. Without outsiders, the population in the valley was getting smaller. There were even cases of inbreeding. Inbreeding could cause children to be born with disabilities. Therefore, people in this tribe began to study witchcraft, hoping it could help them manipulate humans. The book also introduced a few commonly used witchcrafts. One of them was the red and white talisman about the size of a thumb that Lauren discovered. Chapter 276, The Magic Spell. The witchcraft of people in this tribe could only be performed on the living, so they went out to capture outsiders after inventing the witchcraft. The main purpose of this talisman was to control the outsiders and keep them from struggling. A talisman like this was very powerful to the imprisoned, but it wouldn't harm anyone else. Lauren closed the book. Therefore, she could remove the red and white talisman. It was very powerful to Fiona, but it wouldn't cause any harm to Lauren. After getting the answer she wanted, Lauren finally got out of her library. Then, she found that it was near dawn. Lauren picked up her watch and saw it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. Unknowingly, she had been studying for the entire night. Lauren looked at the dark circles under her eyes in the mirror and pursed her lips. She said to herself, Oh no, I need to catch up on my sleep. Otherwise, I won't look good anymore. I should hurry up and go to bed. Before going to bed, Lauren stuck a note on the door to tell Hublot not to wake her up for breakfast. It was almost noon when Lauren woke up. However, she didn't wake up naturally. Instead, she was woken up by the noises made by Bryce in the garden. Lauren unwillingly turned over, got out of bed, and leaned against the window to see what was going on. Under the bright sunshine, Bryce was wearing his headset and jumping around. He looked like he had gone crazy. However, he had a good appearance. If one ignored his voice, this scene would be very beautiful. It would be fine if Bryce was only listening to music, but he sang it out loud. It just so happened that he was out of tune, so he sounded like he was reading a book. "The sounds you make are really ugly," Lauren shouted, but Bryce didn't hear it with headphones on. Therefore, Lauren had no choice but to go downstairs to settle scores with Bryce. After Lauren went downstairs, she found that she wasn't the only one who was suffering from Bryce's noises. Hublot and the maids were all in the living room. They had no earplugs, so they rolled up paper napkins and inserted them into their ears. They did nothing to stop Bryce. Hublot doted on Bryce very much. The other servants dared not say anything, so they had no choice but to endure it. Lauren, however, couldn't put up with it anymore. She didn't sleep until 5 o'clock in the morning. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lauren tried to shout, but Bryce still couldn't hear her. Lauren thought of an idea. She walked to a place where Bryce could see her, put on a frightened look, and pointed at his back. As Lauren expected, Bryce immediately stopped what he was doing and took off his earpiece. The music in his earphones was so loud that Lauren could hear it even though she was still some distance away from him. After Bryce took off his earpiece, the first thing he did wasn't turn around. Instead, he ran behind Lauren and then looked at where he just stood. "Huh? There's nothing. What were you asking me to look at?" inquired Bryce. He quickly caught Lauren's gaze. "You were trying to freak me out again, weren't you?" demanded Bryce. "I didn't have a choice. What song are you listening to? I heard you mumbling when I was upstairs just now. It seems to have no melody." The music was still playing in Bryce's earphones, but Lauren couldn't hear it clearly due to the indistinct sounds. Bryce pursed his lips and put his earphones in Lauren's ears. There was background music, and someone was muttering something she couldn't understand. "What is this?" demanded Lauren. She quickly took off the earphones. "This is a magic spell," replied Bryce. "A magic spell? What are you listening to it for?" inquired Lauren. Bryce shot a glance at Lauren and took his earphones back. "It is to clear my mind. You've been making me feel uneasy lately. I need to listen to something to stay calm." Bryce crossed his arms in front of his chest as he spoke. Lauren was speechless. Just when she was about to turn around and leave, she recalled her research results last night. "Oh, yesterday, I've already found the relevant information about the talisman that trapped Fiona. We can get rid of it. It won't do any harm to us," said Lauren. "I told you so. It's just a talisman. What danger can it pose to us?" replied Bryce. "I just want to be on the safe side." "Stop chanting. I need to sleep," said Lauren. She walked in and asked Hublot to find her something to eat. The breakfast was skipped, and it was past lunchtime. Therefore, Lauren simply picked at some food. After that, Lauren went back to sleep. Chapter 277 Could only pamper his own family. Lauren woke up in a daze, not even knowing what time it was when she heard her phone watch ring. Usually, only Franklin would call her. Lauren pressed the answer button. Franklin was indeed the caller. He was probably in his office. The secretary's voice could still be heard on the other end of the phone. Lauren snorted. "What's wrong, Franklin? Why are you still sleeping, you little slob?" Franklin's voice was so fawning that even his secretary, who was sorting through the documents, was stunned. The chairman was on the phone with someone. "A little slob? Franklin, I'm really sleepy. Yesterday, I did some research until 5 o'clock in the morning. I need to sleep." Seeing that the secretary was still staring at him, Franklin looked surprised and waved his hand. The secretary immediately nodded and left. Why did he have to avoid her when he made a call? Something was not right. The Torres Group's forum created a new topic of discussion. Who is the little slob who makes the cold and aloof chairman become caring and gentle? Franklin did not know that he had once again become the hot topic of discussion among the overtime staff. He closed the document in front of him as he spoke. "Oh, I see. I was just thinking about it. Didn't you say that you were going to the mall to buy a dress for Ruby? My work today has been completed ahead of schedule. Do you want to go with me? But, you just said that you wanted to sleep, so forget it." Franklin was about to hang up the phone on Lauren. But when she heard that she could buy a new dress and go with her brother, of course, she was willing to go. She immediately jumped up from the bed and said excitedly, I'm going, I'm going, I'm going. Didn't you say that you wanted to sleep?" Lauren immediately rebutted, "I was just joking. I'm so happy that I can go shopping with my brother." Franklin raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you sure that's why you're happy? Not because you can buy a new dress?" Lauren rolled her eyes. "Of course. I'm happy wherever I go with my brother." Lauren was determined to flatter Franklin till the end. "Is that so?" Franklin asked. "Next time I go out for a morning jog, remember to come with me." It turned out Franklin already had her figured out. Lauren kept silent. "All right, I'll come from my office to pick you up. Get ready." "Okay, I'll be waiting for you at home." After hanging up, Lauren made a phone call to Ruby's social worker and asked about Ruby's condition. Her social worker said that Ruby was still being questioned at the police station and had no way to chat with Lauren. "Got it," Lauren replied. She then picked out her clothes and prepared to leave. When she heard a honking sound from downstairs, Lauren immediately carried her cute backpack and went downstairs. Just as Lauren was about to get into the car with Franklin, they saw Bryce standing on the balcony on the 3rd floor, waving and shouting to them. "Hey, where are you guys going?" Lauren looked up. The sun was a bit dazzling, so she put her hand over her eyes to shield her vision. "Franklin is taking me to the mall to buy new clothes." Her tone was clearly showing off and provoking. "Franklin, you're so biased. You've never taken me to the mall." In the past, Franklin had always felt that buying clothes was a waste of time, so he just asked his secretary to buy them. He wore a suit most of the time anyway, so he usually just told his secretary to buy from the high-quality series of the big brands. And Quinn was often not at home, so Bryce had never felt the joy of buying clothes. "Wait a minute, I want to go too," Bryce shouted. Lauren and Franklin just looked at each other and shrugged. What else could they do? They were family, so they could only pamper each other. 2 minutes later, Bryce came down after changing into a fresh set of clothes. His hair was not combed like Franklin's. Instead, it hung down naturally, making him look fresh and youthful. However, no matter how handsome he was now, he was not as eye-catching as the math test paper and writing pad in his hands. He sat in the back row. "We're going to the mall, not the library. Didn't I say it clearly just now?" Lauren tilted her head and asked Bryce. Today, she was wearing a purple dress with a purple hair clip on her head. When she went downstairs, she was even mocked by Franklin for looking like an eggplant. "So what? I'm a third-year student, so I should have the self-awareness of a third-year student. No matter where I go, I should put my studies first." He waved the test paper in his hand and then began to write on the writing pad. Chapter 278, How Can I Prove Myself? Fortunately, Franklin always drove at a steady speed. Even if he had to stop at a red light, the one in the car wouldn't notice. As a result, Bryce was doing the test paper without any interruption. But although he was not disturbed by external things, he still did not manage to finish the test paper, since he did not know the answer. Looking at the last few multiple-choice questions on the paper, Bryce felt a pain in the butt. The math paper of high school was made up of 12 multiple-choice questions, 5 fill-in-the-blanks questions and 6 applied math questions. Bryce's math was his weakest subject. Generally speaking, he could only answer the first few simple questions correctly. That was to say, he always flunked the exam. It was a subject that was like a nightmare pestering him non-stop. He was too bad at math. His classmates even called him an idiot. At this moment, he was biting his pen, eyes dwelling on a plain geometry question. Then, putting down the paper, he used his 2 hands to simulate the plane and the line. This plane has to intersect with this line, and the other line has to be perpendicular to this plane. Lauren was stunned when she saw him gesturing with his hands. "What are you doing? You've been working on this question for more than 10 minutes. It took Bryce a lot of effort to sort out this question, but he was interrupted by Lauren. Glancing at Lauren, he said, "Little brat, what do you know? The math I learn is very difficult. You only need to study simple addition. How could you understand the math I learn? Franklin coughed as he drove. Not bad. It looked like there was going to be a good show to watch. As expected, Lauren, the hot-blooded little girl, couldn't stand Bryce anymore. Simple addition. Who are you looking down on? Lauren had seen how people in dramas started their arguments, so she followed their way. You're the one I'm looking down on. So what? Bryce pointed a pen at Lauren's nose in a provocative manner. One could be killed but not humiliated. Lauren could endure someone said that her legs were short, but she would never endure someone said that she was not intelligent. Lauren reached out to the test paper held in Bryce's hands. Little brat, what are you trying to do here? Can you read the words on the test paper? It's a simple question. The answer is C. The lines are perpendicular to each other. I don't believe it, said Bryce Torres. You just made a guess. You don't know how to sort out this question at all. Everyone can make a guess. It was not my guess. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at the answer. Coincidentally, Bryce had really brought out the answer. It was the last year of high school. The teachers tried their best to get the students to do more test papers. The answers were printed directly at the back of the test papers so that they could easily check them. Bryce flipped to the last page of the paper and looked at the answer. It was actually C. Well, C is the right answer, but so what? It was just a lucky guess. His words made Lauren's blood boil. Then how can I prove myself? Bryce had an evil smile on his face as he pointed at the last fill-in-the-blank question. There were no options on the fill-in-the-blank question, and most of the answers had a square root. This time, she would not be able to guess the answer correctly. Not knowing about Bryce's evil intentions, Lauren seriously looked at the last question. She did not have such a good mental calculation, so she took Bryce's draft paper. Turn around. Bryce pointed at himself. You are asking me to turn around. Why? I have to put the paper on your back to write. Lauren was a little girl with short legs, so she could not write with the paper on her legs like Bryce. Bryce's back was facing Lauren. He could feel that Lauren placed a piece of paper on his back and was writing something. You're not writing something awful on my back, are you? Having finished the sentence, Bryce suddenly realized what he was doing. What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to hate this little girl? Why was he playing with her now? Lauren ignored him. She had no idea about what he was thinking right now. She was concentrating on solving the question with all the effort. Coincidentally, this question was something she had learned on her own and memorized by heart. Within a minute, Lauren had figured out the answer. The answer is 2/3. 2/3. Upon hearing the answer, Bryce was so surprised. How could a little brat like Lauren Torres know the fraction? However, the answer was definitely incorrect. That's impossible. The answer to the last fill-in-the-blank question usually has a square root. That is our math teacher's tradition. We can't even guess the answer correctly, so 2/3 is definitely not the right answer. Hearing what he said, Lauren Torres rolled her eyes. Why don't you guys work hard on studying math? It is useless summing up these experiences. It is definitely not useless. It is very useful. Let me impart some experiences to you. Chapter 279, The Doll. Franklin, he's a bad influence on children. Lauren pointed at Bryce, complaining to Franklin. The streets outside were bustling with activity. Lauren and Bryce in the car also created a joyful atmosphere. So, what's the answer? Franklin was very interested in knowing the answer as well. Bryce flipped to the answer again. The answer was actually 2/3. Bryce rubbed his eyes. Did I misread the answer? No. You must have peeked at the answer. The answers were printed on the back of the test paper. You might have peeked at it. Hearing what he said, Lauren was lost for words. She threw the pen back to Bryce. Oh, if you don't believe me, then so be it. Then, Lauren angrily crossed her arms in front of her chest, turned her head to the other side, and looked out of the window. She looked as if she was saying, I'm angry, don't disturb me. Bryce looked at Lauren and then looked at the test paper in his hand. He shook his head, still unwilling to believe that Lauren was right. Just like that, the two inexplicably did not get along with each other well. Even when Franklin parked his car in the parking lot, the two still ignored each other. On Saturday, there were many people in the shopping mall. Franklin was mature and handsome while Bryce was extremely youthful. Lauren was dolled up like a little princess today. She was dressed in bright purple. The two of them looked like her knights. The three of them walked in the mall, attracting countless gazes. In fact, there were quite a number of people who recognized Franklin. After all, Franklin was someone who often appeared in various financial magazines. Franklin was already used to receiving glances from others, so he did not show any response. They wanted to go to the children's wear section, so they had to pass by the amusement arcade on the second floor. However, when Lauren saw so many doll machines and the various amusement facilities inside the arcade, she could not move her legs. "Franklin, just play with me for a while." Franklin looked at his suit and then looked at the amusement arcade that was decorated with colorful lights in the distance. He deeply felt that the decision he made to bring Lauren here today was wrong. In the end, Franklin was pulled by Lauren to exchange for a few hundred game coins. "Franklin, I want to catch the doll." "Again? Didn't you take a lot of dolls the last time you went to the amusement park?" "Those dolls were not caught in the doll machine. I caught them with loops. Look at the dolls inside. They are Disney's characters. They are so pretty." As Lauren spoke, she held onto Franklin's hand, waving his hand coquettishly. Her eyes were watery and endearing. Lauren took a liking to the new doll that Disney had recently released. The moment the doll was released, it instantly won the hearts of everyone. It was sold out everywhere. Lauren finally managed to find one, so she was very excited. She wanted to pick it out. Franklin held Lauren in his arms while she was controlling the doll machine. However, the claws of the doll machines in the shopping mall had been adjusted. The claws had no strength. Every time Lauren picked up the cute doll, the claws would loosen. After she tried more than 10 times, the doll still did not move. Lauren patted the glass window of the doll machine angrily. Franklin smiled, putting down Lauren. Just as he was about to do it himself, Bryce, who had been watching the battle for a long time, took a step forward. "Let me do it. I'm so good at this kind of thing. When I was in middle school, I skipped class to go to the amusement arcade with my classmates." As he spoke, his voice became lower and lower. He glanced at Franklin, who stood beside him, seeing that Franklin looked at him with a faint smile on his face. Oh no! It seemed like he had exposed himself. Bryce immediately stopped talking about his past events. "Ha ha, Franklin, I was just joking. Give me the coins." The few hundred coins that Franklin had exchanged for were all placed in Lauren's bag. Bryce was now reaching out his hands to ask for game coins from Lauren. Lauren was still holding a grudge against Bryce for what had just happened. She placed her hands on her hips, deliberately ignoring Bryce. "If you don't give game coins to me, someone will snatch this doll away from you." Then Lauren saw that there were two children who were slightly older than her. They were staring at their doll machine with eager eyes. Lauren quickly called a truce. She took out a few game coins from her bag and placed them in Bryce's hands. "This is all you can get. Before you use up all of them, you must catch that doll for me." "No problem." Bryce was extremely confident. He picked up a game coin and stuffed it into the machine. Lauren stood on her tiptoes and leaned on the control desk to watch. The two children beside her were also staring at them. However, Bryce did not manage to catch the doll. In fact, the claws he controlled did not touch anything but air. Chapter 280 An Acquaintance. Lauren shook her head contemptuously. The other two kids beside her also shook their heads. "I've been holding the pen for too long. My hands are stiff. Let's stretch out the arms and legs." Bryce, the so-called king of the game, could not stand being looked down upon like this. He focused his attention and began the next round. The equipment in this amusement arcade was really tricky. An expert like Bryce could not even pick it out after playing 3 rounds. Fortunately, the doll was slowly approaching the exit. Bryce stuffed the last coin into the machine. The doll was only a step away from the exit. Lauren was so nervous that she held her breath. The two children who had been watching from the side were now behind them. When Bryce started to control the direction, Lauren felt as if she was watching the finals of a sports competition. She tensed up the whole body. The moment the claws caught the doll, Bryce carefully turned the joystick to the left. The holding power was still not enough, so the doll dropped in an instant. However, it just happened to fall into the hole. Lauren instantly cheered as she raised her two small hands and jumped around. "Oh, I got a new doll. Great!" The two children who felt disappointed had an unhappy look on their faces as Lauren carried the doll out. Lauren cracked a big smile with the doll in her arms. She was so proud of her brothers who stood by her side. Being pampered by others was such a nice experience. It was really great. After that, Lauren spent the rest of the coins in this amusement arcade and then went to the children's clothing section, which was located on the 4th floor. There were many famous children's clothing stores on this floor. The clothes inside were all very beautiful. Lauren was surprised when she took the escalator up. Wow, this dress looks so pretty. That dress looks good too. And so does this small handbag. Lauren rubbed her chin with her fingers. Well, it would be great if she could buy the entire store. Although she had enough money, she glanced at the two young men standing next to her. She was afraid that they would be frightened if she showed how rich she was. It was better to keep a low profile. Franklin pulled Lauren into the nearest children's clothing store. This clothing store sold the clothes which suited the girls from noble families. The dresses inside were very elegant. Lauren wrinkled her nose. She was not very interested in this kind of dress. She held onto Franklin's hand and turned around, wanting to leave. Unexpectedly, Franklin met someone he knew. The person they encountered was also an acquaintance of the Torres family. It was an old lady who was the same age as Madame Torres. She was accompanied by a few men in suits, who looked like either assistants or bodyguards. This old lady was holding the hand of a little girl who was about 3 years older than Lauren. The little girl stood upright beside the old lady, just like a small model in a shop window. "Hello, Madam White. What a coincidence to meet you here." Madam White was the matriarch of another large corporation. The White Group was not as great as the Torres Group, but it still had a good reputation. Moreover, Madam White and Madame Torres had a very deep friendship. It was said that they had known each other for more than 50 years. Therefore, Franklin and the others in the Torres family respected Madam White very much. Every year when they had time, they would visit Madam White with Madame Torres. Madam White was also a very mighty woman. Like Madame Torres, she would not deal with affairs of the White Group, but she still affected the running of the company indirectly. Moreover, if any big things happened, she would be the one to handle them. Speaking of which, Quinn and Bryce were afraid of Madam White a lot. This was because every time they visited her, Madam White always said that Bryce's bearing was not good and that Quinn was too talkative. Therefore, when they faced her, the two of them would become statues, not daring to move or speak. This was why now Bryce did not want to utter a word in front of Madam White. He was very respectful. After greeting her, he stood by the side, falling silent. Usually, when Franklin met someone familiar, Lauren would also stand beside him obediently, afraid that she would cause trouble for Franklin. Madam White glanced at the few of them and fixed her gaze on Franklin's face. Although she was already old, she still maintained her elegance and dignity. Her face was still covered with makeup, and she wore many rings and bracelets. "Franklin, what a coincidence. I'm surprised to see you here today. Are you here to inspect the shop? I heard that the Torres Group recently sold another piece of land." "Not bad. It was a wise choice to sell that piece of land." Chapter 281, Past Events of the White Family. Although Sophia White was no longer involved in business, she still had access to commercial news. Only the insiders in the Torres Group knew that Franklin sold that piece of land. Moreover, Sophia wasn't simply saying this to greet Franklin. Instead, she was using this opportunity to tell Franklin that her informants were everywhere, telling him to be more vigilant and not play any tricks. With a faint smile on his face, Franklin nodded his head. He always did things in an open and candid manner. Besides, in the business world, once a deal was completed, no one really cared or looked at its details. What really mattered was the final result. He did not pay much attention to Sophia's warning at all. "You are really well informed. You know something that many employees in our company don't. I'll need to have my employees learn from you in the future, Madam White." What Franklin said was appropriate too. He sounded very polite, but his words were full of sarcasm towards Sophia. After all, Sophia had been in the business world for so many years. Although she was a woman, her influence was not inferior to that of a man. Sophia had saved the White Group from many crises by herself. Therefore, she did not take Franklin's words to heart. She just smiled. "You must be joking." Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Torres Corporation must have fully understood its opponents to be able to achieve such a feat. You are right, Madam White. As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. Sophia's eyes flashed with caution and coldness when she saw that Franklin was frank but neither servile nor overbearing. She had not met many of the Torres family's descendants. She had only seen Franklin in various news articles. She had originally thought that the praises for Franklin in the news were just an exaggeration. However, as she faced Franklin now to discuss business matters for the first time, she realized that Franklin was indeed very decisive. All these years, Sophia had always wanted the White group to surpass the Torres group. Unfortunately, her son was no match for the Torres family's son, and her grandson was no match for the Torres family's grandson. However, she still did not give up. Sophia smiled at Franklin. She changed the topic. Oh, that's right. This is my granddaughter. I brought her out to buy clothes today. Sophia had several sons. This granddaughter was the child of her youngest son, Jack White. Jack got married last year. As the chairman of the Torres group, Franklin had attended the wedding with his grandmother. Jack and his wife had their child before the wedding. The relationship of this couple had never been looked upon favorably by others. Before the child was born, the White family did not approve of their relationship. The reason was that the woman came from a small unknown family. The White family believed that this woman was not worthy of Jack. However, Jack had been entangled with this woman for a few years. They had been together and broken up several times, but they had never truly separated. Instead, the woman even got pregnant before marriage. Although they had a child, the White family's attitude was still very firm. They did not allow this woman to enter their house. Therefore, Jack could only maintain an ambiguous relationship with this woman and raise their daughter together. The White family had never publicly acknowledged this woman and this granddaughter. It was not until last year that all the major families suddenly received the White family's wedding invitation. Jack was finally going to marry her. Although they did not know the reason, everyone had prepared gifts to attend the wedding. Franklin was one of them. This matter had always been one of the gossips of the upper class at that time. After all, it was rare for such a large family to be involved in such a case where the bride was pregnant before the actual wedding. Sophia especially valued the family's reputation. Everyone thought that Sophia would have a bad attitude toward her granddaughter. Jack was the youngest son in the family. He had no talent and was not very bright either. He was already 32 years old this year, but he had never gone out to work. Moreover, he had gotten his wife pregnant before marriage. Everyone thought that Sophia would be very annoyed, but unexpectedly, Sophia did not show any dissatisfaction at the wedding. The wedding scene was warm, with Sophia as a kind mother and Jack as a filial son. When Jack's wife served tea to Sophia, her smile was also sincere. After the wedding, many gossip magazines repeatedly photographed Sophia taking her granddaughter out to play. She appeared kind and loving. She did not look like a capable businesswoman at all. The gossip magazines proclaimed that even such a capable woman with an iron fist had a tender side. Chapter 282. Our virtue cannot match up to her social position. I think your granddaughter's name is Apolline. She was a flower girl for your son Jack at the wedding banquet last year. Apolline smiled and nodded at Franklin when her name was suddenly mentioned. Hello, Mr. Franklin. My name is Apolline White. I've heard so much about you from Grandma. It's my honor to meet you here. Lauren stood rooted to the ground. How could a 6-year-old girl say such a thing? Why was she so formal? Upon hearing what Apolline said, Sophia patted her on the back. It was as if she was praising her. Franklin smiled. Apolline is really polite. Sophia did not hide her satisfaction. Yes, I've taught this child etiquette since she was young. She's doing very well now. After saying that, she cast a casual glance at Lauren. However, her gaze only lingered on Lauren for a moment before she turned to look at Franklin. Naturally, Franklin understood what Sophia meant. He waved at Lauren, and Lauren ran to his side and leaned against his leg. Madam White, I know who she is. You guys placed Lauren in someone else's care for a few years, right? Why is she back? I remember Tina saying that Lauren was a threat to the Torres family and could never be brought back. Why is she suddenly back now? The news of the Torres family sending their granddaughter away had caused quite a stir back then, so everyone was well aware of the reason behind it. This was especially true for Sophia, who was also a good friend of the matriarch of the Torres family, Tina. Even though the old lady in front of Lauren looked rather scary and overly serious, Lauren did not care. She raised her hand and waved at Sophia. "Hello, Grandma, I'm Lauren." Sophia opened her mouth slightly. Apollin, who was beside Sophia, had an even more exaggerated reaction. She actually raised her hand and covered her mouth with it, as if Lauren's actions just now were extremely unbelievable. Lauren felt a little upset in her heart. They were not living in the 15th or 16th century. Was there a need to act like this? It was obvious that Sophia could lower her head and talk to Lauren, but she refused to do so. She raised her head high and then lowered her eyes as if looking at Lauren would taint her eyes. Clearly, she did not have the slightest respect for Lauren. Of course, her words were equally infuriating. "You don't have to call me Grandma. You can just call me Madam White." What Sophia meant was that Lauren did not have the right to address her so intimately. Lauren pursed her lips. Both Franklin and Bryce called her Grandma, but when it came to her, she could not follow suit. Instead, she could only call her Madam White. It was obvious that Sophia did not think that she was on the same level as Franklin and Bryce. Before Lauren could speak again, Bryce, who had never dared to utter a single word in front of Sophia, actually took a step forward. "That's true, Franklin. I don't think that we should call her Grandma either. After all, she's such a respectable person. How could we possibly be worthy of her? It's better to follow Lauren and address her as Madam White." When Sophia heard what Bryce said, she was stunned for a moment before she realized what he meant. She looked at Franklin. She originally thought that Franklin would criticize his younger brother, but she did not expect Franklin to actually look at Bryce with a smile in his eyes. He nodded in agreement. "You're right. Calling her Grandma is indeed a little too much. It's better for us to call her Madam White, in case our virtue cannot match up to her social position." Franklin's words and smile seemed to be hiding a dagger. He seemed to be referring to themselves, but in reality, he was referring to Sophia. This was the first time they had come into contact with Sophia alone without Tina, and they had grown bolder. Sophia did not expect that the eldest grandson of the Torres family would dare to talk to her in this manner. She was so angry that she was trembling. However, she quickly calmed down and returned to her normal smile, as if she did not care about the younger generation. "I didn't expect that the three of you would stand together as one. Of course, we can only resist an outsider only when we are united." It was unknown what actually triggered Franklin today, but he continued to speak sarcastically to Sophia. Franklin nodded at Sophia and said, "Madam White, I'll leave first with my siblings. I still need to buy a few sets of clothes for my sister." After saying that, he pulled Lauren out of the store. "You can buy them at this store. I think this store is pretty good. The style of their dresses are simple and elegant. My granddaughter's clothes are all bought here." After saying that, Sophia glanced at Lauren as if she despised the purple dress she was wearing. Chapter 283 Skinnier Than You. Lauren felt a little guilty. "Do I really look like an eggplant?" she thought. Although children should wear lively and cute clothes, they still represent the family. It's better to be more composed. You should also teach her some manners. Don't go out and embarrass the Torres family. Tina is well known among us to be a person who abides by the rules. No matter what, the reputation of a family should not be decided by a child. Madam White should not have to worry about what my younger sister is wearing. If Madam White has such intentions, why don't you take a look at the recent strategic plans of the White Group? I heard that your eldest son is interested in buying that piece of land in the south of the city recently. I suggest you do a good background check. You can't just buy land as and when you want. We'll make a move first. Have a good time with your granddaughter." After he finished, he led Lauren away, with Bryce following closely behind. As Lauren was led away by her brother, she suddenly felt like the heroine in a film, feeling safe and secure as she was saved by the hero. It was not until they turned a corner and entered another shopping area that Lauren gave a thumbs up to Franklin. "Brother, you were so awesome just now. What about me?" Bryce's voice came from behind. What Bryce said just now had indeed given Lauren a shock. She did not expect Bryce to be so tough and dared to directly retort Sophia. Lauren turned around and said, "You're fantastic too." Bryce felt a little uneasy as this was the first time Lauren said that he was fantastic. He brushed his fringe from his forehead to distract himself. "Of course, I'm not trying to help you. I've always had a problem with that old woman. She nags every time she sees me." I don't know whether Bryce is telling the truth or not, but he should still hate me, and I doubt he is really speaking up for me, Lauren thought. Franklin, who was that Madam White just now? Lauren especially emphasized the words Madam White in order to show her respect. Franklin initially thought that after being ridiculed by Sophia, Lauren would be a little unhappy. After all, she mentioned the foster care incident from 4 years ago. However, Lauren unexpectedly took it well. Franklin thought for a moment and found the simplest explanation. She is Grandma's friend. Oh, Lauren understood now. She recalled the first time she saw her grandma in the Torres mansion. No wonder she found Madam White a little familiar. The temperament of these two old people was exactly the same. Even the fact that they hated her was exactly the same. It was as if she had been their enemy in their previous lives. "But is my outfit really ugly? Does it really look like an eggplant?" As Lauren spoke, she became less confident. She felt that this outfit would make her look fresh and lively. They walked into another clothing store as they spoke. A salesgirl overheard what Lauren said. The salesgirl said, "How can that be? You look really good in this dress, and this color makes you look very fair." Lauren was elated when she heard this. She immediately decided to buy her clothes in this shop. The clothes in this shop were indeed great. Moreover, they were in the lively and cute style that Lauren liked. One of the dresses even had a bear and strawberry pattern printed on it. Lauren kept trying on dresses in the store while the two men outside waited quietly. When she reached the 6th item, Lauren suddenly remembered, "Oh my, didn't I come here today to buy a dress for Ruby? But I don't know what size Ruby is." Bryce, who was sitting on a chair and writing math problems, looked up. "You don't need to think about it. She is definitely skinnier than you." The next second, Bryce was hit in the back by a small pink bag the size of a palm. In the end, Lauren still bought a dress for Ruby. She picked a total of 6 dresses, picked the correct size for herself, and picked out a smaller size for Ruby. Ruby was about the same height as Lauren, but slightly thinner. Lauren changed out of the purple dress and put on a bright yellow dress. The moment she changed out of the dress, Bryce had just finished a question. He raised his head and asked, "Hey, why are you wearing a banana?" Lauren was speechless. "Both of you are foodies. All you think about is eating." When they left, they bumped into Sophia and Apollon in the parking lot. What made them even more amazed was that Apollon was carried into the car by the bodyguard next to her. The bodyguard looked extremely cautious, as if he was afraid of hurting a single strand of Apollon's hair. Chapter 284 Injured Again. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? This little girl wasn't made of glass. It was impossible for her to get hurt just from a single knock. Sophia only got into the car after Apollon got in. Once their car had disappeared out of view, Lauren and Franklin shook their heads at the same time and got into the car. "I don't know if it's good or bad to be the granddaughter of this Madam White. She doesn't look like she has to worry about anything, but she's too restricted. It's quite good to be like Lauren. She's able to climb up into the car all by herself." At that moment, Lauren, who was trying her best to climb up the car, raised her head and glanced at Bryce. "Come and give me a hand." The new set of clothes that Lauren had changed into looked good, but it was cumbersome and not very convenient for her to move around in. She had tried to get into the car several times but failed. Lauren reached out her small hand to Bryce, who was already in the car. Bryce looked at the chubby little hand in front of him and helped Lauren up. Lauren's hand was very warm and soft. It was also very small. Bryce felt like he was holding a soft toy as he pulled Lauren up. "Franklin, Lauren is already seated. You can drive now." While she was sitting in her seat, Lauren began to tidy up her dress. Under her feet were shopping bags filled to the brim. She could already imagine the scene of her and Ruby wearing the same dress and playing together. There would definitely be many people who would be envious. When they came out of the mall, it was already dinner time, so they decided to eat outside. Franklin basically did not have any requirements regarding food, so it was up to Lauren and Bryce to decide. Lauren wanted to eat pizza, while Bryce wanted to eat Sichuan cuisine. He liked spicy food. You can't eat spicy food. Franklin's stomach isn't good, so we should eat something light. Is the pizza light? At least the pizza isn't spicy, right? Both of them had their own opinions and wanted to eat different things. In the end, they could only take away pizza, order Sichuan food to send home, and eat at home. The two of them sat at one end of the dining table and ate their own food. Master Franklin, what's wrong with Miss Lauren and Master Bryce? Haven't they been getting along quite well these past 2 days? Franklin took a sip of his fish congee. They were getting along quite well now. As long as they did not quarrel over their mother's matter, it was good enough in his eyes. No one in the family liked to eat pizza except for Lauren. Even though Lauren loved to eat, she would not be able to finish such a large pizza by herself. Moreover, the fragrance from the Sichuan beef across the table was way too tempting. Lauren looked at the pizza, but her mind was filled with thoughts of Sichuan beef and stir-fried pork with chili. She swallowed. Just as she was about to speak, she was disturbed by a voice at the door. I'm really unlucky today. Is this a year of challenges for me? Quinn's voice had already spread throughout the Torres mansion before one could even see him. Quinn did not come in with his hand on his forehead this time, even though his forehead was still bruised. Today, he came back with his hand injured. Mr. Hayes hurried to meet him when he saw that. Master Quinn, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep getting injured every 2 or 3 days? You have to be careful. Mr. Hayes nagged as he led Quinn to the sofa and sat him down. A servant had already taken out a medical kit for him. Quinn moved his left hand away, only to reveal a large piece of skin scratched from his right arm. The wound has been given simple treatment. Bryce took one look and turned his head away. He couldn't stand the sight of such a bloody mess. Lauren was staring straight at Quinn. Bryce reached out his hand and waved it in front of Lauren. Hey, don't you find it disgusting? What's so disgusting about that? I have seen worse. Lauren squeezed her eyebrows at Bryce, who instantly understood what she meant by this. While the others were treating his wound, Quinn rested his other hand on the back of the sofa. He sighed. It seems that my new office doesn't like me. You know what? When I went there today, I was scratched by a sharp corner of a cabinet. The strange thing is that at that time, the cabinet was 2 or 3 steps away from me, but it suddenly scratched me. I don't know why. I'll help you take a look next time, Lauren said. You'll help me take a look? What can you see? Well, just like you said, maybe that office might not like you. There might be something strange in that place. Chapter 285. Anxious. Mr. Hayes stopped moving the hand that was applying medicine for Quinn. Something strange? What kind of strange thing? Nothing. I am just spouting nonsense, Lauren quickly said. Mr. Hayes mumbled to himself before continuing to treat Quinn's wound. Suddenly, Lauren's phone watch rang. She recognized the number. It was the phone number of Ruby's guardian. She pointed at the phone number and shouted excitedly, "Ruby is calling me." Everyone in the Torres family already knew that Lauren had a good friend who was coming to stay for the time being. They knew what Ruby had experienced in her own home, so they didn't have any object irons. Lauren picked up the call. "Hello, Ruby." Everyone could hear the conversation since the phone watch was set to speaker mode. "Lauren, it's me. Where are you now?" "I'm still at the police station. The social worker is helping me with the paperwork. I'm waiting for her." Initially, Lauren wanted to ask about her situation, but she decided to wait until she met Ruby in person. "By the way, Lauren, I've already sent in my application to live with you to the police. Can I come over today?" Why was she in such a hurry? Lauren was a little surprised. Of course. That's great. But the police still need you guys to go through the formalities, Ruby said. Franklin heard the conversation. He pointed at his phone and Lauren understood. "My brother will call the police. There's no need to go over." "I see. All right, then the police will send us over in a while." "All right, Ruby. See you later." Mr. Hayes put away the medical kit and stood up from the sofa. "In that case, I have to quickly prepare an extra set of toiletries in Miss Torres' room." I didn't expect her friend to arrive so quickly. Lauren also felt that it was a little strange that Ruby would be so eager. She had never been a person who liked to trouble others. Lauren originally thought that Ruby would only come over after she called to rush her. Hence, she did not expect that Ruby would actually come over on her own accord. Lauren also quickly jumped down from the chair, no longer caring about the pizza or Sichuan food anymore. She went straight to her room to clean up. Her new friend was coming, so of course, she had to give her a good impression. Half an hour later, Lauren saw Ruby at the door. She had specially waited for her at the door. Franklin accompanied Lauren over. He negotiated with the police officers for a few minutes, then helped Ruby take her luggage inside the house. Ruby was very obedient and greeted everyone in the living room. "Ruby, let me show you my room. It's very nice." Just now, the servant had helped to change a new set of bedsheets for her. However, Ruby did not look very keen. While Lauren was happily introducing her dolls to Ruby, she did not have many expressions on her face. She smiled and from time to time gave 1 or 2 word responses. Ruby brought 2 big bags with her this time. One bag was some daily clothes, and the other bag was some of her personal belongings. "Lauren, I want to take a shower first." "Yeah, go ahead." Lauren helped Ruby familiarize herself with the bathroom. System Divine 9, host, don't you find the aura here a little strange? Lauren sat on the bed and suddenly heard System Divine 9 speak. System Divine 9's instinct was rarely wrong. Lauren closed her eyes to sense it. It is indeed a little strange. As the Torres mansion was located in a geomantic treasure land with concentrated positive energy, the aura here was very pure. However, when Lauren sensed it earlier, she discovered that this pure aura was mixed with a strange aura that was difficult to detect. However, this aura was very weak. It came and went as if someone was deliberately suppressing it. However, no matter how weak it could still be detected. Like a black dot in a white field, it would always attract attention. Could it be that a little ghost accidentally barged in? System Divine 9, we can't rule out this possibility, but judging from this aura alone, this ghost either has extremely weak or extremely strong energy. Lauren nodded in agreement. They could sense that this aura was very weak, so either this ghost was very weak, or it was so strong that it could conceal its own aura. For Lauren, there were still many unknown things. The ghosts that she had encountered so far were just a drop in the ocean, so she didn't dare to be careless at any time. Chapter 286, Bathroom. While Ruby was taking a shower, Lauren was alone in her room. She quickly gathered her breath and concentrated her spiritual consciousness to sense the existence of this weak evil aura. System Divine 9 also gave her a helping hand. The two of them joined forces. Soon, Lauren sensed which direction the aura came from. It did not come from Lauren's room. She opened the door, closed her eyes, and slowly followed the aura. The closer she got, the stronger the aura became. "Lauren, what are you doing?" Lauren was suddenly taken aback by Ruby's shout. She opened her eyes and the spiritual consciousness that she had just gathered dispersed. Lauren realized that she was already standing in front of the bathroom door. Ruby had opened the bathroom door, and her hair was still dripping. Ruby's clothes were messy, as if she had worn them in a hurry. There was still steam in the bathroom. Lauren turned her head, and then looked into the bathroom. "Ruby, did anything strange happen while you were taking a shower?" "Strange things? No." "Well." Lauren scratched her head and looked at the bathroom again before she left. She looked reluctant to part. "That's weird, little 9. Can you still sense that aura?" System Divine 9, yes, I can, but it's even weaker. Maybe it's just a little ghost. Lauren nodded. A little ghost would soon be unable to withstand the positive energy of the Torres family and would run away on its own. After returning to her room, Lauren pulled Ruby to read a comic book on her bed. It had just been delivered to her today. The drawings in the comic books in it were all very cute, and every comic book shared a profound life experience. Lauren loved reading them. Lauren was reading when she looked up to find Ruby holding the book in a daze. "Ruby, sometimes I think you don't look like a child at all. You look like an adult. Adults like to be in a daze." "No, it shouldn't be called a daze. According to my second brother, the adults are thinking in a daze." "So, what are you thinking?" "Oh, I was just thinking about my mom." "Your mother? Didn't she beat you? Why do you miss her?" "She beat me, but sometimes she was good to me." After a while, Ruby suddenly overturned her previous words. "No, but she's still a bad person." Just as Ruby said this, Lauren felt that the aura in the room had changed again. The evil aura seemed to have become more obvious, and then it faded away in an instant. What was going on here? Lauren had never encountered such a thing before. She deeply felt that now things were really getting more and more mysterious. What a world out there. But why did your mother beat you? I thought your mother loves you very much. Ruby said, she really loves her daughter. Lauren thought she had misheard. Huh? What did you say? What do you mean when you say she really loves her daughter? It's fine, said Ruby. Let's not talk about her anymore, okay? Alright, replied Lauren with a nod. Let's continue reading the comic then. However, Lauren was too tired. Although she had been sleeping for half the day, she had exhausted herself by staying up until 5 in the morning yesterday. As a result, she fell asleep while reading the comic. Ruby looked at Lauren's sleeping face for a while, then pulled the comic book out of her hand and covered her with the quilt. There was a knock on the door. Ruby got off the bed and opened the door. It was Franklin who stood at the door. He looked into the room and saw that Lauren was already lying on the bed with her eyes closed. Lauren is asleep? Ruby nodded. Yes, she fell asleep while reading just now. Alright, nothing else. I just cut some fruit and wanted to ask if you guys would like to eat it. Ruby was a cautious-looking little girl. Franklin thought that she would definitely reject him. He turned around and was about to leave when Ruby suddenly said, I want to eat it. Although Franklin did not expect this outcome, he had already said it, so he nodded. Then I'll get someone to bring it up to you. Ruby shook her head and closed the door. No need to. Since Lauren is sleeping and I don't want to disturb her, I'll go downstairs and eat. Okay. Ruby walked in front while Franklin walked behind. Ruby's hair was combed into a high ponytail, swaying as she walked. Chapter 287, Brother. When she went down the stairs, she was not like Lauren, who had many small movements. Lauren was always jumping around, and when she went down the stairs, she was also restless. Every time Franklin saw her, he would scold her, but Lauren remained the same. Ruby was different. When she walked, she held the handrail of the stairs with her right hand. She was very steady, taking a step at a time. Franklin recalled what Lauren had said to him before. Ruby had the maturity and steadiness of a grown-up. Downstairs, everyone was sitting and eating fruit in a neat row. Where is Lauren? I had washed her favorite strawberry, Mr. Hayes asked. Lauren was already asleep, so I didn't wake her up. Ruby, come sit down and eat your fruit, said Franklin, pointing to the empty seat. Ruby nodded and sat down obediently on the sofa. She did not feel shy at all. She picked up the fruit and began to eat. There was a very popular variety show on TV, and everyone was watching attentively and laughing their heads off. Franklin never had much interest in entertainment. After he ate 2 or 3 strawberries, he just sat there with his eyes fixed on the television, but his expression was unchanged. Ruby, who was beside him, was the same. She did not put her attention on the television at all. Brother Franklin, she called out to Franklin. Franklin did not hear it at first, but Ruby raised her voice and called out again. The others were all immersed in the television and did not notice their movements. Franklin heard it this time and turned to look at Ruby. What's wrong? Brother Franklin, I heard from Lauren that you know Samuel Sullivan, Renee Sullivan's brother. Yeah, I know him. He's my high school classmate. What's wrong? Franklin wasn't surprised when he was questioned by Ruby because Lauren had told him about it before. I heard from Lauren that you have a lot of photos of Samuel. Can I take a look? Although Franklin could not understand why Ruby was so interested in Samuel, he was not a busybody. Ruby was a young adult, so she must have her reasons for doing so. He nodded, stood up, and walked to a table in the side hall. The photos are on that table. Ruby stood up and followed Franklin. The photo frames hadn't arrived yet, so the developed photos were still on the table. Ruby sat on a nearby chair. Before Franklin could say anything, Ruby had already picked up the stack of photos. Some of the photos were of Franklin and his classmates, but most of them were taken with Samuel. To Franklin's surprise, Ruby was able to quickly identify which photo had Samuel and which hadn't. She would quickly skip through those photos without Samuel. As for those photos with Samuel, she would carefully look at them for a while and then flip to the next one. Even in those class photos, she could still find Samuel very quickly. There were about 200 photos developed by Franklin this time, and Ruby quickly finished flipping through them. She carefully put down the stack of photos and asked Franklin, Brother Franklin, Is there anything else? Franklin was surprised. This was not enough. There were still some photos. There are still other photos, but they haven't been developed yet. You have to wait. Some of the previous photos were in his old camera. As the camera had not been used for a long time, there were some problems, so he had sent it to the repair shop for maintenance, which explained the delay. Then, can I look at those photos after they are developed? Franklin nodded. Yes. I'll tell you when the time comes. Ruby jumped down from the chair. Okay, thank you, Brother Franklin. I'll go back and rest first. Go ahead, Brother Franklin. Franklin did not expect that he would be addressed in this way one day. Suddenly, he realized that something was not right. Ruby called him Brother Franklin and there was nothing wrong with it, as she and Lauren were from the same generation. But why? Why did she call Samuel by his name? As if. But he had been classmates with Samuel for so long, and he had never heard him mention Ruby. He had mentioned Renee quite frequently. He pinched the space between his eyebrows. There were so many strange things about Ruby. He had to tell Lauren some other day. No matter what, she had to sleep soundly that night. After finding out that the red and white charm did not affect them, Lauren wanted to complete the task as soon as possible. However, she realized that she had slept until 9 in the morning. Chapter 288, Whose Father? Lauren was speechless. She had really slept like a log. It was easy for her to exhaust her energy if she kept studying things in her spiritual consciousness. However, Lauren had slept for too long. She really despised herself. She turned around in the sunny room and realized that she was not alone today. She looked to the side, but there was no one beside her bed. Lauren patted her head. She was really a terrible host. She had invited Ruby to stay over, but she fell asleep first. When she woke up, she did not know where Ruby was. Lauren quickly got out of bed to look for Ruby, but her room door opened just at that moment. Ruby, why are you awake so early? I'm really sorry about last night. I fell asleep first. What's there to be sorry about? If you're sleepy, go to sleep first. This was exactly what Lauren liked about Ruby. Lauren herself was quite careless and insensitive. Although Ruby had a cold expression on her face, she was always very tolerant of her. When did you get up? I usually wake up at around 6 in the morning. Wake up at around 6 in the morning? Lauren's eyes widened. Every day, when she went to kindergarten, she had to snooze a few alarm clocks before she could get up. I just had breakfast downstairs with all your brothers. You should wash up and go for breakfast. If you don't eat breakfast, your stomach will get upset. Ruby, you sounded like one of those parents in those TV dramas who constantly nag at their kids, said Lauren. They nag because they love you. Lauren, can I use your desk? Of course you can. Feel free to use it. Lauren lazily sat on the bed. She watched as Ruby took out a pile of books from her backpack and placed them on the desk. She lowered her head, picked up a pen, and began to write. Ruby explained, I haven't been to kindergarten for the past few days. I've also missed the lessons for the talent program, so I need to make up for it. Lauren looked at the hardworking Ruby and felt that she was a complete and utter lazy dog. The bed is so warm. Lauren thought, still reluctant to leave, but she cheered herself on. No, I can't be so decadent. I have to get up. She got up quickly, washed up and went downstairs. When she did, she saw Franklin standing at the door talking to someone. Franklin then closed the door. He had a bag in his hand. Lauren went over to Franklin and asked, "What's that?" "Some photos that just got printed. It was supposed to take 2 days. I didn't expect it to be done so soon," Franklin said as he took out the photos and sat on the sofa to look at them. Lauren picked up a bun and ate it while looking at the photos together with Franklin. "Franklin, look at this girl. Everyone is looking at the blackboard, but she is the only one looking at you. She must like you. That's how it is on TV." Franklin curled up his index finger and knocked on the top of Lauren's head. "You little brat, you're always thinking about such things." Lauren was in pain and raised her hand to rub her forehead. Franklin then turned to a photo taken at his high school's coming-of-age ceremony when he was 18. That's when one invited their parents to the ceremony. When Franklin was 18 years old, Maria was pregnant with Lauren, so his coming-of-age ceremony that year was only attended by his father Sean. Sean was proud of Franklin, but he never showed his feelings. So when Franklin took this photo with his father Sean, they stood far apart and looked like two strangers taking pictures together. Lauren wondered if these wealthy families were all the same. They had difficulty expressing their feelings. She had a different mindset. She felt that if one likes someone, one should say it. The next photo was a photo of Samuel and a man. They looked very close, and their arms were around each other. "Hey, isn't this Ruby's dad? Why is he taking pictures with Samuel?" Lauren asked, pointing at the man. "What did you say?" Franklin asked in surprise. "This man is Ruby's father." So brother Samuel knows Ruby's father. No wonder Ruby also knows brother Samuel. Lauren pointed at the man who was putting his arm around Samuel's shoulder. The bin paste today was very sweet, to Lauren's delight. "Lauren, this man is Samuel's father." Franklin pointed at the man and said to Lauren in a very serious tone. "For the past 3 years, Samuel's father was at the parent-teacher conference every year. I've even had dinner with him." Chapter 289, Samuel's mother committed suicide. Half of the bun in Lauren's hand fell on her nightdress. "How is this possible? I've seen their family photos in the living room at Ruby's house. That person is Ruby's father." Lauren and Franklin looked at each other. In an instant, Lauren recalled the melodramatic scenes in the 8 o'clock TV series. The reason why Ruby was so familiar with Samuel was that he was her biological brother. Lauren was shocked by this discovery. Franklin took out all the photos that had Samuel's father in them and put them aside. "It's better if Ruby doesn't see these photos. After all, this is her private matter." Lauren nodded and looked at the photos. Although the handsome man in the photos looked to be in his 40s, it was not difficult to tell that he must have had a different style when he was young. She found it hard to imagine that such a man would actually be two-timing. Lauren shook her head. "As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. But Renee and Samuel have both passed away. What about their parents? Why hasn't Ruby's father visited her for so long? I've seen her family photo before. Both Ruby and her parents looked very happy in the photo." Franklin pinched his eyebrows. "I don't know the details. After graduating from high school, I rarely saw Samuel's parents. I only saw them once at Samuel's memorial, but Samuel's mother also committed suicide a few days after the memorial." Samuel's mother also committed suicide? "If that's the case, then this family really has completely broken down," Lauren said with regret. Franklin stared at the stack of photos that he had picked out and placed aside. "I'm afraid it had already broken down before this. It was just that I didn't hear about it. I'm sure Samuel doesn't know about it either." So, Ruby had befriended Renee. Lauren did not want to maliciously speculate about Ruby. However, it was really too much of a coincidence. Renee and Samuel definitely did not know that they had the same father as Ruby. But why does Ruby like Samuel and Renee so much? Logically speaking, shouldn't Ruby hate them? What does Ruby's mother, Susan, think about this matter? Did she know that Ruby was a good friend of Renee and Samuel? Could Ruby's attitude towards Susan have something to do with this matter? Suddenly, Lauren could not believe her previous judgment. There were too many twists and turns, and there were a lot of things about Ruby that could not be explained. The sudden change in Ruby's temperament, as well as Susan's description of Ruby having mentioned Ruby's sudden mastery of mathematics, made Lauren feel that Ruby must have been hiding something. The change in temperament could be due to a physical and psychological blow, or, Lauren remembered the evil aura. If she remembered correctly, every time the evil aura appeared, it was when she was with Ruby. The evil aura appeared when Ruby fainted inside the kindergarten, in the hospital, and in the Torres family last night. The evil auras always had the same characteristics. They were faint and very weak. They came and went very quickly. Could this have something to do with Ruby? Lauren immediately made a decision. She wanted to ask Susan about it. All along, she had only heard the one-sided story from Ruby. Even what she knew about Susan was also heard from Ruby's mouth. Perhaps Susan had a different version. However, Ruby was here today. It was not possible for Lauren to abandon Ruby on the first day. It was better to arrange another time in the future. Quinn did not go to work today. His hand was injured yesterday and his forehead was injured the day before yesterday. Today, Mr. Hayes ordered him to rest at home. He woke up even later than Lauren. Lauren had already finished eating 2 bin buns and drinking a large glass of milk before Quinn came downstairs. Quinn sat across from Lauren at the dinner table. Quinn glanced to his left and right. When he saw no one else, he said, "Lauren, is what you said yesterday true?" "What did I say yesterday?" "I said a lot of things every day." "Which one are you referring to?" "Oh, which other one could I be talking about?" "You said yesterday that the house might not like me, and there are some." Quinn licked his lips as if he did not want to say that word. He said, "There are some strange things." Chapter 290 Settle Accounts Between Siblings. "Oh, about that." Lauren nodded. "That's right. The feng shui in your house might not be good." Although many self-proclaimed feng shui masters were con artists, it was still a genuine skill that required lots of knowledge. Statistically speaking, you shouldn't have been injured twice. However, you were injured, so you can't rule out this possibility. Then what should I do? Do I need to set up something in a fixed position inside to suppress these strange things? Lauren shook her head, then she nodded. "We can do that, but it's just a temporary solution." After hearing this, Quinn sat down next to Lauren and gave her a very flattering smile. "Quinn, it scares me when you smile like this." Quinn was speechless. "Scared? Don't you think I look handsome when I smile like this? My fans love it when I smile in this manner." Lauren got angry when he mentioned his fans. The manager of Everlasting Legacy had been calling Lauren for the past 2 days, complaining that he and his staff were really tired. There were many customers lining up at the door, and they had been working for more than 10 hours a day, completely breaking the 10-table-a-day rule of Everlasting Legacy. Since Quinn sent out the post about Everlasting Legacy on his Instagram page, it had caused a huge stir in the country. Everlasting Legacy could not just sit by and do nothing. They could not just leave the customers waiting at the entrance of their restaurant. Therefore, they tried their best to satisfy them. Lauren did not have anything else to reward her staff with, so she could only give them money. Lauren did not think that Quinn's smile was handsome anymore when she thought about it. She turned her head to the side. Quinn frowned. He did not know what he said that had offended Lauren again. Don't you know how to catch ghosts? Why don't you go to my new office and help me take a look?" Lauren pouted her lips and said, "I charge a very high fee for catching ghosts." You're my sister. What kind of fee do you have to charge?" "We're blood-related siblings, so there's no need to settle accounts." "Are you trying to trick me?" "The version I know is even blood-related siblings have to settle accounts." Quinn was a little surprised that Lauren was young but shrewd. "Sigh, then tell me, what do you want? You're such a young child. Money is useless to you." "Who said it's useless?" Lauren mumbled. However, she did not need money, and going to the studio to catch a ghost was just a small matter. However, she could not think of what to ask from Quinn at the moment. "Then you owe me for now. I'll tell you when I think of something in the future." Quinn slammed the table. "No problem. It's settled then. When are we going?" "Let's go today. We can't waste any more time. If my studio doesn't open, I won't be able to accept any more jobs." Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, and someone rang the doorbell. The servant who opened the door came back. "Master Quinn, is this the piano you bought?" "Oh yes, I forgot. The new studio hasn't been renovated yet, so I asked them to send it over here first. Just put it in the side hall. It's a big place, so it won't block anyone." When Quinn was young, he had learned to play the piano for a few years. After that, he felt that it was too boring, so he didn't continue to learn it. However, he thought that the studio had to have something to decorate it, so he bought a vertical piano. He instructed the piano to be put in place and then sat on the chair to show off his skills. However, he had forgotten almost all the songs he had learned in the past. Now, he could only play the beginning of some songs according to muscle memory. After playing for a while, he felt bored again and continued to disturb Lauren. "How about today? I'll buy you an ice cream." This offer was indeed tempting to Lauren. Recently, Lauren had not had the chance to eat ice cream. Every time Franklin or Ben came to pick her up, they would not let her eat ice cream. At home, Mr. Hayes did not allow her to eat too. "How about this? I'll ask Ruby what arrangements she has today." Speaking of which, Ruby appeared at the staircase. "Ruby, I just finished my breakfast. I was about to go up to look for you." "Oh, I heard the sound of a piano downstairs, so I came over to take a look." "Piano? Ruby, are you interested in piano?" Ruby nodded. Her eyes were already attracted to the piano in the side hall. "Can I go and take a look?" Lauren nodded and said, "Of course. By the way, Ruby, I might have to go out with my brother today. What do you want to do today? Do you want to come with us?" Chapter 291, Solo Recital. Ruby shook her head. She didn't seem interested at all. She didn't even ask them where they were going. "No need. I'll just stay here today. I have to go to kindergarten tomorrow, so I have to finish whatever that is still undone by today." "Oh, okay." Ruby gently stroked the piano as if she was treating something very precious. It was warm inside the house, so Ruby only wore short sleeves. The wounds on her arms had healed, leaving only a shallow scab. Lauren saw that Ruby seemed to be very interested in the piano. "Ruby, do you know how to play the piano?" When Lauren recalled Ruby's performance at the symphony concert, she felt that it was not surprising at all. "Yes, I know a little bit," said Ruby. Nowadays, children were always forced by their parents to learn something after school. Lauren did not find it strange that Ruby knew how to play the piano. Lauren continued, "Then I'll go with my second brother. I'll be back soon and I'll bring you a lot of ice cream when I come back." "Okay," said Ruby, still staring at the piano. "It's okay if you don't bring the ice cream. May I play this piano?" Lauren looked at Quinn and he nodded nonchalantly. "Sure. I placed the piano here is for people to play it." Then, Quinn tugged at Lauren. "When do we leave?" Lauren also wanted to return as soon as possible. "Let's do it now. Hurry up and change your clothes. We can leave now." "Okay." Quinn then ran upstairs. This was the first time Lauren had seen him move so quickly. Quinn was usually lazy. At home, he always looked like he was about to fall asleep. The journey there took quite a bit of time, but it was very smooth. Just as Lauren had guessed, there was a little ghost playing tricks in that house. The ghost had been living in that empty house for a long time. It didn't want the house to be rented out, so it played tricks on whoever lived there. Lauren quickly subdued the little ghost. On the way back, she even got Quinn to give her a treat. She brought a lot of ice cream home with her, planning to hide it in the fridge. They went there in the morning. When they got home, it was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Just as they stopped the car, they heard a beautiful piano sound playing from the Torres mansion. Lauren could hear the cadence and progression of emotions from the piano playing. Quinn asked, "Is Franklin playing the piano?" Among the 3 brothers of the Torres family, Franklin was the one who played the best. However, it had been a long time since he had played the piano. "Really? Franklin is playing the piano? That must be very cool. I want to see it." Lauren quickly ran over. As soon as she entered the door, she saw a large group of servants from the Torres family gathered in the side hall. The scene was quite spectacular. Quinn followed behind Lauren and saw this scene. He teased, "Yo, this is a solo recital. It's really nice. Your standard has not dropped after all these years, Franklin." Then Lauren saw Franklin coming down from upstairs. He was flipping through the documents in his hands. Lauren pointed at Franklin and said to Quinn, "Hey, Franklin isn't the one playing the piano. Look, he's right here." "Oh, then who is playing the piano now?" Quinn, who was 1.8 meters tall and taller than all the servants, stepped forward and stood on tiptoe. "Lauren, the one playing the piano is your good friend. She's so good at playing the piano. How come you're about the same age as her and don't know anything?" "Ah, is it Ruby?" Lauren squeezed into the group of servants. Indeed, it was Ruby playing the piano. She was sitting upright on the piano chair. Her legs were short and could not reach the pedals, but that did not affect her performance. Her fingers were like dancing butterflies. They were very fast and accurate. Ruby was really modest. She said that she only knew a little just now, but she clearly knew far more than just a little. Lauren heard the servants behind discussing. "Do you understand?" "I don't understand, but looking at the young lady's posture, she must be good." "I don't understand either, but she does look awesome, so she should be very good." Lauren thought to herself, "So everyone is just an observer like me." After the song was completed, everyone started clapping. Eventually, the crowd began to disperse and make way for Franklin. Chapter 292, Doing a Good Deed Every Day. "Wow, Ruby, you're so good at playing the piano. Why do you know everything? I really envy you." Lauren was very sincere in her praise. Lauren had always thought that she was intelligent, but compared to Ruby, she seemed to be lacking in everything. Franklin nodded as he closed the folder. "You're really good at playing the piano." Lauren looked at Franklin and said, "You have learned how to play the piano, Franklin. You must be pretty good too." Franklin smiled and shook his head. "I haven't played for many years, so I'm a little rusty. I learned piano for more than 10 years, but I might not even be as good as Ruby." Lauren did not know much about piano, but after hearing what Franklin said, she admired Ruby even more. No matter how many secrets Ruby had, at least this ability truly impressed Lauren. Ruby jumped down from the piano chair and shook her head humbly. "As long as everyone is willing to practice, they will be able to achieve this. Lauren, you can too." Lauren nodded. "All right, I will work hard too." As she spoke, Bryce came down with his backpack. Since they had already found the source of the bloody handprint, this female ghost would not cause any trouble for the time being. Therefore, Franklin explained to the police department and the Thomas Johnson High School would be once again reopened to the public. All the students had to go to class. "Aren't we only going on Monday?" We received a notification from the form teacher. "The school is going to hold a senior year mobilization meeting tonight, so we have to go back early." Ben had to go back to his hometown for these 2 days, so the Torres family didn't have a chauffeur for the time being. Therefore, Franklin became the chauffeur in his stead. "Get in the car. I'll send you there." Thomas Johnson High School. Wouldn't that be the perfect time to get that talisman out of the back of the closet? Lauren had a plan. "I want to go too. I want to go too." "Why are you going there for?" As Ruby and Mr. Hayes were both here, Lauren could not say it directly, so she winked at Franklin. Quinn said, "What are you blinking for, Lauren? Is there sand in your eyes? Where could the sand have come from?" Lauren felt like she was about to die of stupidity because of Quinn. "No, I just wanted to go to Thomas Johnson High School to have a look." Lauren specifically emphasized the words Thomas Johnson High School. Franklin and Quinn quickly reacted to the situation. "Oh, is that so? Then let's go together." "Okay," Lauren thought to herself, "I'm so happy that I can complete another mission today." Ruby continued to practice her piano at the Torres mansion while Lauren followed Franklin and Bryce into the car. "What are we going to do at this hour? Didn't you say that it would only be effective at 5 a.m.? It was only effective at 5 a.m. because Fiona was trapped by the talisman paper behind the door. We just need to help her remove the talisman paper." "All right. Does this mean that the mission is complete? I'll be free again after today. Turn off the damn heavenly eye as soon as possible. I'm afraid of going to the toilet every night." Bryce glared at Lauren. "What's there to be afraid of? Didn't I tell you that there won't be any ghosts in the Torres family? Although, that might not be the case now." Of course, Lauren did not finish the second half of her sentence. On the way to school, Bryce started talking about the WhatsApp group that he had created with the girls in his class. "The girls in my class are pretty amazing. They had a lot of information. For example, they said that Fiona's grades were pretty good before, and she had always been an obedient girl in the eyes of the teachers and parents. Because her family's conditions aren't good, even the school uniform she wore was bought with money contributed by others. She received a scholarship every year and she's a very amazing person." Lauren looked out of the window at the street that flashed past. She sighed and said, "It's such a pity that such a good person passed away in her prime. Then let's go and set her free. Let's give her freedom." "Sure, just count it as my daily good deed." As it was the weekend, there were quite a lot of cars on the road. It took them quite a while to reach Thomas Johnson High School. The entrance of the school was once again active and lively. Students carrying backpacks and books reluctantly walked into the school compound. Bryce glanced at a few of his classmates. However, as the case of the bloody handprint had not been solved yet, there were still police officers on duty at the entrance. The school also increased the security. With Franklin around, they had no problem entering the school gate. Fortunately, the students were in class and had not returned to the dormitory yet. Otherwise, Bryce would not dare to walk into the female dormitory. Chapter 293 Released. In every few meters below the girls' dormitory, there was a person in a security uniform with a baton. Lauren shook her head slightly. Even if these people had guns, they wouldn't be able to see the ghosts. Besides, ghosts weren't afraid of physical damage. They went straight to the storeroom. As soon as they switched on the pendant lights, they saw them flicker. Lauren guessed that Fiona was hiding inside the pendant lights this time. However, Lauren did not need to use a charm to summon Fiona out this time. Instead, Fiona came out of the pendant light by herself. Willpower was indeed a powerful thing. It was very useful to both humans and ghosts. You guys are here. It's really been a long time. Fiona did not look scary, but the way she appeared every time gave Bryce a fright. It was one thing for her to have come out from the rag the other time, but this time, she actually jumped down from the ceiling. Bryce took 2 steps back. I haven't seen you guys for so long. I thought you guys were intimidated by the talisman. Fiona's eyes shifted to the corner behind the door. Lauren took a step forward and placed her hands on her hips. How can that be? I've already found the source of this talisman. Fiona raised her eyelids when she heard that. Her eye makeup was very exquisite. The eyeliner at the end of her eyes was done perfectly. Her eyelashes were also curled, which enlarged her eyes by quite a bit. Her wavy brown hair was also very smooth and shiny. It was obvious that she took great care of it. Lauren thought that she must have been very popular with boys when she was alive. However, why did she feel that something was wrong? What was wrong? Bryce was in a hurry to go back to class. If he was late, the form teacher would punish them by making them stand outside the classroom, and that would be very embarrassing. He hurriedly urged, "Hurry up. Isn't it just tearing a talisman? Stop wasting time here." Bryce recalled what Lauren had said. That talisman would not affect humans, so he squatted down, grabbed the talisman with his hand, and pulled it down. "Wait!" Lauren shouted. However, before Lauren could stop him, Bryce had already gently pulled down the red and white talisman. In an instant, a gust of wind blew out of the storeroom. In the blink of an eye, Fiona had already disappeared. Lauren closed her eyes and focused her spiritual consciousness, but she could no longer sense Fiona. Looks like she has already left. Bryce casually crumpled the talisman paper and threw it on the ground. "Look, isn't it done?" Lauren frowned and felt uneasy. Was it done? What exactly was wrong? "All right, you guys can take your time and walk out. I'm going to leave. If the girls see me strolling around in the girls' dormitory, won't I lose all my face? I'm going to leave first." Bryce picked up his backpack and ran outside. Lauren was still standing in the same spot. Franklin did not participate much in the entire mission because this was a good opportunity for Lauren and Bryce to get closer to each other. Now that Bryce had left, Franklin walked up to Lauren. "Lauren, what's wrong?" "Brother, I keep feeling that something is a little strange. I feel that the Fiona that everyone is talking about is very different from the Fiona that we saw." "What do you mean?" "What I heard in the car just now was that Fiona was a girl from a poor family. She even had to borrow money to buy her school uniform. Moreover, the teachers and parents all thought that she was very obedient. However, the Fiona we saw just now was wearing such exquisite makeup. Her hair was even permed and dyed." Was the Fiona from 10 years ago really like this? Lauren recalled Fiona's unusual reaction when they mentioned bullying at that time. It was as if she was not a victim of bullying at all. Franklin asked, "Then, what does this mean?" Lauren sighed and shook her head. However, she was certain that the mission was not completed yet. The 4th and 5th missions were to find the owner of the bloody handprint and find out the truth about Fiona's incident. However, the ghost had already been released by them. They had also thought that they had found the truth, but the system had never notified them that the mission had been completed. This meant that something had gone astray somewhere. However, Lauren looked at the talisman that Bryce had thrown on the ground. They had already released this ghost. It would be very difficult to find this ghost except by coincidence or if Lauren's cultivation increased significantly. This was a bit tricky. Chapter 294. Love was very complicated. "Franklin, we have to look for the students who were in Fiona's class 10 years ago to understand the situation better. Since they could not get an answer from Fiona, they could only look for an answer from somewhere else." "All right, I'll make the arrangements," said Franklin. Franklin graduated from there, so he knew a few people in the school. He would try his best to find someone when the time came. Lauren nodded, but her heart did not calm down. She just hoped that this ghost would not continue to cause trouble after leaving the school. After leaving Thomas Johnson High School, Lauren followed Franklin home with a worried heart. Everything was normal when they got home. However, There was a small incident when they were watching TV at night. Local news was being broadcast on the TV, and one of the news caused a huge commotion today. There was an accident that involved two cars on the main road. The two cars overturned at the same time. The owner of the car in the back dragged his family to safety first. The owner of the car in front was alone in the car, and the car exploded before the people around him had the time to save him. He died as a result. Such accidents happened from time to time. There were always people who were distracted while driving, and full responsibility was placed on the owner of the car at the back. Although the members of the Torres family were sad when they heard of such accidents, there was nothing they could do. When Mr. Hayes saw the news, he began to remind Franklin to be careful while driving. Every time he saw a news report about a traffic accident, Mr. Hayes would nag, and everyone was already used to it. The news soon reached the next segment, but Ruby, who was standing at the side, suddenly spoke up. These people who only know how to protect themselves and do nothing to save others are really disgraceful. Everyone heard what Ruby said as she did not speak softly. Lauren asked in a low voice, "Ruby, what's wrong with you?" Lauren looked at Ruby and saw that she was staring at the TV. She was clutching her pants with both hands, and her fingertips were turning white. She called out to Ruby again, and only then did Ruby come back to her senses. She shook her head and returned to normal. At night, Lauren did not fall asleep earlier than Ruby. They were both lying on the bed. Franklin had already turned off the lights for them, but Lauren was not sleepy today. She was lying in bed with her eyes wide open. Lauren could feel that Ruby was not sleeping either. She was tossing and turning. "Ruby, can't you sleep?" Lauren suddenly felt that this was a good time to chat. At this time, Ruby happened to be unable to sleep. Moreover, it was night. It was the easiest to let one's guard down at night. "If you can't sleep, let's talk. What do you want to talk about? Don't be angry with what I am about to ask." Under the faint moonlight, Lauren saw Ruby nodding her head. "I won't be angry. Why didn't your father come to visit you even after such a thing happened to you? I saw a lot of photos of you and your father at your house before, and he seemed to love you very much." After a moment of silence, Ruby said something that made Lauren fall silent. She said, "But love can be shared with a lot of people. He has someone else he loves, so I'm not important anymore." Judging from what Ruby said, it seemed that she knew the truth. Her father had another family. "Do you hate him? Though he gave his love to someone else, he loves you too," Lauren said. "In my world, love is unique and exclusive. Even if he still loves me, once he gave his love to someone else, the love he gave me is reduced. It's also mixed with impurities. I don't want this kind of love." Unique? Exclusive? Lauren was confused. So love is such a complicated thing. Love is not complicated. It's only complicated by people. People's greed and desires are always infinite. Once you have one, you will want another. Lauren felt that Ruby tonight was more mature than Ruby in the past. Sometimes, Lauren could not understand what she was saying. Then, "Ruby, why did your mother hit you? Doesn't your mother love you?" Ruby remained silent for a long time when she heard the question. Lauren was so sleepy while waiting for an answer, she even thought that Ruby would not answer. While she was half asleep and half awake, she heard Ruby say, "It should be love. After all, it has been so many years. It should be love." But at this time, Lauren's eyelids were already very heavy, and before she could answer Ruby, she fell asleep. In her mind, she was pondering what Ruby meant when she said it has been so many years. Chapter 295, A Reversal. The next morning, Lauren was woken up by the alarm clock again. Ruby woke up a few minutes earlier than her and was already washing up. Lauren stayed in bed for a while before getting up again. Karina was aware that Lauren and Ruby were living together, so she was not surprised to see the two of them getting out of the same car. She squatted down and asked about Ruby's condition. She was relieved to see that Ruby was not in a bad mood. "You two go in first. By the way, Lauren, come to the office to look for me in the afternoon. I have something to tell you." "Oh, okay." Lauren nodded blankly. She didn't know why Karina was looking for her. The morning passed peacefully. Ruby was in a good mood today, and she treated the other children much more warmly than before. The other children did not know what had happened to Ruby a while ago, and Ruby did not show it at all. Even though something had happened at home, Ruby was much more lively than before. After lunch, the children were free to move about. Lauren went to the office to look for Karina. Karina was the only one in the office. When she saw Lauren, she even deliberately closed the door, as if she wanted to say something important. Lauren stood in front of Karina obediently. "Miss Bailey, why are you looking for me?" "Lauren, Ruby's mother, Susan Harding, wants to meet you." "Meet me? Why?" "She knows you are good friends with Ruby in kindergarten, so she has some questions for you. The case regarding Ruby and her mother isn't over yet. Ruby has already confirmed many times that the injuries on her body, including the allergy incident, were caused by her mother. However, her mother has yet to admit it, and the police have no direct evidence to prove it. Therefore, you may need to cooperate to answer some questions. There's no need to be nervous. You just need to tell the truth." Lauren nodded. She originally wanted to look for Susan, but she did not expect Susan to take the initiative to meet her. This saved her a lot of effort. "Sure, Miss Bailey, I'm willing to meet Ruby's mother. As this matter cannot be delayed, the police also want to close the case as soon as possible and find out who is at fault. Can we go over this afternoon? I will help you apply for leave for the kindergarten classes." "Yes, that's fine. I'll let my brother know first." "All right, I'll pick you up from class then." After Lauren left the office, she used her phone watch to call Franklin. "All right, you can go. But you have to be careful not to get too close." After all, Susan was still a suspect. Franklin did not want Lauren to get hurt. Lauren nodded and returned to class. After returning to class, Lauren began to pack up her things. The students around saw it and asked Lauren where she was going, and Ruby also looked straight at Lauren. "Oh, I have something at home, so my brother called Miss Bailey to apply for leave. I'm going out with my family this afternoon." "Wow, Lauren, you're so lucky. You don't have to attend class this afternoon." Lauren smiled. She really thought it was a good idea as her kindergarten classes were too boring and not challenging at all. Although the children here were all very nice, Lauren felt that it was a waste of time to stay here sometimes. After she was done packing, Karina came to pick her up after a while. As it was not good to park the police car at the entrance of the kindergarten, Karina and Lauren walked for a block before they got into the car sent by the police station. Lauren had met the police officers of this police station before. After getting into the car, she greeted the police officers. The police officers were now very used to this little fellow's participation in various cases. Since Lauren's guardian was not around, Karina had to accompany her. "How's Ruby's mother? Is she still unwilling to admit those things?" Karina asked. Yes, it was rare to see such a determined suspect. Usually, they would take the initiative to break the silence after being locked up for 5 to 6 days. It's just that there is too little evidence in this case, so we're also wondering if there's really a misunderstanding. The case now depends on you, Lauren. The police officer looked at Lauren and smiled. Okay, Lauren nodded heavily. I'll definitely do my best to help. After arriving at the police station, Lauren was immediately brought to the interrogation room by the police without delay. Susan was currently wearing handcuffs and sitting opposite them. Chapter 296, Hidden Agenda. Compared to before, she had lost a lot of weight. It was as if she had not been locked up for 5 to 6 days, but for 5 to 6 months. She looked very haggard and her hair was disheveled. When she saw Lauren walking over, Susan could not wait to ask, "Lauren, how is Ruby? Is her health okay? Where is she staying now? Is she sleeping well? Eating well?" When it came to Ruby, Susan always seemed to have an endless supply of energy. Lauren answered in a serious tone. "Auntie, Ruby is doing well. You don't have to worry." When Susan saw Lauren, the first thing she did was not to defend herself but to ask about Ruby's condition. Would a woman like Susan really hit Ruby? When she heard that Ruby was doing well, Susan relaxed and leaned back in her chair. "That's good. Thank you so much, Lauren. Ruby is my friend. It's my duty to take care of her." A police officer sat next to Lauren and recorded their conversation. Because of Franklin's request, there were 2 more police officers in the room. The 2 of them stood at 2 corners on Lauren's side. "Auntie, what did you want to talk to me about?" Susan wanted to say something, but she didn't seem to know where to begin. After stuttering for a long time, she only managed to say one sentence. I didn't cause Ruby's wounds. I've never forced her to eat chocolate cake as she is allergic to chocolate. How could I force her to eat that kind of thing? At the mention of this, Lauren recalled the incident when she met the boy next door on Ruby's floor. But Auntie Susan, you said earlier that you bought this chocolate cake to celebrate the birthday of the child next door. But the boy next door has his birthday in September, so you definitely didn't buy this cake for that boy. Then who did you buy it for? Susan looked up at Lauren and then lowered her eyes. The cake was indeed not bought for the boy next door. It's related to someone else. All matters related to this case must be reported truthfully. The police officer at the side tapped the table with the tip of his pen to remind her. Susan then said, I bought the chocolate cake because that was the death anniversary of 2 children I knew. Those 2 children loved chocolate cake, so I bought it. The death anniversary of 2 children. A clue flashed through Lauren's mind. Auntie, are you talking about Samuel and Renee? Susan got excited all of a sudden and lifted her eyes to look at Lauren. Lauren, how did you know Samuel and Renee? Samuel was one of my brother's high school classmates. I learned about Renee from Ruby. When Susan realized that Lauren knew Samuel and Renee, there was no need for her to hide anymore. Yes, the chocolate cake was bought for Samuel and Renee. They died in a fire a year ago, so I bought the chocolate cake for them on their death day a year later. But I didn't expect Ruby to eat the cake. But if that's the case, then why did Ruby say that you forced her to eat it? Susan shook her head and said, I don't know why Ruby said that. What about the wounds on Ruby's body? She took a day off before. When she went back to kindergarten, I saw the wounds on her hands. Didn't she get those at home? No, definitely not. Ruby was always very quiet at home and stayed in her room. Before I went to the hospital that day, I never saw Ruby's wounds. Maybe it was because she always wore long sleeves at home, so I didn't notice. The differing statements provided by Susan and Ruby meant that one of them was lying. Lauren needed to find out what was going on. Auntie Susan, I found out that Ruby seems to like Samuel and Renee. Did you know about this? Susan was a little puzzled. Likes Samuel and Renee very much. Ruby and Renee used to be good friends. They met in kindergarten and had a good relationship. But as far as I know, Ruby doesn't know Samuel. Lauren told Susan all about how excited she was when she heard the name Samuel. Susan was very confused when she heard that. I've never heard Ruby mention him. Then, may I ask, Auntie Susan, how do you know about Samuel? Lauren looked at Susan with sparkling eyes. In fact, she did not ask the most important question. However, Susan felt that Lauren had seen through everything. Under her gaze, Susan had nowhere to run. Chapter 297, Confessing Everything. Susan continued to stutter. They're the children of an acquaintance. Acquaintance. Lauren started to get a little angry when she saw that Susan was still trying to hide the truth and was not willing to tell the whole truth. Auntie Susan, I already know everything. Ruby has the same father as Samuel and Renee, right? Susan did not expect that Lauren would know about this. She opened her eyes wide and her hands on the table tensed up. She held the edge of the table tightly. How did you know about this? Did Ruby know about it too? Ruby did not know about this. Lauren remembered the conversation between herself and Ruby last night. Ruby's reply clearly implied that she knew about this. She even talked a lot about love and exclusivity. However, from Susan's tone, it seemed that she had been hiding it from Ruby. How did Ruby find out about it then? Auntie Susan, this matter is getting stranger and stranger. If you want to clear your name, I suggest you tell us everything. Even if you don't think these things are important, it's possible that they are inextricably linked to Ruby. Lauren needed to get a different version of the clues from Susan to unravel Ruby's strange behavior. Susan was silent for a while. She lowered her head and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, she nodded her head as if she had accepted her fate. Okay, I'll tell you. Then, she looked further away. It was clear that she was looking at a wall, but Lauren felt that she was reminiscing about her life. My husband, his name is Maxton Cromwell. When I first met him, I didn't know that he already had a wife and child. He was very thoughtful and handsome, and I was quickly attracted to him. I've been with him ever since. I only found out about his wife and children the second year after I gave birth to Ruby. She slowly told the story from before with a calm tone. Ruby was able to enter Thomas Johnson High School's kindergarten because of Maxton's arrangement. Later on, I found out that Ruby's good friend in the kindergarten was Maxton's biological daughter, but I've been keeping this from Ruby. Ever since I found out that he had wife and children, I took the initiative to cut off contact with him. I didn't want to be a third party in their relationship, but Maxton never gave up on us. He would visit us every few days until last year. Ruby's mother, Susan, fell silent for a long time. Lauren opened her mouth and helped Susan relate the regrettable incident from last year. Last year, Samuel and Renee died in a fire. Susan nodded with a heavy expression. Yes, that fire. Susan reached out her handcuffed hands and covered her face. Her voice was a little shaky. Actually, Ruby and I were also in that fire. Lauren was very surprised. Samuel and Renee were unfortunately killed in that fire, but she did not expect Ruby and Susan were also inside. What did they have to do with this? Auntie Susan, what exactly happened? The police officer at the side was carefully making notes. Ruby and Renee were good friends at that time. We hadn't moved to our current house yet. Maxton and I were not getting along, so we moved out of the house he arranged for us and found an old residential building to live in. Ruby invited Renee over to play, but the electrical circuit of the old residential building short-circuited and caused a fire. At that time, I was washing vegetables in the kitchen. The fire spread very quickly. At that time, I only had time to carry and leave with Ruby. When I just escaped from the building, I saw Samuel running over. After knowing that his sister was inside, he ran in, but in the end, Susan's voice was already filled with tears. She seemed to be very scared. In the end, neither of them came out. Susan covered her face and sobbed after she finished speaking. There was a lot of information to take in, and Lauren was silent for quite a while. The location of the fire was actually in Ruby's former home. Lauren could imagine Renee's fear and panic when she was surrounded by the raging fire. What happened after that? Nothing happened after that. When Maxton found out about it, he rushed back to deal with it. Later, Maxton's wife found out about our existence and came to our house to look for us, but she didn't come back after that. After Maxton gave us a sum of money, he didn't appear again. The aftermath of the fire was also settled by Maxton and no one came to look for us. Chapter 298, The Truth. After hesitating for a moment, Lauren decided to tell Susan about the incident. Samuel and Renee's mother committed suicide a few days after they passed away. Upon hearing the news, Susan opened her mouth wide as if she was about to faint. Is this true? Lauren nodded. It's true. I didn't know about this. I let their family down, but I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. Lauren sighed. She didn't expect such a small case to bring out so much of the past. After a long time, Susan finally calmed down and took a sip of water. Aren't we talking about Ruby now? Why is it related to this? Lauren licked her lips and said, I suspect that Ruby's abnormal behavior these days is related to these things. Didn't you say that Ruby's temperament changed drastically since a month ago? Susan nodded. Yes, Ruby used to be very lively, but she's been very quiet lately. I also noticed that she seems to have learned a lot of things that I don't know about for no reason. Susan shook her head as if she had a headache. Lauren was already slowly sorting out some clues. By the way, Auntie Susan, Ruby plays the piano very well. Did she learn it when she was young? Piano? No. When Ruby was 2 years old, I originally wanted her to learn piano, but she kept making a fuss and refused to practice the piano steadily. She gave up after that, and from then on, she never came into contact with the piano again. Lauren remembered that Susan didn't know that Ruby was so good at math when she was at her house previously. Her face turned pale. She now knew what was going on. Okay, Auntie Susan, I've finished asking my questions. Lauren nodded to the police officer and the police officer closed the notebook. Susan asked, Are you done? What's the situation now? Don't worry, Auntie Susan. There are still some things I'm not sure about. I will definitely investigate thoroughly. After arriving at the policeman's office, the policeman asked Lauren in confusion, the things that Susan mentioned just now don't seem to have anything to do with this incident, right? The police officer was referring to the case of Ruby being beaten up by Susan. Lauren took the yogurt drink that the police officer handed to her and took a big gulp. Her mind cleared up a little. Of course, it's related. Ruby's current state must be related to these things. Then, she fell silent again. She needed some time to think things through. System Divine 9, host, are you suspecting that the current Ruby isn't the former Ruby? Lauren nodded. Yes. What do you think, System Divine 9? At first, System Divine 9 thought that this was a very simple civil case. However, after listening to what Susan said today, he began to have some doubts. System Divine 9, it's possible. Host, do you still remember that faintly discernible evil aura one night? At that time, when Ruby accused Susan of being a bad person, that evil aura was obviously much denser. Therefore, Ruby's current body is very likely to be occupied by another soul. System Divine 9's guess coincided with Lauren's, but Lauren did not have any evidence to prove it completely, because she did not even realize it even she was around with Ruby for so long. This would mean that the ghost attached to Ruby's body was quite powerful. The ghost had been able to hide from Lauren and System Divine 9 for so long. Lauren was able to use force against it, but she had yet to figure out who the ghost in Ruby's body was. Forcefully getting rid of it might backfire and cause both sides to suffer. However, it was not difficult to find out who the ghost was. Following these clues, Lauren was able to guess who it was very quickly. The ghost should be Maxton's first wife. However, Lauren still needed some direct evidence to confirm it. She came back to her senses and said, "Police officers, can you find out the identity of Maxton's wife, as well as her occupation and so on?" The police officer snapped his fingers and said, "Of course, no problem." Then, he started typing on the computer. "As long as it's useful for the case, we'll do our best to provide it." Soon, they found this woman. Her name was Greta Wilder. The police officer looked through the woman's records and said, "Wow, this woman is really smart. She is an intellectual." Chapter 299, Set Up a Trap. Let me see. Lauren ran over and immediately took over the police officer's position. The first thing she saw was a photo of a woman wearing a black evening dress. Her hair was loosely tied up with a hairpin, and she looked very elegant and beautiful. The next photo was of this woman sitting in front of the piano. Then, Lauren slid her finger on the screen to read further. Lauren realized that this woman was actually a famous pianist. She graduated from a very famous university's Faculty of Economics and Management. However, because she started learning piano when she was young, she later became a pianist. Greta had an impressive resume throughout her life. Although she had never lost to a man, she still married the wrong man. Lauren reached the bottom of the page with a clear answer in her heart. If she had not guessed wrongly, the soul in Ruby's body was Greta's. With this, everything that happened could be explained. Ruby was suddenly good at math for no reason. She even knew how to play the piano. She also had such strong feelings for Samuel and Renee. Also, that night when they were watching the news, Ruby was so angry with people who stood aside when somebody was in peril. It was all because she hated Susan very much. Susan only saved her own child at that time, and did not save Greta's children. After she understood what was happening, Lauren sat down in a chair. It didn't make her feel any better inside. She didn't know how to face this fake Ruby. In particular, it was very difficult to tell who was right and who was wrong. Greta was an educated woman. She once had a very happy family and a very successful career. She definitely was not willing to let things get to this point. She must have been suffering. If not for extreme hatred and disappointment, how could she have gotten to this point? The scales in Lauren's heart were already swaying left and right without her realizing it. At this moment, Divine 9 specifically came out to remind Lauren. System Divine 9, host, don't let your emotions get the best of you. The world is full of gray areas, but in front of the law, black is black and white is white. Lauren let out a deep breath. At her age, she should have been living a colorful childhood, but she had to face the ugliness of human nature. But Divine 9 was right. In the world of law, black was black, and white was white. Everything was very clear-cut. Currently, the real problem lay with Ruby. It wouldn't be easy to clear Susan's name, because Ruby's previous confession already existed. Even if Lauren could successfully extract the ghost from Ruby's body, Ruby's changed confession might not be able to be used as evidence and Susan could still be unable to be released. The law of the country would favor Ruby as she was a child and there was no need for her to lie. In that case, there was a good chance that Susan will be prosecuted unilaterally. On the way back, Lauren was trying to figure out a way to expose the truth behind Ruby's situation. She recalled the things she had seen on the desk in Ruby's room. There was a knife and a ruler. She suspected that Ruby had used these two items to cause the wounds on her hands. She was alone in her room at the time, so no one could see her. However, she could set up a trap together with the police and cause Ruby to give herself away. Lauren thought for a moment before nodding her head. She felt that this plan was very feasible. That night, Lauren did not go home immediately. Instead, she arranged for Franklin to meet with the chief officer of a local police station, and she told them about her plan. The plan was very simple. She would tell Ruby that due to lack of evidence, Susan would not be detained, and Ruby had to go back and live with Susan. If Ruby wanted to continue framing Susan, she would definitely continue to hurt herself. In order to expose her, she only needed to install surveillance cameras in Ruby's room. The police had never heard of such a method of solving a case. Wasn't this likely to put Ruby in danger? Although they had not figured out the whole story, they were definitely biased toward Ruby. I am quite confident that Auntie Susan is innocent. Everything is Ruby's own doing, said Lauren. Chapter 300 Surveillance Cameras. The police would not believe that a ghost was involved in the case, so Lauren could only let them see it for themselves. This way, the evidence would be more direct. When the time comes, monitor Susan at all times through the surveillance cameras. If you notice that she really wants to do something to Ruby, you can immediately go in and protect her. At the moment, the police had no other choice but to agree with Lauren's plan. After the police went back, they planned to arrange for Ruby's social worker to talk to her. Mr. Policeman, we'll implement this plan in 2 days' time. Ruby is very cautious. It's best not to alert her. Lauren left the kindergarten early today. She could see that Ruby was already a little suspicious. If Ruby was taken away immediately, she would likely be suspicious. The police agreed, and then Lauren went back with Franklin. As Lauren could not go back with Ruby today, Franklin had specially arranged for someone to send Ruby back. When Lauren returned home, Ruby was sitting in front of the piano playing. No wonder Franklin said that Ruby was very skilled. In her previous life, she was a pianist. After knowing Ruby's true identity, Lauren did not know how to get along with her. Although Ruby was just a 4 or 5-year-old child in front of Lauren, the soul that controlled this body had already lived for more than 40 years. Lauren stood there and looked at Ruby in a daze. It was Ruby who greeted Lauren first. "Lauren, you're back." Lauren nodded. "Yes, I'm back. You're practicing the piano again?" "Yes, I like the piano very much." Perhaps the ghost in Ruby did not expect that Lauren was a ghost hunter, so she did not hide her true feelings. The ghost also did not know that it was these signals that would reveal her identity. 2 days passed unhurriedly. During these 2 days, Lauren tried her best to get along with Ruby in a normal manner. Fortunately, Ruby did not notice anything different. However, in these 2 days, she spent more time looking at pictures of Samuel. She also practiced the piano as soon as she came back from school. It was as if she wanted to make up for all the time she wasted. 2 days later, after dinner at the Torres mansion, Ruby's social worker came to visit. Ruby was informed that she would be going home to live with Susan. Lauren noticed that Ruby was only surprised for a moment when she heard the news, and she quickly calmed down. "Your mother was already out of the police station. She's waiting for you at home." The social worker didn't know that this was a plan that they had laid out. She thought that it was real, so her expression and tone were very real. The police had already set up surveillance cameras the day before. They had also temporarily borrowed the neighbor's house to monitor the situation from there. So, if anything happened to Ruby, they could rescue her immediately. Ruby stood up and nodded when she heard what the social worker said. "Yes, Auntie, I'll go home with you." After that, she obediently went upstairs to pack her luggage. Then, with the help of others, she carried her luggage downstairs. Just as she was about to get in the car, she turned around and said goodbye to Lauren. "Lauren, thank you so much for taking care of me these 2 days." Lauren stood at the door and waved at Ruby. "Ruby, if you really encounter any difficulties, you can tell me. However, the prerequisite was that she really encountered difficulties. Lauren did not say the last sentence because she knew that this prerequisite would never be fulfilled. After Ruby's car left, Lauren and Franklin followed closely behind. When the police informed them that the floor was safe, Franklin and Lauren sneaked into the neighbor's house next door. The police installed surveillance cameras in every corner of Ruby's house to avoid any misunderstanding. Ruby was sitting on the sofa, expressionless. Susan was busy pouring water and cutting fruits for her. She was mumbling something, probably asking how Ruby was doing. Ruby appeared indifferent and seemed to be a little resistant. She took a sip of the water in the glass, then picked up her bag and went back to her room. The police immediately switched the surveillance video to Ruby's room. Ruby was sitting on the bed, not moving at all. No one knew what she was thinking. The policeman looked at the little person on the monitor and said, "This Ruby is really different. It's rare to see a child so quiet." Then, Ruby took out a piece of paper and began to write on the desk. She was very calm. From the surveillance video, there was nothing unusual. Chapter 301, Taking Advantage. That night, Ruby and Susan got along well. Susan knew nothing about this plan, so all her actions were real. She really thought that she and Ruby could continue to get along well. After Ruby entered the room, Susan went in as if she wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with Ruby. During this time, Susan wanted to pat Ruby's head and hug her shoulders, but Ruby avoided Susan with a look of resistance. Ruby's attitude towards Susan was the same as before, except that there was less fear this time. Lauren wondered if the fear that Ruby showed in front of them before was all an act on her part. She was so innocent at that time. She just wanted to help Ruby. Lauren shook her head. At that time, Ruby also deliberately revealed to Lauren the chocolate cake incident, and she also accidentally showed her wound to Lauren. Everything seemed so unintentional, but maybe this was all part of Ruby's plan. Ruby may have taken advantage of Lauren's innocence and enthusiasm to achieve her goals. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the lights in Ruby's room had been turned off, and Ruby was already lying in bed, as if asleep. The policeman looked at Lauren and Franklin. Does this method really work? The two of them seemed to get along quite well. No, it will definitely work. Lauren had already sorted out the whole matter. She had also identified the points that she had found strange in the past. As they did not want to miss any scenes, Lauren and Franklin did not go home that night. After staying up until midnight, Lauren could not stay up any longer. She lay on Franklin's shoulder and fell asleep. The next day was a school day. At 6:30 in the morning, movement could be heard from Ruby's room. So it was true that Ruby woke up naturally at 6:30. When Lauren was shaken awake by Franklin, she couldn't help but admire humans who can get up so early. Lauren didn't wait for long this morning. The scene she had been waiting for appeared. Ruby sat in front of the desk. She held a knife in her right hand and rolled up the sleeve of her shirt with her left hand. Lauren stared at the monitor. The surrounding police officers also widened their eyes as they watched Ruby doing something unbelievable. Ruby was very ruthless when she injured herself. She picked up the knife and slashed her arm. The cut was not deep, but from the surveillance footage, it could be seen that she was bleeding. "Officer, is this enough evidence?" The policeman nodded. "Enough." Then they rushed into Ruby's house and stopped her in her room. When Susan, who was following the police into Ruby's room in a hurry, saw Ruby with a knife in her right hand and blood oozing out of her left arm, she quickly ran over and took the knife from Ruby's right hand. "Ruby, what are you doing?" Lauren and Franklin followed closely behind. This was the first time Lauren saw Ruby reveal such an astonished expression. The police moved very quickly and immediately brought Susan and Ruby to the police station. "Lauren, please come along." The police officer glanced at Franklin. Franklin nodded and said, "Yes, let's go together as well. Lauren is probably more aware of this matter than any of you." Lauren was one step behind the police when they took them away. She went to Ruby's desk and picked up what she had written yesterday. Lauren thought that Ruby had a strange look on her face when she wrote this. It was a suicide note. In this suicide note, she was accusing Susan with every single word and sentence. The content was mainly about how Susan, as a mother, had abused her all day long, and she could not take it anymore, hence she decided to commit suicide. Lauren's eyes widened when she saw the suicide note. She did not expect Ruby to have such a plan. Or rather, she did not expect Greta to have such a plan. Greta was already dead, but she wanted to harm Ruby and use Ruby's death to frame Susan. No wonder Ruby was so calm last night. She had already made her final preparations. She was going to die anyway, so what was there to be afraid of? Lauren stared at the suicide note for a long time before she folded it and put it into her pocket. She followed Franklin to the police station. The person being interrogated this time was Ruby. Even the police officer noticed something was wrong. This little girl is only 5 or 6 years old. Why doesn't she look scared at all? That's right. She's only 5 or 6 years old. Can we get any useful information from her? Another slightly older policeman knocked on the 2 young policemen's heads. Of course, you can. This 5 or 6-year-old child already has her own thoughts, and she even knew to use a knife to cut herself and frame her own mother. Not only does this child have her own thoughts, but her thoughts are also too scary. Chapter 302, Hidden Mission. Before the police could ask any questions, Susan requested to meet with Ruby alone. However, Lauren stopped her because she knew that Susan would not be able to get anything out of her. What Ruby was doing now was not what she wanted to do. Her motive for setting up this trap was very simple. She wanted to clear Susan's name. Since the surveillance video had clearly recorded that Ruby's injuries were caused by herself, she had now completed her mission. Ding! The system's voice rang out in Lauren's head. Host, congratulations on discovering the hidden mission. Mission 6, find out who caused Ruby's injuries. Immediately afterward, it showed that Mission 6 was completed. Mission 6 has been completed. Mission rewards, a dreamcatcher. A dreamcatcher? What was this? What was it used for? Before Lauren could react, the system's voice continued. Host, congratulations on discovering the hidden Mission 7, find out the truth about Ruby's incident and recapture the ghost. Mission rewards, mute pill. The person who swallowed this pill will be silenced for 24 hours. Mission time, 24 hours. Lauren was speechless. The rewards these days are getting more and more unusual. Mute pill. What's the use of that? Lauren shook her head and returned to reality. Now that Lauren had figured out the truth, the only thing left in Mission 7 was to extract Greta's ghost from Ruby's body. Susan didn't ask to see Ruby alone anymore, so another policeman went in to take Ruby's statement. A few minutes later the policeman came out with a book in his hand, looking a little frustrated. This child is so stubborn. She won't answer any questions I ask her. This was completely within Lauren's expectations. She looked at Ruby through the one-way window. Officer, may I go in and give it a try? I'm more familiar with Ruby. The policeman nodded. That would be great. You're always full of ideas. However, Lauren made a request. She hoped that her conversation with Ruby would be in an enclosed environment so that no one else could see it. But we need the transcript and the video. That's the only way it'll be effective. It's all right. What I said to Ruby won't affect anything. They were already able to completely clear Susan's name with the evidence they had so far. Therefore, what Lauren was going to say was actually unimportant. This young police officer wanted to make more records so that it would be easier for him to write a report when the time came. However, Lauren kept looking at him and refused to give in. In the end, the police officer gave way. All right, I'll go and ask the chief. As the chief had more contact with Lauren, he knew that Lauren must have her own reasons after he learned of her request. Moreover, the case had already been solved, so he agreed to it. Therefore, Ruby was transferred to another room. There was no window in this room, only a door. Lauren had already told Franklin about her speculation, so Franklin knew that the current Ruby was not Ruby, but another woman. Before entering the room, he reminded Lauren to pay attention to her safety. Lauren nodded. This time, she did not agree to let Franklin go in with her, because she was not sure what kind of ghost Greta was. Logically speaking, Greta had been dead for less than a year, so her ghost should not have any abilities. However, she was able to hide in Ruby's body for so long without being discovered by Lauren and Divine Nine. This meant that there was something unusual about this ghost. Lauren was not sure if she had the ability to protect Franklin if he was with her. Therefore, it was better for her to face the ghost alone. The police were unable to determine why Ruby wanted to hurt herself, so they secured Ruby's hands to the chair with handcuffs to prevent her from doing anything drastic again. When Ruby entered the room and saw Ruby sitting in her chair, she was looking as calm as ever. She saw Lauren coming in, and just glanced at her before shifting her gaze elsewhere. Greta was not an idiot. From the moment the police broke into the room, she knew that she was being watched. When she saw Lauren enter the room, she was even more certain that Lauren had something to do with all of this. Chapter 303, Confrontation. Lauren stared at Ruby for a few moments before she spoke. "Ruby, maybe I should call you Auntie Greta?" This was the second time Lauren had seen such a surprised expression on Ruby's face. Greta did not expect Lauren to know that she was not Ruby but Greta. How did a little girl like her know about all this? However, this fake Ruby did not speak. She merely looked at Lauren silently. Lauren did not get angry. She first walked over to Ruby, undid her handcuffs, and set her free. Lauren knew that Greta had no intention of hurting her. After all, she always took good care of Lauren. Greta was just doing this for her own reasons. "Auntie Greta, you don't need to be surprised. It may be your misfortune to run into me. I already know all your plans." Lauren took out the suicide note from Ruby's room today. "The truth is, you planned everything, from the day you approached me at the beginning till the day you wrote this suicide note. Don't you think you've become the kind of person you used to hate the most?" Greta did not want to hide anymore when she heard what Lauren said. Although she was in Ruby's body, Greta's personality completely took over. Even her tone of voice was Greta's. Lauren felt that Greta was a very good actress. Although her hands were untied, she did not stand up. Instead, she sat on a chair with a graceful posture. She crossed one leg on top of the other in a casual yet elegant manner. This posture would look elegant and charming if a mature woman performed this. However, there was a sense of strangeness to it when it was performed by Ruby. "That's right. What you said just now was almost correct. I didn't expect that you would be so intelligent." Lauren did not say anything. She continued to wait for Greta to continue. "However, it's wrong to say that I approached you from the beginning. You are the one who approached me first. I didn't want to use you at first. However, I realized that your courageous and helpful character was very helpful to me. That's why I took advantage of you slightly." Lauren stood rooted to the ground. In that instant, she felt as if she had been cheated by a scumbag. She felt a little sad. Lauren could not hear any trace of the elegant pianist from earlier in Greta's current words. "So, now that my plan has been seen through by you, what are you going to do now?" Lauren looked up at Ruby. Her eyes were no longer as innocent and friendly as when she first met Ruby. Instead, her eyes were ice cold. "I'm going to extract you from Ruby's body now. I can't let you continue to harm more people." Lauren's movements were so swift that no one could see her movements clearly. She immediately took out 2 pieces of talisman paper from her pocket dimension. These 2 pieces of talisman paper were specially cultivated by her spiritual consciousness last night. Their attack power was much stronger than the previous ones, but it also consumed a lot of her energy. Lauren threw one of the talisman papers into the air, then took out a sword and pointed it at the talisman paper. When the talisman paper fell, it was pierced by the sharp sword. In an instant, Greta felt a force resisting her. To be more precise, this force was the power of Ruby's soul. Lauren's talisman paper shattered the stability of Greta's ghost in Ruby's body. At the same time, Ruby's own soul was awakened. In Ruby's body, the 2 souls were colliding with each other. During this period of time, Ruby's soul had been suppressed by Greta. At this moment, Lauren was trying to extract Greta's soul. However, Greta's willpower was too strong and was on par with Lauren's strength. Hence, the 2 souls were pulling at each other. Although Ruby, who was sitting on the chair, had always been the same person, from the changes in her expression, it was still possible to tell that sometimes it was the real Ruby and sometimes it was the fake Ruby. Lauren looked at the situation with a frown. This soul fight would cause great harm to Ruby's physical body. Therefore, Lauren immediately took out a second talisman. This talisman was a little more detailed than the previous one. Greta's birth date and chart were written on it. Chapter 304, Dressed in Red. Lauren did not want to go to this extent. The talisman with the birth date and chart on it was even more effective. It would extract Greta from Ruby's body. However, due to the talisman's extremely powerful effect, After the talisman extracted Greta from Ruby's body, Greta's soul could only survive for 24 hours after it came out. After that, it would turn into ashes. The other ghosts might still have a chance to reincarnate, but Greta would not have such an opportunity. Greta's soul would disappear from the mortal world and be sent to hell. She would not be able to reincarnate, and she would continue to be tortured. However, Lauren did not have any other choice. She knew that if the two souls continued to pull at each other in this manner, Ruby's soul and body would suffer great damage. Moreover, this kind of damage was irreversible. Ruby was still too young. She definitely would not be able to use her own strength to resist Greta. Therefore, Lauren had no choice but to give up on Greta. She threw the second talisman with the birth date and chart into the air. At the same time, she quickly used her sword to make a cut on her finger. The sword with Lauren's blood on the tip was even sharper. It cut through the air, and the talisman was instantly sliced in two. Ruby suddenly leaned back on the chair, as if her limbs were trapped by something. From Lauren's angle, she could see that there was something grey coming out of Ruby's body. However, the grey thing did not seem to want to leave Ruby. Ruby's body was being pulled by the grey thing. Lauren walked over with the sword in her hand. With a wave of her hand, the sword slashed at the grey thing and it released itself from the body. Ruby returned to normal and sat down in a chair, in a half-conscious state with her head drooping. And that grey thing had now completely detached. Something was now missing from Greta's ghost because of Lauren's attack just now. Fortunately, Lauren only cut off half of her hair. At present, half of Greta's hair was long, and the other half was only as short as her ears. She looked rather comical and awkward. Lauren noticed that Greta was dressed in red, making her look strange. Lauren knew how Greta committed suicide. She jumped down from the building where the fire had broken out. When she died, the blood that flowed from her body made her red dress appear even more vibrant. However, she knew clearly that Greta was not dressed in red for beauty's sake. It was because red was a very taboo color in the underworld. If one wore red, the person she hated would be cursed by her and would never have peace for the rest of their lives. When Greta wore this red dress to commit suicide at that time, she must have hated Susan from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps she also hated the person she had slept with for so many years. In the end, Greta got what she wanted. After her death, she became a malicious spirit and had tortured Susan for more than a month. Fortunately, with Lauren's timely intervention, this tragic incident did not become worse. Greta was currently floating in a corner. The grey gas surrounding her gradually dissipated, revealing her bright red dress. Before she died, she had specially put on the most vibrant lipstick, in stark contrast to her pale skin. However, Lauren did not have the time to deal with Greta yet. Taking advantage of the fact that the ghost was still weak, she quickly took out the soul storage box and locked Greta in it. Then, she informed the police to come in and take care of Ruby. When the police officer entered the room, he asked, "What happened to Ruby? She was fine just now. Why is she like this now?" One of the policemen carried Ruby to the lounge for her to rest. As he walked, he said, "But this Ruby looks different." Lauren had used 2 energy-consuming talismans, and had not slept well last night either. She was feeling rather tired now, so she stood next to Franklin, leaning on his arm. Of course she looks different, she thought to herself. The saying that one's face betrayed their personality was not without truth. But the real Ruby was clearly just a happy little child. When her own soul returned to her original body, of course, her face showed the original innocent and simple appearance of Ruby Cromwell. Fortunately, Lauren did it in time, so the real Ruby did not suffer much harm. After resting in the lounge for half an hour, she was completely awake. The moment she woke up, she cried and cried for her mother. Chapter 305, Return to Normal. Hey, why is this child crying? Wasn't she as calm as a woman in her 40s or 50s just now? Susan, who was waiting to be interrogated in another room, couldn't sit still when she heard her daughters crying. "Ruby, Ruby, my dear daughter." Susan pulled away from the hands of the police officers who were trying to stop her and rushed into the lounge. The moment she saw Ruby crying for her mother, she immediately rushed forward, knelt by the bed, and reached out to hug Ruby. One of the police officers wanted to stop Susan, but the chief stopped him and shook his head. "Ruby, what's wrong? I am here. Don't be afraid." Mommy, Ruby did not say anything else. She just kept calling for her mommy and crying. Although they did not know what had happened, they cried and hugged each other. Lauren stood by the side and watched with turbulent emotions in her heart. Greta's love for her children was very genuine and sincere. Otherwise, the death of her children would not have changed her so much. However, Susan's love for her daughter was also very genuine. She had seen it clearly over the past few days. It was not wrong for her to love her children, but there were a lot of things that were worth discussing when it came to the emotional side of things. Although Susan did not intentionally destroy Greta's family, the damage she had done was real. It was difficult for Lauren to resolve this kind of family affair, and the self-proclaimed intelligent Lauren was now at a loss as to what to do. Perhaps she should let the two people involved have a private chat to resolve all this. After waking up, Ruby stopped crying and became very confused. She wiped her tears and looked around. "Mom, where are we? Why are we here?" Susan was even more anxious. "Ruby, what's wrong? Don't you remember these things?" Ruby shook her head. "I don't remember. Didn't we go to the beach yesterday?" "The beach? Ruby, that was more than a month ago." It seemed that Ruby had no memory from the period that Greta had occupied her body for more than a month. However, it was good in a way. As a young child, she should not remember these things. Following that, the doctor came to check on Ruby and found that there was nothing wrong with her body. She had just forgotten what had happened in the past month. Everything turned out well for Susan, and the police already had enough evidence to close the case. Why did Ruby hurt herself during this period of time? It could be because of some psychological problems, and this could only be solved by Susan herself. The police could not interfere in this matter. The police just needed to confirm that this was not a deliberate case of self-harm. Franklin helped to speed up the procedures for Ruby and Susan, and they soon went home. Before Ruby and Susan were escorted to the car by the police, Susan turned around and silently thanked Lauren. Although Susan did not know what had happened, she knew that Lauren must have played a role in solving her problem. Lauren waved back to Susan. They would definitely meet again. Things had not been completely resolved yet. Soon, Lauren returned home. When everything was done, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Lauren and Franklin had not eaten yet. However, Lauren had yet to finish her task and had no appetite. She hastily ate 2 mouthfuls of noodles and rushed back to her room. She released Greta's ghost. She already had a clear understanding of Greta's thoughts. What she wanted to ask was another question. Due to the talisman, Greta would become weaker and weaker within the next 24 hours. "What do you need me for? Since you've caught me, then kill me. I can't achieve my goal anyway. There's no use for me to stay here any longer." After being released, Greta did not struggle at all. In fact, she even staggered a little. Lauren speculated that Greta's ghost was affected by the positive energy of the Torres family. Without the protection of a physical body, the ghost would not be able to stay in the Torres family for a long time. Lauren was very familiar with the look in Greta's eyes. She had seen this look in Ruby's eyes many times in the past month. However, the look in her eyes now was not just calm, but also revealed a heart that was as dead as ashes. Chapter 306. Who do you get help from? Greta looked out of the window. It was April, the season when peach blossoms were in full bloom. The flowers outside the window were very bright, and there were birds singing on the branches. It was clearly the season when all life began, but some life had already died long ago. The grief in Greta's eyes could not be hidden. "Auntie Greta, do you regret it? Do you regret having come this far?" Greta shifted her gaze from the window to Lauren. When she heard Lauren's question, her gaze wavered. For the past year, she had been a wandering ghost, wandering around the city. During that year, the places she visited the most were the graves of her son and daughter, as well as the residential area of Susan and Ruby. She wandered around until she got help to possess Ruby's body. In fact, she had her own regrets. However, every time she regretted it, she would remind herself that her son and daughter were killed by Susan. Every time she thought of this, she would become more determined. From the look in Greta's eyes and her hesitation, Lauren already knew the answer to this question. "Auntie Greta, we all wish for the world to become a better place. Do you want to fix everything you've done? Or do you want to make up for it a little?" "Make up for it? How can I make up for it? I'm already like this." She raised her hands to take a look. She had jumped down from the roof. At that time, blood splattered everywhere, and her body was also stained with a lot of blood. After becoming a ghost, the blood did not disappear. Instead, it remained on her clothes, her face, and her hands. Auntie Greta, how did you become like this? Based on my experience, you've only been dead for less than a year. Logically speaking, even if you didn't successfully reincarnate, you'd just be a little ghost floating around. It's absolutely impossible for you to become like this. Your body has a very strong evil aura, but when you were inside Ruby's body, I only felt a very weak aura. How did you do it? This was Lauren's biggest question. Greta inexplicably took 2 steps back when she heard the question. She shook her head and did not seem like she was going to say anything. I just received some help from some people. Help? Who do you get help from? Greta continued to shake her head. I can't answer this question. Lauren pressed on. Why? You clearly know that these things are only bad for humans. I don't care about humans. I only care about my son and daughter. The person who helped me said that if I reveal this, my son and daughter would never be reincarnated. Greta turned her body towards the window with her back facing Lauren. She had a slim back. After receiving the news of her son and daughter's death, she did not eat or drink for several days. By the day she committed suicide, she had lost 20 pounds. When I was alive, I was unable to protect my son and daughter. At least after they died, as a mother, I could do some things for them. Lauren shook her head. That's impossible. Think about it carefully. What could he possibly stand to gain from helping you? Since he was able to help you do these bad things, do you think he would be so kind as to let your son and daughter off? Perhaps their ghosts have already been used by this person. Greta turned around abruptly when she heard that. Every time her son and daughter were mentioned, Greta could not maintain her composure. That's impossible. He clearly promised me. He would never do that. Lauren sighed in her heart. It was really difficult to pull someone out of the corner. She decided to take another approach. She really could not fully understand Greta's pain. Seeing that using direct means did not work on Greta, Lauren decided to use an indirect approach. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't make things difficult for you. I just hope that you can seriously think about what benefit this person could gain from this matter. Why would he help you for no reason? He definitely has an evil ulterior motive, and you guys are just a pawn in it. Right now, all I want to do is to prevent more bad things from happening. If you still have a bit of conscience, maybe you would like to share with me what you know. Greta did not speak for a long time. Lauren saw that her skin was a little more transparent than before. This was a sign that she was going to disappear. She only had about 10 hours left before she disappeared. Chapter 307, Arrange a Meeting. Let's not talk about this for now. Do you want to talk to Susan? Talk? What's there to talk about? Dead people can't be revived. Dead people can't be revived, but the living has to continue living. Auntie Susan certainly doesn't expect you to forgive her, but you both love your children very much. Perhaps, after the talk, you'll let go of your hatred a little, even if it's just a little bit. You no longer have the chance to reincarnate, but don't carry so much hatred with you. It's not good for you at all. The angrier she was when she went to hell, the harder it was to escape. Lauren sat on the bed. Her face was a little pale, but her eyes were still pure and innocent. Despite having seen so many things, she still retained her original innocent look. The most important thing is that Ruby is innocent. If you hate others for hurting your child, and yet you hurt other people's children, then wouldn't you become the person you hated the most at that time? Don't you feel that you owe them an explanation? In fact, after coming out of Ruby's body, the hatred in Greta's heart was also slowly dissipating. Now, every word from Lauren was like a knife stabbing into her heart. Alright, I'll meet her then. You can make the arrangements. Greta no longer bothered asking Lauren about her identity. When a person was in a quagmire, they were not interested in anything else. Lauren nodded and immediately gave Susan a call. However, Susan had just reunited with the real Ruby, so she rescheduled the meeting to tomorrow morning. Susan did not know why Lauren was looking for her, and Lauren did not intend to tell her about it. After all, she would not believe it even if she told Susan about it. After that, Lauren opened the soul storage box and let Greta get into it. Greta was already feeling a little weak. If she continued to stay in the Torres mansion, where the positive energy was at its peak, she would completely disappear in less than 24 hours. Phew! Lauren heaved a sigh of relief. She had solved a major problem, even though she did not get all the information she wanted. During dinner, Lauren looked a little tired, but she was in a good mood. After all, this mission was about to be successfully resolved, and Ruby could return to school. Lauren was looking forward to it when she thought about meeting the new Ruby in school. I wonder what Ruby's personality was like, Lauren thought. Based on what Susan and her former classmates said, Ruby was just like her, a very lively and lovely child. Lauren ate a lot for dinner. After all, she didn't have a good breakfast, and she didn't have a good lunch. Quinn held up his chopsticks and was a little stunned to see Lauren frantically pinching and eating meat. Lauren, what's wrong with you? You look like you've been starving for 3 days and 3 nights. What has happened? Has Franklin been mistreating you for the past few days? Due to Ruby's incident, Lauren had to travel around a lot for the past 2 days. Franklin had no choice but to follow Lauren around with his laptop. While Lauren was doing her tasks, he would make the most of his time to deal with his work. Lauren ignored Quinn's teasing and ate her meal seriously. She finally realized how blissful it was to be able to eat 3 meals a day. Quinn also did not care and was in an extremely good mood. His studio had been successfully renovated and he did not suffer any other injuries. This meant that Lauren's exorcism was very effective, even though Quinn did not see it that day. He had already asked Lauren to turn off his heavenly eyes. Therefore, from the direction of Lauren's movements that day, he could roughly determine that the ghost was hiding in the northwest corner. After the studio was successfully renovated, he specially bought a freezer and filled it with ice cream in order to thank Lauren. In the end, of course, the freezer was used by Mr. Hayes to store frozen vegetables and meat. Quinn was chided by Mr. Hayes because of this, who said he did not care about Lauren's health. Lauren had put all the meat in her bowl, so Quinn could only eat the dish of vegetables in front of him. By the way, my studio is opening this Saturday. You guys should come. We'll have a little party. Franklin placed half a plate of vegetables into Lauren's bowl. As Lauren always ate meat, the nutrients in her diet would not be balanced. Quinn looked at the only edible dish in front of him that he had to be shared with Lauren. He took a sip of water indignantly. What could he do? Lauren had done him a favor, so he considered it as repaying her kindness. Chapter 308, Discrimination. Mr. Hayes rubbed his hands in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Master Quinn. I noticed that Miss Torres hasn't had a good appetite recently. She didn't eat much food the last few times, so I did not prepare much this time. I didn't expect Miss Torres to regain her appetite tonight. Quinn looked at the kitchen. When he went to find drinks this afternoon, the refrigerator was still filled with all kinds of vegetables. He bit on his chopsticks and discussed with Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hayes, why don't you get the cook to prepare 2 more simple dishes? These dishes aren't enough to eat. Mr. Hayes was old and could only eat some easily digestible food. He was not very picky about food. He looked at Quinn and said, Master Quinn, aren't you a celebrity? Celebrities need to maintain their bodies. It's okay to eat less. Quinn was speechless. Mr. Hayes, you're just afraid of trouble, aren't you? Mr. Hayes chuckled like a child and continued to eat. In the next second, Lauren looked up from the bowl that was filled to the brim with vegetables and meat. Mr. Hayes, can you prepare a little more food? I am not full yet. Miss Lauren isn't full yet. Then I'll hurry and see what's in the fridge. Mr. Hayes immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks. He led 2 or 3 servants to the kitchen to look for ingredients and stir-fry some vegetables. Quinn felt as if his heart was riddled with holes. The difference in treatment between them was too obvious. He reached out his chopsticks and quickly picked up a piece of rib from Lauren's bowl. He stuffed it into his mouth and bit hard as if he was venting his anger. Then, he nudged Franklin. Bro, you haven't answered me yet. Are you coming on Saturday? Franklin shook his head. Probably not. The company's anniversary celebration is about to begin. I've been very busy recently. Haven't you been accompanying Lauren around for the past 2 days? Why didn't I hear you mention you're busy? Franklin looked up at him. Well, you're already 21 years old, and you still need me, your 23-year-old brother, to accompany you around. Is it because you're disabled? Let me see which leg you can't use or which brain you've lost. Lauren was eating seriously when she suddenly heard Franklin's ridiculing comment. She laughed out loud and accidentally spat the food onto Quinn's sleeve. I'm sorry, Quinn. I'll catch a ghost free of charge for you next time. Lauren was the first to admit her mistake. Quinn waved his hand and used his slender fingers to push away the rice grains. He then turned around and continued to harass Franklin. Just come, Franklin. It wasn't easy for me to start a business. Don't you want to go and take a look? Don't you want to witness my glory? Franklin ate his meal slowly and swallowed the food in his mouth. Then, he said, I don't want to. In the kitchen, the servants were busy cooking. Mr. Hayes was directing them from the side. Don't put so much salt in it. It's not good to eat too much salt. After Quinn did not successfully persuade Franklin, he changed his tone and said, I'm going to cry an ocean of tears, man. You're really too heartless, and you've made me so sad. I'm so depressed right now. As Quinn spoke these disgusting words, he stretched out his right hand and looked up at Franklin at a 45-degree angle. He looked very much like the sorrowful male lead in youth literature. However, the male lead would often look up at the sky during his sorrowful soliloquy, while Quinn could only look at the ceiling. Lauren felt that if she continued to look at Quinn, she would throw up the meat that she had just eaten. It was obvious that Franklin had the same thought. He extended his right hand and rejected Quinn. All right, don't be so depressed. I'll see what I can do when the time comes. If I can make it, I'll try my best to make it. Quinn knew that he had half succeeded. He wanted Franklin to go so badly so that he could help to hold down the fort. Franklin worked in the office and rarely came into contact with things in the entertainment industry, so he might not know about it. However, the entertainment industry was a melting pot. There were all kinds of people in it. Power and money were everything. Looks were just add-ons. Quinn did not have any works at the moment. The fans that he had at the moment were just attracted to his good looks, and these types of fans were the easiest to lose. Although Quinn did not want to live under the wings of others, it would be useful for him to use Franklin's fame to intimidate the group of people in the industry first. After all markets are manipulated by capital, and his brother Franklin was capital. When the studio opened, he could not just invite people according to his own wishes. It would be very easy to offend people. Chapter 309, Dreamcatcher. Even if there were some relatively famous directors and actors in the entertainment industry that he couldn't stand, he had to invite them. It would be their decision whether they decide to come or not. However, as a junior in the entertainment industry, he had to be well-mannered, so that he wouldn't be criticized by others. If someone really came to cause trouble at the cocktail party, his big brother Franklin would stand by his side. They definitely wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Quinn had his plan well thought out. During the meal, he served Franklin with great hospitality. Franklin looked at Quinn suspiciously and suspected that Quinn had poisoned the food he picked for him. Lauren had a full stomach after dinner, and she felt a little sleepy. However, Franklin said that she had eaten too much meat in the evening and needed to go out for a walk to digest her food. So, Lauren strolled around the neighborhood with Mr. Hayes instead. She watched some TV programs in the living room after she returned. However, she was still unable to get her spirits up, so she decided to go upstairs to rest. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Lauren used her spiritual consciousness to look at the reward she had received from today's hidden mission. It was a dream catcher. Lauren held the dream catcher in her hand. It was a dreamy purple color but otherwise looked very ordinary. If it was a little bigger, it would probably be no different from a fishing net. Lauren pulled the purple net a few times, then turned it over to look at it a few times. She tried to see if there was any mechanism, but she could not see anything. So, Lauren had no choice but to ask for help from Divine Nine. Divine Nine was still in the form of a white fox. Perhaps it was because he had completed a hidden mission. Lauren felt that Divine Nine seemed to have become a little bigger. Now, Lauren could no longer wrap her arms around its neck. Lauren thought that if outsiders saw Divine Nine, they might think that it was some kind of nationally protected animal. System Divine Nine, what's the use of this dreamcatcher? Is it just for decoration in the room? The rewards you guys are giving are getting more and more unusual. Divine Nine shook its body. Its white fur fluttered in the air and a few strands flew out. Lauren picked up the fur and placed it in a small box. System Divine 9, this fur of yours looks very valuable. I might be able to sell it for a lot of money. Don't shake your body anymore. If you do, you'll have to pick the fur up yourself and put it in this box. Although Divine 9 looked like a fox now, Lauren could clearly feel that Divine 9 was glaring at her. Lauren placed the box next to the sofa where Divine 9 often lay. She even patted the box and nodded at Divine 9 as if to remind it not to forget about this matter. Divine 9 carried the dream catcher that Lauren had placed on the carpet with its mouth and went onto the sofa as well. System Divine 9, this dream catcher is a toy that we used when we were young. In fact, its usage is very simple. Just like its name, it is used to capture dreams. If you want to know what a person is dreaming about, you can use this dream catcher. Lauren wrinkled her nose and picked up the dream catcher again. She nodded. I see. System Divine 9 continued, this dream catcher is very sturdy now, but it also has a limit. When you notice that the mesh of the dream catcher is getting thinner and thinner, it means that its effectiveness is diminishing bit by bit. The time you can see dreams is getting shorter and shorter. When the dream catcher completely breaks, it has lost its effect. So magical. Was this one of your old toys? The little fox nodded. System Divine 9, yeah, we played this before we grew up. The dream world shown through the dream catcher is very real. You can even walk around in this dream world. Of course, you are from another dimension, so the people inside naturally can't see you. You can only watch, and you can't touch anything inside the dreamscape. Lauren said, all right, I got it. However, I don't have any use for this thing yet. It's just dreams. Who would be interested in knowing what other people dream? I always dream that I live in a chocolate castle. Lauren leaned on Divine 9's soft fox fur and chatted with it for a while. Soon, she felt very sleepy. System Divine 9, I'm going to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Lauren stuffed the dream catcher into the pocket dimension and went to sleep. Franklin applied for 2 days of leave for her. This morning, Susan took a car to the Torres family by herself. Chapter 310, Changes. When Susan arrived, Lauren had just finished her breakfast, and stood up and greeted Susan. She was not surprised that she did not bring Ruby along with her. It was Susan's first time visiting the Torres family, so she was very reserved. She sat on the sofa and did not move. After Lauren hurriedly finished her breakfast, she brought Susan to her room. Lauren, why did you bring me here? Didn't you say that you wanted me to meet someone? Who is it? Lauren did not beat around the bush. Auntie Susan, do you want to meet Auntie Greta? Greta? Didn't you say that she committed suicide that day? Yes, Auntie Greta committed suicide and passed away, but her ghost is still in this world. If you want to meet her, I can help you. At first, Susan looked at Lauren in horror, as if what she had just said was just a fantasy. Lauren could understand why she did not reply immediately. After all, not everyone was willing to see a ghost, but Susan did not think for long. A short while later, Susan nodded and did not ask any more questions. Lauren sighed in relief. Yes, I'd like to see her. So Lauren opened the heavenly eye for Susan. Auntie Susan, don't be afraid when you see her later. She won't do any harm to you, and she can't touch you. Susan was obviously a little nervous, but she looked at Lauren and nodded. Susan did not know why, but she inexplicably believed in Lauren. Perhaps it was because Lauren had cleared her name despite asking a bunch of things that she did not think were important. All right, Lauren, I'm ready. Lauren nodded and opened the soul storage box. Greta's ghost came out of the box. The moment she came out, Susan instantly got a fright. She took a few steps back and only stopped when she bumped into the cabinets behind her. Although she had already mentally prepared herself, she was still very afraid when she saw a ghost. Moreover, she had let this ghost down before, as she had broken up Greta's family. Lauren lowered her head. She knew that Greta was getting weaker and weaker. She only had 2 to 3 hours left before she disappeared forever. At the moment, Greta could not even protect herself, let alone hurt Susan. Therefore, Lauren was very willing to leave the two of them alone. Lauren did not care about the grudges between them. She only hoped that she could complete the mission as best as possible and not leave so many people with regrets. After leaving them alone in the living room for more than an hour, Susan finally came out with her face covered in tears. She could not stop herself from crying. Lauren asked her to sit on the sofa in the living room on the first floor and let her rest there. Mr. Hayes did not know what had happened and ordered someone to pour hot tea for her. After that, Lauren returned to her room. Greta did not go back into the soul storage box by herself. Instead, she looked out of the window. The scenery outside the window was still as beautiful as ever. It was full of vitality and green. For some reason, Lauren felt that Greta seemed to have changed again after talking to Susan. She had become as elegant and beautiful as before. The red dress she was wearing was no longer strange. Instead, it looked bright now. She stood by the window and looked out. It was as if she was a girl waiting for her beloved to come and pick her up. Lauren did not disturb her, but Greta sensed her presence, so she took the initiative to speak. I married Maxton when I just graduated from university. I had never regretted it for so many years. We had a very outstanding son and a very cute daughter together. We had always been very happy together, so I don't understand why he would want to stop halfway and hold someone else's hand. Greta turned around, and Lauren saw the tears in her eyes. However, these tears were not tears of resentment. Instead, they were tears of relief. She smiled at Lauren, and Lauren realized that Greta was actually a very beautiful woman. I don't want to know why he did it now. When he made that mistake, he stopped being worth my time and effort. Lauren didn't know much about love and relationships, but she knew that once she married someone, she would be bound by an oath. This oath should be protected for the rest of her life. Otherwise, it would hurt someone else. There were many better ways to deal with these relationships, but Maxton chose the worst one, which was to hide it. When the truth came to light, the consequences were even worse. Chapter 311, Palm. Lauren did not know what to say to comfort Greta, but she also knew that Greta did not need her comfort. She just needed to be a quiet listener. Following that, Greta talked about how she spent time with Renee and Samuel. From Greta's description, Lauren could visualize what Renee and Samuel would be like if they were still alive. Both of them were very bright and cheerful, warm and lively. If they could grow up successfully, they would have become people who would contribute a lot to society, and they could also have started their own families. Unfortunately, all of that could only exist in Greta's imagination. Greta shared everything about them that left a deep impression on her, starting from the moment they were born. Lauren listened attentively and occasionally echoed what she said. They were like two people who had met in a public square. Although they were strangers, they were chatting happily. During this process, Lauren could see that Greta's skin was becoming transparent bit by bit. The red dress was undergoing the same change. Its color slowly began to dim. Finally, Greta related to the last year of Samuel and Renee's lives. Her eyes were filled with nostalgia. Just then, a gust of wind blew past the window and her hair was blown up. Although at the moment her hair looked comical, with one side long and the other side short, Lauren could only see the infinite grief and nostalgia of a mother who had lost her children. After saying that, Greta raised her hand and took a look at her hand, turning it over and over again. Then, she turned around and looked at Lauren. The sunlight shone in from behind her, but the almost transparent Greta could not block the sunlight. The sunlight passed through her body and shone into the room, illuminating tiny motes of dust in the air. I'm going to disappear, am I right? Greta's hands were very long and slender, which made them very suitable for playing the piano. However, she already had the pleasure of hearing Greta play the piano. It was the last monologue of a pianist, and also the last wail of a mother. Lauren nodded and spoke the cruel truth. Yes, you will disappear very soon. Greta did not seem to be afraid at all. Instead, she heaved a sigh of relief, raised her head, and said, "All right, this is finally over. To be honest, I'm quite happy. I have to thank you for this period of time. Even though I was in Ruby's body previously, I never wanted to harm you. I know that you have no evil intentions towards others. It's just that you were momentarily blinded by hatred," said Lauren. "Actually, there are many things in this world that are worth pursuing. Even if your son and daughter passed away back then, you can still enjoy what this world has to offer in their stead. There are many beautiful things in this world. The sun will always continue to shine." Greta smiled. "But I've already taken root in the shadows. In any case, I've been curious. Why is a little girl like you doing such a thing?" Could Greta be referring to hunting ghosts? Lauren looked at the relieved smile on Greta's face and said, "Because, even though this world is terrible, I have to protect the beautiful things in it, like the smile on your face right now." Greta was stunned for a moment. Lauren could see that her body was becoming transparent, starting from her feet. She was slowly disappearing. However, Greta was slowly walking toward her. She reached out her hand to Lauren. Lauren looked at her hand. Her hand was stained with blood. However, what Greta wanted to show her was not the blood, but the thing in her palm. Lauren stared blankly at it. Before she could react, Greta had already disappeared. She had completely disappeared from her room. It was as if she had never been to this world. Lauren sighed and closed her eyes to mourn Greta's disappearance. When she opened her eyes, the system's voice sounded in her head. "Congratulations, host. Hidden Mission 7 has been completed. The reward, Mute Pill, has been distributed. Please check. In the past, Lauren was very happy to receive the reward because the ghosts she had caught before were all evil ghosts. She could capture them without feeling emotional and throw them into hell. However, Lauren had some feelings for Greta, with whom she had been together for a month, especially after she learned about the tragic incidents that happened to Greta. Chapter 312, A System Who Became a Human. She was not in the mood to look at the reward. She fell back on the bed. After completing this task, Lauren felt a little empty. Her mind was filled with thoughts of what Greta had shown her before she disappeared. She was not holding anything in her hand. On the contrary, there was something carved on her palm. It was something that Lauren had seen more than once, a rose. It was the same rose that had appeared on Pauline's pendant at that time. The same rose that had appeared when they went to the haunted house. When she was video chatting with the other hosts, the oldest host, David, had this same rose on the painting hanging on the wall of the room. That same rose was on Greta's palm just now. It was delicate and beautiful. The blood on Greta's hand seemed to nourish it. Lauren seemed to be able to see the rose blooming and growing in those few seconds. It was a beautiful scene, but for some reason, Lauren felt extremely cold. She did not think that it was a coincidence for these roses to appear in front of her. She got up with a grunt, dived into her spiritual consciousness to look for Divine 9, and asked to speak to David. System Divine 9, speak to David. But it's midnight on David's end. But I have something very important to verify. Divine 9 knew that Lauren always did things in a sensible manner, so her request was definitely not without reason. It must be an urgent matter. Therefore, Divine 9 immediately contacted his big brother, Divine 1. Lauren waited anxiously in the room. Fortunately, Divine 9 did not make her wait for too long. 2 minutes later, he told Lauren that David could talk to her. Fortunately, David was a night owl. He usually went to bed at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, so he happened to be awake at the moment. The two of them had a video chat. David was still as handsome as the last time Lauren saw him. Then, she realized that he was not the only person in the room. There was another man in the room with him. After Lauren greeted David, she looked at the other man sitting next to him and carefully said to David, "For the matter that I'm going to talk about, are you sure you want someone else to be present?" At this moment, David and the man started laughing at the same time. Even Divine 9 was giggling beside her. Lauren was a little confused. "What are you guys laughing at?" Was there something on her face? Divine 9 had a good laugh before he told Lauren the truth. "Host, this man is no other than my eldest brother, System Divine 1. Lauren stared at the man with wide eyes and said, "Divine 1. Divine 9 nodded. "That's right. My eldest brother is already over 500 years old. He can transform into a human." "Oh, I see." Lauren knew that the systems could transform into a human when they reached a certain age, but that was only in theory. It was the first time she had seen it happen in real life. She found it very interesting, so she sized up the man that Divine 1 had turned into. This man had a high nose like David, and he also had a deep facial profile. He looked like he was from the same country as his host, and he did not look 500 years old at all. He looked about the same age as David and was even a little more handsome. Lauren watched as David stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. "Divine 9, it seems that your host has been charmed by the beauty of my system." Lauren snapped out of her daze and did not deny it. She nodded and said, "Divine 1, you are indeed very handsome." David smiled and snapped his fingers to bring them back to business. Why are you looking for me? It's so late, it must be urgent, right? Did you run into some difficulties again? Lauren shook her head. It's not really a problem. David, I'm looking for you tonight because I want to confirm something. Okay, go ahead. I'll try my best to help as much as I can. It's like this. During the first video call, I saw a painting hanging on the wall of your room. Can I take a look at that painting again? At that time, David was sitting in front of his desk. It was obvious that he was sitting on the sofa by the bed now. As a result, Lauren could no longer see the painting from last time. David was also enthusiastic and helpful. He did not think that Lauren was talking nonsense just because she was young. After hearing Lauren's request, David stood up and walked to the wall. Chapter 313. Is it a coincidence? The camera automatically tracked his whereabouts. The painting Lauren saw last time came into view. David pointed to a painting on the wall. This one? Lauren nodded. Yes, that's the one. In Lauren's opinion, the style of this painting was abstract. Why? She could not understand it. The entire painting did not give her a comfortable feeling. It looked like many people were trying to pull each other's souls out of the painting. If this painting was set as an exam question, Lauren believed that the students would be able to come up with many profound meanings behind a painting like this. Although she did not understand the painting, Lauren could tell that the painting was not something that could be easily made. It would not look out of place in an art gallery. David looked up and down, left and right as if he did not see anything. Lauren waved her hand to the left, indicating for David to stand to the left. David obediently moved 2 steps to the left, revealing a symbol on the lower right corner of the painting. It was also a rose. David, does the rose in the lower right corner have any special meaning? David pointed at the rose and shook his head. It doesn't have any special meaning, right? This painting was given to me after I completed a task at that time. I saw that it was pretty, so I hung it in the bedroom. Who gave it to you? David shook his head. He seemed to be recalling something. I don't know. At that time, this painting was sent directly to my house. There was nothing written on it. It just said thank you for solving this case. It also said something about seeing me again in the future. Lauren frowned. She had received the bouquet of roses in the same way David received the painting. There was no signature and someone sent it directly to Lauren's house. Moreover, roses appeared in both gifts at the same time. Was this a coincidence? Although roses were a very common flower, Lauren felt uneasy. She told David about her discovery. I can't rule out the possibility that you mentioned, but it should be a coincidence, right? Our countries are so far apart. Even if someone is up to some tricks, they wouldn't spend so much effort to cross the Pacific Ocean. What do you think? Lauren shook her head. She couldn't be sure. David, when did you receive this painting? About a year or 2 years ago. I can't remember the exact time. Okay, thank you, David. You're welcome. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me anytime. I can be considered your big brother. Lauren nodded. She had a big brother in reality and she even had a big brother in her spiritual consciousness. Not bad. After understanding what she wanted to know, Lauren continued to chat with David about the recent situation. David was someone who liked to talk. He was warm and passionate, and he was very good at expressing his feelings directly. During their conversation, Lauren had already been called cute and beautiful many times. Lauren had been praised so much that she almost floated up like a balloon. As they chatted, Lauren realized that the system Divine One seemed to have disappeared. David, where's your system? Oh, he's working out there. David pointed with his finger, and Divine One appeared on the screen. He was doing push-ups on the ground at this moment. Wow, can the system work out like a human? Divine Nine continued, of course, when the system transforms into a human, it has to eat, sleep, and drink like a human. If it wants to have a better body, of course it has to work out. That's amazing. Then can you transform back into the system at any time? You're even more intelligent than artificial intelligence. System Divine Nine, of course, we can. However, we can only transform back into either a human or a system. No matter how old the system is, it can only transform into a human for half a day, which is 12 hours. For the other 12 hours, it still has to transform back into the system's original form. This was the first time Lauren heard of such a thing, and she found it very magical. When she thought about how Divine Nine, who was a little fox now, was going to become a tall person in the future, she felt very excited. System Divine Nine, you have to become a handsome man in the future. After saying goodnight to David, Lauren got out of her spiritual consciousness. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lauren suddenly remembered that Susan was still downstairs. Oh no! Chapter 314, The Roses Become a Cocoon. Lauren quickly ran downstairs and saw that Susan was no longer on the sofa. Miss Torres, you're here. I was going to ask you to have lunch, but seeing that your room door was closed, I didn't bother you. Mr. Hayes, where's that auntie who was sitting here just now? Oh, she said that she wanted to go back to accompany her daughter, so she went back first. Lauren nodded. Fortunately, Susan was not waiting for her here. In any case, she was in the same kindergarten as Ruby. She would definitely have the opportunity to meet Susan again in the future. Mr. Hayes reheated the dishes for Lauren. After Lauren finished eating, she had a rare leisure afternoon. Franklin had gone back to work. Quinn was in his studio preparing for a cocktail party while Bryce was in class. Lauren, who had some free time, felt a little bored. She had always wanted to play on the swings, but the swing set in the nearest park was always occupied by other children. So, Franklin hired someone to make one for her in the yard. After lunch, Lauren lay comfortably on a large swing chair. Lauren fell asleep on the swing in the warm afternoon, but her nap was interrupted by dreams. In the dream, she was standing on a patch of green grass. Everything was beautiful. Her family was beside her and everyone was laughing happily. However, many flower buds appeared suddenly from the green grass patch and bloomed one after another into bright red roses. The roses quickly covered the green grass patch. The large patches of red were like a blood waterfall. It was a terrifying sight. The red roses grew larger and surrounded Lauren, isolating her from the others. Lauren felt as if she was wrapped in a cocoon. She could not breathe. She did not have her pocket dimension with her. She was at her wit's end. Just as she felt that she was suffocating, someone suddenly used something to split the large mass of rose branches. Thus, Lauren was able to breathe again. She wanted to see who that person was, but the light from the outside was too bright for her to see anything clearly. Her cozy afternoon nap was disturbed by the dream. When Lauren woke up, she sucked in large mouthfuls of fresh air, as if she wanted to breathe back all the air that had been taken away from her in the dream. The courtyard was very quiet. Only the sound of leaves rustling against the breeze could be heard. The Torres mansion was only slightly livelier when it was time to eat. Usually, everyone went about their own business. Lauren had just jumped off the swing when she keenly sensed a different aura in the air once again. This aura was very magical. Lauren could not tell if it was good or evil. Or was it a mixture of both? Lauren wanted to close her eyes and feel the aura carefully. When her spiritual consciousness detected the aura, she felt as if she had been hit by an invisible wave and took 2 steps back. This aura actually took the initiative, turned against her, and hit back at her spiritual consciousness. However, it did not cause any harm to Lauren. This was the first time Lauren had encountered this. However, the aura disappeared again very quickly, and Divine Nine did not come out to remind Lauren, so Lauren did not take this matter to heart. When she returned to the Torres family, she saw a bunch of people nervously surrounding Mr. Hayes in the living room. She used her small size to squeeze into the crowd. What happened to Mr. Hayes? Mr. Hayes was half lying on the sofa. Someone was taking his blood pressure. One of the gardeners said, "Mr. Hayes almost fainted just now. Fortunately, we found him in time and helped him onto the sofa." Lauren asked, "Fainted? Mr. Hayes, what happened to you? Should we go to the hospital?" Lauren nervously stood next to Mr. Hayes and grabbed his arm with her small hand. Mr. Hayes opened his eyes slightly and smiled when he heard what Lauren said. "Miss Lauren, don't worry. This is what happens when you get old. You get a lot of illnesses." "Don't say that, Mr. Hayes. You're not old." Mr. Hayes coughed twice and did not say anything else. His chest only rose and fell slightly. The old gardener next to him spoke again. "Mr. Hayes' condition has been getting worse in the past 2 months. This is not what he used to be last time. It's just that recently, he's been complaining about pain here and there. And now this happens." Sigh. These servants all respected Mr. Hayes very much. They also felt sorry for Mr. Hayes when they saw such a thing happen to him. Chapter 315, Digging Up Old Scores. Lauren felt the same way, so she called Franklin anxiously, who immediately invited the family doctor over. Of course, the family doctor couldn't find out what caused this. He only prescribed some medicine for Mr. Hayes and left. Lauren looked at Mr. Hayes, who was lying on the bed, and muttered, "Is this doctor reliable? Why can't he find anything?" She pouted and sat beside Mr. Hayes' bed. "Mr. Hayes, let me take a look at you. I have learned a little in the church." She was just about to put her hand on the pulse of his arm when Mr. Hayes pulled his hand away. "Miss Lauren, don't worry about me. I'm very sick here and it's not suitable for you to stay here. You should go out quickly. I'll be fine after a short rest." After saying that, Mr. Hayes closed his eyes and looked as if he did not want to talk anymore. Lauren went out quietly. She thought that Mr. Hayes must be feeling unwell and that was why he was acting this way. That night, after Franklin returned home, Mr. Hayes forced himself to get up again. He looked a little better and his attitude toward Lauren was back to normal. "Mr. Hayes, if there's something wrong with your body, don't force yourself. Just rest. Otherwise, I can only force you to retire." Franklin sat beside Mr. Hayes and said, "You should have retired a long time ago, but you never wanted to." "Master Franklin, I'm not tired at all." Mr. Hayes shook his head and sighed. "People die faster when they're old and have nothing to do. I can't tell how happy I am to see the four of you every day." Franklin and Lauren talked to Mr. Hayes for a long time before Mr. Hayes agreed to go and rest. "Mr. Hayes, you don't have to work hard these 2 days. If I see you running around and keeping busy, I'll send you directly to the house Lauren gave you and get you to retire." Franklin pretended to threaten him. Mr. Hayes smiled and nodded, accepting their offer. "I am actually a servant here. What have I done to deserve to be treated so well by all of you?" Lauren said, "Mr. Hayes, what are you talking about? You treated me the best when I first came here." After saying that, Lauren stared at Franklin as she remembered that no one liked her when she first came here. Mr. Hayes was the only one who treated her well in the first few days. Franklin rubbed his nose to hide his guilt. "All right, stop staring at me. I'm trying to make it up to you, aren't I?" When this little brat Lauren dug up old grudges, she was no different from a grown woman. She even turned her head to the side and looked really angry. Mr. Hayes did not come out for dinner today. The servant brought it in for him to eat. Quinn did not come home either. He had been so busy for the past 2 days that his feet hardly touched the ground. He slept on the floor in the studio just to prepare for the party on Saturday. Therefore, there was only Lauren and Franklin at the dinner table. "Franklin, we're going to that temple next weekend, right?" Although Lauren had a good memory, she could not remember anything that she was not interested in. Franklin nodded. "That's right. This is a rather important event, so we have to be careful not to make any mistakes. It'll be troublesome if Grandma gets something on us." Lauren listened attentively. "Although you have some abilities that none of us have, it's not a bad thing to restrain yourself when the time comes. As far as I know, there are quite a lot of experts in that temple. If you suffer any grievances, don't get into a conflict with them so easily. Come and tell me first, okay?" "Okay, I got it, Franklin. I won't cause you any trouble." Franklin put down his chopsticks and patted Lauren's head with his hand. "I'm not afraid that you'll cause me trouble. I'm just afraid that you'll get hurt." A warm feeling welled up in Lauren's heart. "I got it, Franklin. I know that you're worried about me. I'll do my best." After lunch, Lauren went back to her room, picked up her bag, and went to the study room to accompany Franklin. Franklin had been working overtime recently and did not have time to play with Lauren. Therefore, Lauren could only work hard with Franklin by studying hard. Even though she was holding a comic book, Franklin sent Lauren to the kindergarten the next day. As soon as Lauren got out of the car, she saw Susan waiting at the gate of the kindergarten. When Franklin walked her to the gate, Susan came up to her. It was obvious that she had something to say to Lauren. Chapter 316, The Real Ruby. "Good morning, Auntie Susan." "Hello, Lauren. I've just dropped Ruby off at school. She's already inside." Lauren blinked her eyes. "Oh, that's good. Is Ruby's health okay?" "She's fine. She's been eating a lot these past 2 days. Lauren, thank you so much for this. I don't know how you did it, though. Lauren smiled. It's good that you can solve the problem. I'm very happy that I can help you and Ruby. As for how I did it, it's also a secret. Lauren winked mischievously at Susan. When she arrived at the class, Ruby was already there, greeting the rest of the children while distributing candy to them. Hello, my name is Ruby. I seem to have lost my memory for more than a month, so thank you for taking care of me. Ruby was very excited when she saw Lauren coming over. She ran over to put a large handful of various flavors of candy into the palm of Lauren's hand. Hello, you're Lauren, right? I heard about you from my mom. My mom said you're my best friend. These candies are for you. By the way, I seem to have amnesia, so I don't remember a lot of things. You might have to remind me. Lauren looked at the candy in her hands and thought to herself, the real Ruby is very lively. Lauren felt that she herself was talkative generally, and she did not expect Ruby to be even more talkative than herself. She was unable to interrupt Ruby while she was talking, and she also found that Ruby was quite cute as she went around saying that she had amnesia. Lauren put the candy in her pocket and ate a strawberry-flavored one. It's sweet. Lauren thought. It seemed that Susan had not told Ruby what had happened during this period of time. Ruby had told everyone that she had accidentally bumped her head, so she had forgotten about what had happened in the past month. Their classmates did not say anything but felt that it was magical that amnesia actually existed. Everyone thought that it only appeared in television dramas. Other than caring for Ruby, the children were also very happy. After all, the current Ruby was much easier to get along with compared to Ruby in the past. However, Ruby's enthusiasm could not be maintained at all times, especially during class. Although they were in the math class of the talent program, they still had to attend the normal math class. In the past, both Lauren and Ruby would raise their hands to answer questions in every math class. However, in today's math class, Ruby was like a person who had never seen numbers. The math teacher asked Ruby the usual questions, but when it came to a double-digit addition and subtraction, the former Ruby could always tell the answer at a glance, but the current Ruby wished she could use both her toes and hair to help her to count. The other children looked at Ruby in astonishment. So after losing her memory, she had forgotten all this knowledge as well. Ruby was so pitiful. Lauren had previously heard from Susan that Ruby was not good at math in the first place. It was likely that she was now at her true level, and it had nothing to do with losing her memory. Lauren snickered at the side. Then, she tugged on Ruby's sleeve and secretly told her the answer. The math class was finally over without any mishaps. Ruby was very grateful to Lauren because Lauren sat next to her and was the closest to her. Moreover, she had just helped her out of a difficult situation. However, no matter how much Lauren helped Ruby, Ruby still had a hard day studying. For example, there were a lot of words in the storybook that she did not recognize, but the other children did. It was the same in math class, and it was the same in English class. I was initially in an elementary class, now I should be in the intermediate class. How did I end up in an advanced class? Ruby knocked on her head. Where did my confidence come from back then? I actually enrolled in an advanced class. Lauren shook her head in her heart. She could not bear to tell Ruby that it was actually a decision made by the highly educated Greta for her. Greta probably didn't even want to go to the advanced class at that time. She wanted to go straight to the third year of high school. Ruby was finally defeated in the math class of the talent program. She looked at the notebook and saw that it was full of math symbols that she didn't understand. What's this slanted thing? Lauren reminded her. This is a division symbol. What about this thing with two circles up and down, and then another slanted thing? Lauren was speechless. Ruby's description was quite accurate. She should be good at storytelling. Chapter 317, Change Class. This is a % sign. Oh, I see. Ruby looked at the mathematical symbol in frustration. Hey, look, there's a Chinese character here. Is this the symbol for the word factory? John happened to pass by. He lowered his head and glanced at Ruby when he heard her voice. This is the root sign. It's a mathematical symbol, not a Chinese character, Lauren whispered to Ruby. Well, that's hard. I must be good to be able to participate in this a month ago. Is my IQ all gone after this hit? Why do I feel that I lost not a month of memory, but more than 10 years of memory?" Lauren burst out laughing. The real Ruby was really cute. Although she was a little stupid, her development was at a normal stage for someone of her age. However, when she saw that Ruby, who used to be in high spirits during math class, had suddenly turned into a cowardly turtle and did not even dare to make eye contact with John, Lauren could not help but find it funny. At the same time, she also felt that things had changed. With the help of Lauren, Ruby managed to make it through this class. After class, she turned to Lauren and said, "Lauren, I might have to change classes." "Change classes? Why? I can't even keep up with the lessons in this advanced class. Although my teachers and classmates are very nice, I feel that I'm really stupid in there. It's better to go to the intermediate class." Lauren nodded. Indeed, we should choose according to our own standards." "Yes. Although it's possible to learn more in the advanced class, I want to learn according to my own pace. My mother also told me to be down to earth and not always think of climbing to the top in one step." As Ruby spoke, she walked down the stairs. Ruby was carrying her school bag on her back, and her ponytail was swinging up and down with her steps. She looked very lively. Lauren and Ruby walked down the stairs slowly. The setting sun happened to shine on the stairs. She felt that what Ruby said made a lot of sense. Ruby's words also reminded her that it was time for her to walk her own life according to her own steps. Lauren really should be interacting and learning with children of the same age. However, she felt very bored in class now. She already knew most of the things that the teachers taught. Other than music lessons and origami lessons where she could still learn some new things, she just had to sit obediently in class and listen to some things that she had already understood. She could not help but feel that it was a waste of time. Looking at Ruby jumping around happily, Lauren thought that she should also live a little more elegantly. When she got home for dinner, Lauren told Franklin what she thought and said she didn't want to go to kindergarten anymore. Franklin chewed the cucumber expressionlessly, his eyes flashing with the word why. Lauren picked up the rice with her chopsticks and said, "I don't think I can learn anything in kindergarten. I just want to learn more and not waste my time." Franklin was a bit dissatisfied. He thought Lauren did not want to go to kindergarten as it would prevent her from completing her missions. In his opinion, growing up well was more important than anything else. In other aspects, he was already very accommodating to Lauren. However, in such matters, he could not allow Lauren to do whatever she wanted. He knew how much one could learn in school. Moreover, these things could never come back once they were missed. He never liked Lauren completing her missions. It was always so dangerous. He was very unwilling to allow Lauren to delay her studies in order to complete her missions. Therefore, he shook his head and rejected Lauren's request for the first time. Why? Lauren initially thought that her big brother would be easy to talk to. However, as her brother had lived by the book since he was young, he also thought that Lauren should do the same. There might be many different paths in the world, but studying well was definitely the best path to take. Franklin had already encountered some obstacles at work today, and he was not in a good mood. Yet Lauren made such a request again tonight. He felt that his patience had been exhausted, so he put down his chopsticks. "This matter is not negotiable. When I say no, I mean it." Then, Franklin got up and left the dining table. Without looking back, he went up to the second floor. Chapter 318, First Cold War. Mr. Hayes was resting in bed today, so only Franklin and Lauren were the only two people at the dining table. Franklin left without looking back, leaving Lauren alone. Although Mr. Hayes did not have his meal today, he had instructed the people in the kitchen to prepare more meat for Lauren. However, Lauren did not have the slightest appetite despite the table full of meat in front of her. She put down her chopsticks, lowered her head, and even actually cried out in grievance. Perhaps it was because she was the only one left in the living room, so she felt a little lonely. Or perhaps it was because Franklin's attitude today had hurt her very much. Or perhaps she felt that she had no control over her own fate. All kinds of emotions were mixed together, causing her to break into tears. Maria had told her before that a girl's tears were pearls and should not be shed easily. Lauren quickly wiped away her tears. She did not want to continue crying. When she was in the church last time, she was lonely and without any family, but at least she was free. Though the people in the church would discipline her, they were not so harsh. If Lauren insisted on doing something, they would ultimately help her, just like how Franklin had helped her before. Lauren had initially thought that her big brother would always support her like the others, but his attitude today really made her feel lost and hurt. With an empty heart and an empty stomach, Lauren went upstairs. When she passed by Franklin's study room, she could see the yellow light shining through the crack from his door. Lauren subconsciously slowed down her footsteps, as she did not want to disturb Franklin. However, she suddenly thought of what Franklin had just said. "If I say no, it means no. This matter is not negotiable." It sounded like the tone of a domineering chairman. But Lauren wasn't his employee, and she didn't receive a salary from him. Why should she be bullied? Why should I think of him? Lauren thought as she stomped vigorously on the floor. The floor, which was covered with a thick carpet, let out a dull noise. When she returned to her room, she slumped into her bed, not in the mood to do anything. When Franklin sent her to school the next day, the two of them did not speak. They were having a Cold War for the first time. What made Lauren even more upset was that she realized that Ruby had already successfully transferred to another class. That was fast. Lauren felt even more lonely in class now. Although she had a good time with the other children, everyone had their own good friends, and it was hard for Lauren to enter their conversations. So, she sat alone in a corner. After class, she talked to Joy for a while, but she was unhappy for the rest of the day. Fortunately, she attended the physical education class together with the children from the intermediate class. When Lauren saw Ruby again, it was as if she saw a long-lost family member. She decided to consult Ruby for her experience. "Ruby, how did you convince your mother to let you transfer classes?" "It was very easy to transfer classes. I told my mother that I couldn't learn any of the classes here. I felt unhappy, so my mother transferred classes for me." "Oh, so it was such a simple matter. But why is it so difficult for me?" Lauren thought. After a boring day, Lauren finished the talent program's math class in the afternoon. As usual, she quickly finished the work given by John. Ever since he had begun to teach high school mathematics, the speed of John's lectures had slowed down. This was because the students still needed time to digest and absorb the knowledge, even though they had better learning abilities and higher IQ than the average person. As a result, Lauren felt bored during this math class. After school today, Lauren initially planned to have a good chat with Franklin on the way home. She did not expect that the person who came to pick her up was actually Ben. It had been a week since she last saw Ben and Lauren missed him quite a lot. She chatted with Ben for a while, but she could not help but ask, "Uncle Ben, where's my brother?" "Oh, Master Franklin said that he had to go on a business trip at the last minute. He's flying overseas this afternoon." "Huh? So last minute?" Lauren wondered if she was the reason why Franklin decided to go on a business trip. However, on second thought, she did not seem to have that much power. She did not think that Franklin would go abroad just because he wanted to have a Cold War with her. Perhaps he really had something to do. After all, Franklin had been very busy recently. Chapter 319, Not Going to Alternate Bags. She would wait for Franklin's return. Perhaps his anger would dissipate by then. However, Lauren still did not understand why Franklin would be angry. After all, whether or not she went to kindergarten was ultimately her own business. Ben seemed to have realized that something was wrong with Lauren. He asked, "Miss Torres, what's wrong? Did you have a quarrel with Master Franklin? It's impossible that he didn't even tell you about his business trip." Sigh. A man's heart is as clear as mud. I don't understand it. Lauren sighed. In the end, she did not explain the reason behind it. Perhaps the only good news in the past 2 days was that when she returned home, she found that Mr. Hayes was already feeling a little better. He had the strength to get up and look at the flowers and plants in the yard. Lauren ran to Mr. Hayes's side, while Ben was carrying Lauren's bag behind her. "Mr. Hayes, why did you get out of bed? Are you feeling better?" "I'm feeling better. I've been lying down for 2 days already. If I lie here any longer, my bones will go stiff." "Of course not. Mr. Hayes is going to live a long life." Lauren heard from Franklin that their biological grandfather had passed away more than 10 years ago, so everyone treated Mr. Hayes as if he was their own grandfather. Lauren held Mr. Hayes' hand as they walked into the Torres mansion. As they walked, she said. By the way, Mr. Hayes, Franklin has gone on a business trip recently, so you don't have to prepare his meals. I know. Master Franklin called this afternoon. Lauren was fuming when she heard this. So the whole world knew that he had gone on a business trip, and she was the only one who did not know about it. Men were so childish. That night, Quinn came home after staying in the studio for 2 whole days and 2 nights. He had finally finished setting up the venue for the party, so he came back to rest for a while and tidy himself up. When he heard the news that Franklin was on a business trip, Quinn was a little surprised. Huh? Didn't he promise to come to my party? Why did he suddenly go on a business trip? What about me? When Lauren saw the dumbfounded look on Quinn's face, she felt a little comforted. What do you mean by what about me? Mr. Hayes asked. Master Quinn, isn't that just a party? It's fine as long as there's wine and people. Why does Master Franklin have to attend? Mr. Hayes, the adult world is really complicated. Lauren patted her chest and said, Quinn, it's okay, I'm going. If anything happens, I will help you too. I am also very rich, but none of you know about it. You're rich? Quinn looked at Lauren from head to toe and then fixed his gaze on the pink pocket dimension. You've been carrying this bag for a long time, haven't you? You carry it every day and you don't change it. However, it seems to be of good quality. It hasn't torn or gotten dirty even after so many days. Lauren quickly covered her pocket dimension with her hands when she saw Quinn staring at it. Once my studio makes money, I'll buy you a lot of bags for you to use. Lauren shook her head. I don't want any. I just want this. Want to replace my pocket dimension? No way. Lauren thought. After having dinner together, they went back to their room to rest early. During dinner, Lauren noticed that Quinn had heavy dark circles around his eyes. The next morning, Lauren was woken up by Quinn knocking on the door. She was wondering what time it was. Then she looked at her watch and realized that it was only 6 o'clock in the morning. So early. How could a cocktail party start so early in the morning? However, Quinn kept knocking on the door. If Franklin was there, he would have beaten Quinn up a long time ago. However, Quinn was only disturbing Lauren as she was the only one on the 2nd floor. She reluctantly left her bed. Quinn, it's only 6 o'clock in the morning. You woke up earlier than a dog. Hey, you little brat, who are you calling a dog? It's already 6 o'clock, we need to get up and do some styling. Lauren looked up and saw that Quinn was also wearing pajamas. His hair was like a chicken coop, and it was sticking out all over. Lauren nodded and said, Quinn, you really need to do some styling. With your current appearance, people will laugh at you if you tell them that you're a celebrity. What's wrong with my styling? I'm naturally good looking, okay. You're the one who needs a good styling. Me? Why? Lauren blinked. I'm not the main character today. Quinn said, although you're not the main character, this is also your first time appearing in public. Franklin specifically told me to make special arrangements for you. Just take it as a warm-up for your appearance on the company's 50th anniversary. Chapter 320, A Human or a Ghost? Lauren rolled her eyes and asked in an unnatural manner, Oh, did Franklin tell you that? Quinn rubbed his eyes. He wasn't fully awake yet. Yeah, he just called me. He doesn't seem to know what jet lag is. It's so early here, but he woke me up and told me to bring you to the styling salon. Why didn't he look for you? Alright, hurry up and wash up. We'll go to the styling salon together later. After complaining for a while, Quinn went upstairs with his messy hair. Having said all this, Lauren was now awake, and she slowly closed her door. Was Franklin still angry? It had been so long, yet he was still angry. Men were quite petty. He was clearly concerned about her, but he just didn't want to tell her. Anyway, someone was going to style her, so Lauren brushed her teeth, washed her face, and went downstairs. Quinn was dressed casually. Quinn, where's the driver? Lauren looked around. It was only a few minutes past 6, but there was no one on the street. Quinn looked at Lauren as if he was looking at an idiot. I'm driving. Am I not human? Do you know how to drive? Of course I know how to drive. I learned how to drive when I was 18. Lauren was a little worried. But, why haven't I seen you drive before? Quinn looked left and right with a guilty look on his face. I never get the chance to drive. People pick me up every time I go in and out. So if I take your car, will my life be in danger today? Pfft, how can that be possible? The last time I drove was a month ago. I'm very skillful. Hurry up and get in the car. Of course, what Quinn did not tell Lauren was that he only drove a few hundred meters on an empty street in the early morning before he returned to the car to the chauffeur. Lauren chuckled and got into the back seat. She really could not relax. After she sat down, she quickly fastened her seatbelt tightly and her hands tightly gripped the seatbelt. The styling studio they were going to was in the city center, which was not far from the Torres family. As it was relatively early, there were basically no cars on the streets, so Quinn drove steadily. Perhaps it was because he knew that he was not skilled, so he drove slowly, and Lauren was not as worried as before. There was a traffic light in front of them. The light was originally red, so Quinn slowed down his speed to prepare to stop. However, the red light quickly turned green, so Quinn stepped on the accelerator again. Sensing the change in speed, Lauren looked up. "Quinn, stop the car. Isn't there a person standing at the zebra crossing?" With a screech, Quinn stepped on the brakes. However, the car had already crossed the zebra crossing. Fortunately, there was no car behind them, so there was no rear-end collision. Quinn turned around and looked at Lauren. "There's no one here. Isn't it empty?" "No, I clearly saw someone just now." Lauren unfastened her seatbelt and got out of the car with Quinn to check. She realized that there was no one there. Lauren even looked at the bottom of the car and there were no blood stains. She rubbed her eyes. Could she have seen it wrongly? Quinn asked, "Did you see a ghost?" Lauren shook her head. No. She could tell the difference between a person and a ghost at a glance. The person who had just walked on the zebra crossing was clearly a man wearing a black short-sleeved shirt. How did he suddenly disappear? Could it be that this person was able to turn invisible? "Alright, you must have seen wrongly. It's really hard for you to wake up so early. You're hallucinating." Lauren pouted and looked back at the empty street. Perhaps she was really hallucinating. When they arrived at the styling studio, the door had just opened. The staff inside also looked sleepy. The boss of the styling studio was a man who dressed very fashionably. He looked like he was in his 30s. There was a sparkling ear stud on his right ear that was sparkling. Even so, he was not a sissy. Instead, he exuded exquisite handsomeness. Quinn introduced him to Lauren. "This is the boss of the styling studio. His name is Tony." Lauren blurted out, "Hello, Uncle Tony." After Lauren politely greeted him, Tony immediately covered his heart and pretended to be injured. "Am I being called an uncle at my age?" Lauren didn't think about this at the time. She just blurted it out. "Then should I just call you Brother Tony?" Tony thought about it for a while and shook his head. He didn't seem satisfied. "Forget it. Just call me Tony as they do. I don't care about these things." Chapter 321, Styling. Quinn nodded and explained, "Tony used to study abroad, so you can just call him by his name." "Oh, okay," Lauren agreed. As Franklin, Quinn, and Tony were old acquaintances, Tony personally did the styling this time. Lauren was styled as a cute little girl. In addition, the theme of Quinn's cocktail party this time was called Letter from Spring. As it was spring, Tony chose bright cherry red colors for Lauren. He prepared a lovely headband with 2 cherries on it for Lauren. Lauren's thick black hair was braided into 2 pigtails and hung obediently on the shoulders. Her hairband was also the same cherry color and had 2 small cherries. Lauren did not need a necklace or bracelet as she was young. If she used them, she would lose her childish beauty. Therefore, she was not given any extra accessories. In the end, Tony paired Lauren with a skirt. It was a vest-style long skirt that was almost reached Lauren's calves. The main color of the skirt was white and there were some irregular patterns on it. The pattern was cherry red as well. Lauren wore a pair of lace socks and a pair of cute leather shoes of the same color. With that, she was done with her outfit. At this age, Lauren did not need any makeup at all. Therefore, in less than a few minutes, Lauren was done with her styling. Tony clapped his hands and praised Lauren as he admired her look. "Not bad. You look like the brightest star in the whole world right now." "No, the brightest star in the whole universe. Your skin at this age is really good. I can't see any pores at all." Tony kept praising Lauren. On the contrary, when Tony was helping Quinn with his styling, he kept ridiculing him. "How many days have you not slept well? Why is your skin so rough? Look at your blackheads. Don't you know how to take care of yourself?" Do you still call yourself a celebrity? You're not qualified at all." Quinn was speechless while Tony scolded him. After all, he had been eating takeout every day in the studio for the past 2 days and did not have time to exercise. He had wanted to prepare for this cocktail party better, and now, he had to be scolded by a stylist even while doing styling. Tony was also the best stylist he knew, so he did not dare to refute him. What if he offended him and he chose an ugly outfit for him? What would he do then? While he was fixing Quinn's hair, Tony continued to mock Quinn. "How long has it been since you've had your hair taken care of? It's as dry as savanna grass. Even if you were to randomly pick some wild grass from the roadside, it would still be more nutritious than your hair." Therefore, he personally gave a quick fix to Quinn's hair. Lauren had already taken a nap by the side. When she woke up, she realized that Quinn was still sitting on the chair, while Tony was busy applying cream on his face. She stretched lazily. The originally dark sky outside the window was now completely bright. "Quinn, you're too slow. Didn't you say that women waste too much time dressing up? Why does it take so much time to dress you up?" Tony covered Quinn's face with a layer of foundation in disgust. "You were born beautiful, while Quinn needs to rely on his hard work to make up for it." Quinn did not dare to voice his anger. If a gaze could kill a person, then the bodies of Tony and Lauren would probably be filled with thousands of holes. After that, Tony brought Quinn to the wardrobe room to pick clothes. They spent a long time there before Quinn finally came out. Even though it took a long time, Lauren felt that it was worth it. Lauren's eyes lit up the moment Quinn came out of the wardrobe room. Tony knew Quinn's strengths. The clothes he chose, the makeup he designed for Quinn, and the hair he had styled for Quinn all revealed his strengths. Quinn had an androgynous appearance because he had a small frame and delicate facial features. If his style was slightly off, people would think that he was a female. Therefore, Tony did not choose a tight-fitting suit for Quinn. Instead, he chose a casual suit. He wore a shirt and pants on the inside, but he chose a windbreaker for him on the outside. The windbreaker was wide and loose, so it weakened the characteristics of his slender frame. Although the makeup had been applied for quite some time, it was not heavy and looked very natural. "Quinn, you are most handsome now." Lauren gave him a thumbs up and praised him generously. Chapter 322. Quinn has a girlfriend. Quinn was also very satisfied with his new styling. He thought to himself that all that scolding just now was worth it. He admired himself in front of the mirror, and let out an unnatural laugh when he heard what Lauren said. This was the first time Lauren had praised him so genuinely. In order not to show his happiness too obviously, he coughed to divert attention. "Of course, I don't look bad at all, okay." Tony was also very satisfied with his own work. He had been working hard on their looks all morning. "Quick, Quinn, I want to take a photo of you and post it on my studio's Instagram." Quinn seemed to have some special ability. As soon as he noticed the camera, his whole body would automatically go into working mode. Just as Tony turned on his phone's camera, Quinn automatically walked to the place with the best lighting. The perfect right side of his face pointed toward the camera. The first ray of sunlight shone in at just the right moment, making Quinn's facial features stand out even more clearly. Even Lauren had to admit that Quinn was very handsome today. Tony took the photo very quickly and did not seem to be taking it seriously at all. "Hey, the way you take photos is too casual." Quinn looked at the photo in dissatisfaction. Tony, on the other hand, said flatteringly, "You're so good looking. You'll look good in any photo." The photo was actually quite well taken. It had a high resolution, but there was no composition and the background was messy. However, Quinn still looked handsome in the photos. Quinn was quite satisfied with Tony's reply. He nodded his head and said, "All right, that's it. Then, we'll be heading to the studio, which is a little far from here." At that time, Quinn had deliberately chosen the south side of the city center to avoid attracting too much attention to his studio. With a brand new look, Quinn had become much more confident. Lauren sighed. As expected, people rely on their clothing. When they arrived at the parking lot, Lauren noticed a man in a suit standing beside the car. "Oh, the designated driver I called has arrived," said Quinn. "Don't you know how to drive yourself? Why did you call for a designated driver?" "I'm dressed so dashingly today. Don't tell me I have to drive myself." Quinn would never admit that he was actually scared by Lauren's sudden reminder this morning. He had not driven for so long. What if he really hurt someone while driving? It took about an hour to get to the studio. For the first half an hour, both of them were resting with their eyes closed. After that, Quinn couldn't fall asleep. He took his phone out of habit and looked at his Instagram. He actually found himself on trending Instagram posts. The title was #Quinn, the popular male model, suspected to have a girlfriend. Quinn frowned. What kind of groundless allegation was this? He had a girlfriend. In order to avoid scandals, he didn't want to hang out with female celebrities. Moreover, he hadn't seen any women recently. As Quinn was curious, he clicked on this hot search. After clicking on it, the first thing he saw was his fans' various Instagram posts. Quinn is so handsome today. This windbreaker is amazing. That is obviously a girl's hair. She even has a cherry hairband. She looks like a cute girl. I didn't expect my Prince Charming to actually like cute girls. The studio is opening today. Could it be that he's introducing his girlfriend today? Don't assume that she's his girlfriend just because she's a girl. That's right. Does it have to be his girlfriend when it's a girl? However, where's the girl? What are they talking about? Quinn thought. When he swiped to the end, he finally saw the photo that caused a hot search. Wasn't this photo taken by Tony when he was in the styling room? Was there anything else in this photo other than the handsome him? How did they tell that he had a girlfriend? Wait a minute, a cherry hairband. He shifted his gaze to Lauren, who was snoring and drooling beside him. Didn't Lauren have a cherry hairband on her ponytail? The angle of the photo happened to cover Lauren's body and face. It only showed her hair and the hairband. At this moment, Quinn really did not know whether to laugh or cry. People nowadays really knew how to make groundless accusations. It was just a photo of a hairband, and they were already sure that he had a girlfriend. What if they took a photo of Lauren's entire face and found out that she was only a child? Would those people say that Quinn was married and had children? Chapter 323, Misunderstood. He shook his head as he looked at the speculations of his fans. However, he did not immediately go on his own Instagram to clarify the matter. He had to ask Franklin if he wanted to formally introduce Lauren to the public. After all, there would be a lot of media at his cocktail party. There was an 8-hour time difference between the place where Franklin went on business trips and their home country. Quinn initially thought that Franklin would not reply to his message so quickly. However, out of his expectation, Franklin replied to his message as soon as he sent it. Franklin did not have time to pay attention to what Quinn sent, so he called him directly. Why are you up so late? It's almost 1 in the morning at your side. In the dark, Franklin pinched his eyebrows. He only turned on a faint light by his side in the vast hotel suite. The computer was on, and on the screen was a contract in a foreign language. Yeah, there's still some work to be done. I have a meeting at 7 in the morning, so I have to finish reading the contract. You're working too hard. You have to rest. It was not easy for Quinn to show concern for him, and Franklin instantly felt that his younger brother had grown up. Yeah, I got it. It's just for this period of time. After the 50th anniversary is over, I can have a good rest. That's good, brother. When will you be back from your business trip? I'm not sure, but I'll definitely be back before the end of next week. Oh, okay. Then you should go and rest. Wait, what was that trending Instagram search you mentioned just now? Quinn knocked his head. He had completely forgotten about the important matter. Quinn explained everything that had happened this morning to Franklin. Franklin, do you want to take this opportunity to introduce Lauren at my cocktail party? How did she get caught on camera? Quinn sighed. Netizens are too observant. He added, however, it's fine if we don't clarify it. The rumors will definitely stop. Franklin was silent for a moment as if he was thinking about how to respond. Actually, it's okay to introduce her today. The influence of the entertainment industry is growing, and the influence of public opinion is quite strong. It's Lauren's first appearance this time. If she can get everyone's liking, then later on when she makes her appearance in our company, perhaps she has already attracted quite a number of fans. Quinn, on the other hand, did not understand what was going on in Franklin's mind. Franklin, are you sure? The people who attend the group's celebration will definitely be those old fogies. They have always looked down on the entertainment industry. The quietness of the night helped Franklin to stay more focused. Franklin could hear the sound of the second hand on his watch rotating. No matter how old or stubborn a person is, they have to live in the modern world. They are outnumbered. Lauren can't always live under our wings. Let's do it this way. Keep an eye on the situation. I'll contact the news agency and get them to favor Lauren. Quinn nodded. He had never been as good as Franklin when it came to these things. He could only trust him wholeheartedly. You guys are already at the studio. Where's Lauren? Franklin asked. She is sleeping right now. She fell asleep right after she got into the car, just like a little pig, Quinn replied. Franklin turned the pen in his hand and thought to himself, Lauren is sleeping pretty well. Both of them were in a Cold War, but Lauren did not seem to be affected. Franklin was the only one that was angry. Sure, if there's anything, just call me. I won't mute my phone tonight, Franklin instructed. Got it, bro. Have a good rest. Then, Quinn hung up the phone. After hanging up, he looked up and saw a huge face. He was forced to squeeze to the side in the cramped car. Lauren, what are you doing? Why didn't you say anything when you woke up? Who are you trying to scare with that chubby face of yours? Lauren did not mind Quinn calling her chubby this time. She blinked her eyes and looked at the phone in Quinn's hand. Then, she looked at Quinn. Who were you talking to just now? I was talking to Franklin. What's wrong? Quinn put the phone back into his windbreaker's pocket. What did you say to Franklin? It's none of your business. You're such a nosy little thing. Tell me, Quinn. It was rare for Lauren not to start a fight with Quinn. Instead, she began to act coquettishly. Quinn always had a soft spot for people who acted coquettishly to him. This seemed to be a characteristic of the Torres family. If you were arrogant, then Quinn would be more arrogant than you. However, if you started crying, then Quinn would give in to whatever you requested. Do you really want to know? Yes, yes. Lauren's eyes sparkled. I didn't say anything. Did you know that the netizens have already mistaken you as my girlfriend? Chapter 324. Men can also be vases. Lauren was shocked. Why? I'm not blind. Why would I want you to be my boyfriend? Quinn was speechless. Is that the main point now? Besides, you're so young. Why would you want to have a boyfriend? Lauren pouted. I'm just saying. But, how did your fans know about me? Quinn took out his phone and swiped to the trending search page again. Lauren finally understood what was happening. Quinn, your fans are too crazy. They are so scary. It's as if they want to find me. Quinn nodded. Millimeter. So, I've decided to formally introduce you later at the party. This is also what I have discussed with Franklin. Introduce me. That's right. Otherwise, I won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. Besides, you're dressed so nicely today. Of course, you'll have to use this opportunity to make an appearance in front of everyone. With me around, you don't have to worry. I'll take care of you. TSK. I don't need you to take care of me. Lauren snorted in disdain. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. As the two of them chatted, they reached their destination. The reception started at 5 in the afternoon and it was only noon. However, there were already many staff members in the studio who were busy preparing for the final step. There was a lot of media personnel carrying cameras who came in advance to occupy the best seats. This was the second time Lauren had come to Quinn's studio. The first time she came, the place had not been fully renovated yet. In less than a week, the place had already taken on a brand new look. The studio was designed in a modern and industrial style. The colors were very simple yet sophisticated. Decorative balloons were hung everywhere because of the party. A red carpet was laid out in front of the door. Everyone was busy with their own matters. Therefore, when Lauren and Quinn got out of the car, no one paid much attention to Lauren. Quinn brought Lauren to his office, and after that, Quinn went to help out. Though the party was supposed to start at 5 in the afternoon, people were already coming over with invitations at 4 in the afternoon. Lauren looked down from the window of Quinn's office and saw that there were many male and female celebrities that she had seen in TV dramas. They were dressed in beautiful clothes and stood in front of the sign-in board to sign autographs. Meanwhile, the media personnel standing beside the red carpet were carrying heavy cameras that were constantly flashing. Lauren looked down at the scene from upstairs and felt that her eyes were blinded by the flashes. Not everyone can be a celebrity. You have to have a pair of good eyes to withstand that, Lauren thought to herself. Quinn instructed Lauren not to go down first. He would send someone to pick her up when the time came. Therefore, ever since Lauren arrived, she could only hide in Quinn's office. The party had already begun. Lauren saw many people holding wine glasses and congratulating Quinn. When the auspicious time of 5 o'clock arrived, Quinn held a pair of scissors and prepared to cut the ribbon with the other studio staff. Lauren leaned against the window and watched. The other actors were all gathered on both sides. Lauren had good hearing. Although the scene was very noisy, she could still hear some of the actors whispering to each other. The one who was whispering was an older actor. He looked about 40 years old. Lauren recognized him. He was often on the trending pages of entertainment magazines. At this moment, he was talking to another male actor. Young people nowadays are really arrogant. How old is he? He's already opening his own studio and making it so grand. Moreover, he even invited half of the entertainment industry over. I just saw director Spielberg. Another male actor nodded. That's right. This young man doesn't have any famous works yet. For all we know, we might hear negative things about him in a couple days' time, and by then, all his effort will go to waste. If it weren't for the fact that our agency boss wants to sign a contract for him, why would two seniors like us, who have been in the industry for so many years, come here? What a disgrace. That's right. I wonder what our boss sees in him. This guy already has his own studio, and he still wants to sign him into our agency. What does he see in him? He's handsome. Looks can bring men a long way as well, not just women. These two men were not only insulting both men and women, but they also openly expressed their contempt and ridicule for Quinn. Lauren frowned as she listened. Sure enough, these celebrities were hypocrites. In reality, they talk too much. Chapter 325 Emerged from the mud untainted. These people were really bad. They couldn't stand to see others doing well. In a while, she would have to go down and remind Quinn. In Lauren's heart, Quinn was just a simple and innocent white flower. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, the cocktail party officially began. Although it was a cocktail party, it was not very formal. Everyone held their wine glasses, walked around, and talked to others. Lauren could not stay in the office any longer. She sneaked out and leaned against the staircase to watch. However, everyone was busy chatting, so no one noticed her. Lauren saw the handsome Quinn holding a wine glass and chatting with a man. He seemed to respect this man very much as there was a decent and serious smile on his face. It was rare for Lauren to see such a serious smile on Quinn's face. Some girls were chatting with each other. They were dressed in youthful and beautiful clothes and looked somewhat familiar. Lauren guessed that they were some small celebrities. Although they were chatting with each other, their eyes were fixed on Quinn. Did you guys see the trending posts on Instagram today? It seems like Quinn has a girlfriend. Yeah, I saw it. I don't know if it's true, but will he introduce his girlfriend today? That's impossible. If an artiste says that he has a girlfriend too early, it would be equivalent to ruining his own future in the entertainment industry. After all, as a male artiste, he has a lot of female fans. Lauren leaned against the staircase as she listened to their conversation. The more she listened, the more she felt it was strange. Were celebrities not allowed to have girlfriends and boyfriends? Fortunately, there was another person who shared the same thoughts as Lauren. She was a girl who was dressed rather plainly. Her makeup was exquisite and natural. She wore a very simple blue dress, and her hair was not covered with hair gel. It was naturally curly and hung over her fair shoulders. Among the group of women, her makeup and style might not be the most outstanding, but her temperament was very attractive. Lauren had seen this woman just now. This woman openly refuted the other female celebrities. What's there to gossip about? Instead of thinking about these things every day, why don't you think about how to improve your acting skills? You have to shoot the same scene 30 to 40 times, and everyone has to accompany you inning. Well said. Lauren praised in her heart. The girl continued, besides, it's none of your business if he does have a girlfriend. Even if he doesn't have one, none of you stand a chance. Well said. If not for the fact that she was afraid of being discovered, Lauren would have clapped on the spot. The young girls were quite afraid of this woman. They did not dare to refute her and took their wine glasses to the other side of the room. Thus, this woman was left behind, and she cast her gaze into the distance without any expression on her face. In here, there were not as many media crew as there were outside. Quinn only allowed 10 media companies that had good reputations and would not exaggerate when reporting to enter the premises. It was also because of the presence of the media that the artists were very careful. Even if they were here, they had to show their best side and maintain their image. It had only been a month since Quinn had returned from overseas. He had been abroad before, so the local media had not been able to successfully interview Quinn. Their understanding of him was limited to the existing reports from overseas media. Therefore, all the major media companies were very excited to have this opportunity. The crew members rubbed their hands together, hoping to obtain more information and write the most interesting entertainment news. After chatting with the famous director, Steven Spielberg, Quinn went up to the stage to give a speech. Of course, he was not the most qualified to be the first to speak at this cocktail party, so he had invited director Spielberg to speak first. He had met director Spielberg once when he was overseas, and he liked his works very much, so he specially invited him to be his VIP guest today. After director Spielberg finished speaking, Quinn went on stage. At the end of the speech, it was time for the media to ask questions. Dear friends from the media, if you have any questions, you can ask them now. Everyone raised their hands when they heard that. Mr. Torres, have you seen the trending posts on Instagram this morning? Everyone says that you have a girlfriend. What do you think about this? Chapter 326, Unable to Speak. Quinn smiled. He knew that this would be the first question they were going to ask him. He politely replied, I'd like to leave this question until the end. Dear friends from the media, if you have any other questions, please ask first. The reporters looked at each other. Although they had some doubts about Quinn's answer, they continued to ask. Mr. Torres, do you have any plans to enter the local entertainment industry this time? Do you want to continue working in the modeling industry or try out other roles? Quinn nodded as he adjusted his windbreaker. Thank you for your question. This is what I want to explain to everyone. I worked in the modeling industry previously while I was overseas, but this time, I really want to try out other roles. Ever since I was young, I wanted to become an excellent actor. Director Spielberg's work is something I have always admired. In the future, I really hope I'll have the chance to work with him. At the same time, I also hope to work with all kinds of excellent directors. The reporters asked a few more related questions. As expected of the media with a good reputation, they did not focus their questions on Quinn's private life. Instead, they asked some very professional questions. Regarding these questions, Quinn answered them one by one. The reporters also made notes and took photos. The reporters continued to ask Quinn, You've invited a lot of famous directors and artists from the entertainment industry. May I ask how you did it? Looking at the lineup of these celebrities, there were indeed quite a number of famous celebrities. Even Quinn did not expect these people to come. He shook his head and said humbly, I have to thank everyone for coming. I only sent out the invitation and I didn't expect everyone to be so gracious. At this moment, the actor who had said that Quinn was just a vase snorted. His HMPH was so loud that it attracted the attention of those media friends nearby. They felt that there was something to be dug out and quickly turned their cameras to this actor. Adam, are you good friends with Quinn? You also came to participate in this cocktail party. Adam McQuoid smiled. He was the best actor at last year's Screen Actor Awards ceremony. The Screen Actor Awards ceremony was judged once every 3 years. He had been working in the film industry for nearly 20 years, and this was the first time he had won Best Actor. He had a good reputation, and after he won the Best Actor award, his net worth had doubled. Therefore, his attendance at the party this time had attracted the attention of many people. However, Quinn knew what kind of person Adam McQuoid was. His acting skills were indeed commendable, but it was a pity that his character was not good. His private life was very chaotic. Quinn had only sent an invitation to the management company that Adam belonged to. He did not expect the management company to send Adam over. Facing the cameras, Adam replied with a sarcastic tone, How would I dare to be friends with Quinn? He is now a treasure in the hands of everyone. The media crew members present were all experienced. When they heard what Adam said, they knew that he must have kept some things in his heart and was not satisfied with Quinn. Moreover, the content of today's interview was too serious. They were lacking a topic to talk about. Therefore, the cameras turned to Adam one after another. "Mr. McCoy, what do you mean by that?" When Adam saw that he had already attracted the attention of the entire audience, he was very pleased with himself. No matter what, the attention should have been focused on him a long time ago. The one on the stage was just a young guy who had just made his debut. How could that young guy be compared to him? Surrounded by the crowd, Adam immediately became proud. He wanted to say what he knew without any restraint. Quinn was a model when he was overseas. He only has good looks. So far, he has yet to show his ability or acting skills. How do you think he got us here? It's because, suddenly, an object flew from afar and shot straight into Adam's mouth. Adam choked and accidentally swallowed the object. He covered his throat in discomfort. His assistant quickly brought him some water. He drank a few mouthfuls of water and the strange feeling disappeared. "Mr. McCoy, are you okay?" Adam waved his hand and opened his mouth to continue, but he could not make a sound. "Mr. McCoy, what happened to you?" The reporter pointed the recording pen at Adam, but Adam found that he could not make a sound. What was going on? Chapter 327, Fall Out of Favor. His assistant, who was at the side, was flustered. He quickly escorted Adam out of the venue. The reporters recorded this scene and captured Adam leaving the venue in a panic. Many celebrities beside him were also puzzled. Why did he suddenly leave? I haven't had the chance to take a photo with him. What happened? Many celebrities were far away from Adam, so they did not know what had just happened. They thought that he had left because of some urgent matter. Quinn was standing on the stage, so he did not know the reason either. Adam's manager hurriedly returned and explained, "I'm sorry, everyone." Adam suddenly felt a little unwell. "We will be leaving the party early." As the organizer of the party, Quinn nodded. "Please get Adam to rest well." At that moment, everyone was discussing Adam's sudden departure. Quinn turned around and suddenly met the gaze of Lauren, who was sprawled on the stairs. There was a crafty look in her eyes. It was impossible for Quinn to misunderstand. There was also a hint of a smile in his eyes. He knew in his heart that Lauren must have done something bad in secret. After answering so many questions, it was finally the reporter's turn to ask the first question again. It was about the rumored girlfriend. Everyone fell silent at the mention of this question. It was indeed human nature to gossip. After so many rounds of questions and answers, the media knew that Quinn was not a difficult person to talk to. On the contrary, even though he was an international model, he had a good personality, so the reporters were no longer reserved when they asked questions. "Quinn, you promised us that you would answer this question properly just now. Don't lie." "Yes, I won't lie. Didn't you say that the person with the cherry hairband is my girlfriend? Today, I brought her to the venue to introduce her to you." The whole place was suddenly in an uproar. All kinds of small discussions were going on endlessly. Although it was hard to hear what they were discussing, the chattering never stopped. Quinn initially wanted to ask his assistant to go upstairs and fetch Lauren. However, after thinking for a moment, he decided to go upstairs himself. The big cameras that belonged to the media reporters moved along with Quinn's movements. Everyone stretched their necks, unwilling to miss a single second. Quinn went upstairs and saw Lauren standing at the stairway entrance with her two nervous hands clasped together. "Quinn, there are so many people down there and there are also so many cameras." Although Lauren had been surrounded in this manner before, it was more formal this time. In addition, Quinn had such great influence, making Lauren a little afraid. Quinn noticed Lauren's nervousness. Although Lauren was usually very eloquent, she was still a child after all. She had never been in such a big scene before. Quinn was very considerate. He did not make fun of Lauren and intensified her nervousness. Instead, he extended his hand towards Lauren, then put his other hand behind his back, like a prince bending his knees slightly when he saw a princess. "Come, my princess." Lauren's tension was instantly dispelled by Quinn's words and actions. She smiled. "Do I look good?" Quinn nodded. "Lauren, if you were to ask the magic mirror, he would say that you're the most beautiful princess in the world. What is Snow White compared to you?" Lauren laughed out loud when she heard that. She placed her hand on Quinn's open palm and followed him downstairs. Quinn was the first one who appeared on the stairs. The media reporters had already raised their cameras and were ready to take photos. When they saw that the person who came down was actually Quinn, they were a little disappointed and put down their heavy cameras. Quinn was speechless. He had already fallen out of favor. Lauren's small leather shoes had 2 centimeters of high heels, and they made a sound as she walked on the wooden floor. Everyone's hope was reignited when they heard the sound. The cameras continued to focus on the staircase. Wow, they seem to be holding hands. Yeah, it seems like Quinn is holding hands with a girl. That's not right. Why is her hand so small? Everyone was stunned when Lauren's tiny figure appeared in front of them. Even the reporters who were holding their cameras forgot to press the shutter button. In an instant, other than the sound of Lauren's small leather shoes hitting the floor, there was no other sound. Was it so shocking to see her? Looking at the reactions of these people, Lauren suddenly felt less nervous. Chapter 328, Clarification. These people did not seem that great. They were speechless when they saw a little girl like her. Quinn held onto Lauren's hand until he pulled her onto the stage that was temporarily set up. Hello, everyone. Do you still remember this cherry hairband? Quinn pointed at the hairband on Lauren's ponytail. Someone had already taken out their phones and clicked on the photo that was trending on Instagram to compare it. Yes, it's the same cherry hairband. That's right, it looks like the girl in this photo is indeed very young. I didn't expect her to be a child. The reporters reacted and began to take photos with their cameras. They also asked questions at the same time. May I ask, who is this young lady? Could she be your daughter? The people present definitely did not know, so they could only make wild guesses. First of all, they did not know Quinn's true identity, because when Quinn first debuted, his father Sean did not allow it. Moreover, Quinn was proud and arrogant at that time. He wanted to make a name for himself, so he hid his identity. This was why Quinn did not reveal his family background when he debuted. Other than a few high-status people who were well-informed, these people did not know that Quinn was the second young master of the Torres family. And this explained why they were so interested in Quinn and also unaware of Lauren's background. Quinn smiled. He raised his hands and slowly pressed them down, causing the crowd to quiet down. The chattering of the crowd slowly died down. Quinn and Lauren stood on stage until the entire venue was silent. Then, he patted the microphone and said, "The young lady standing next to me is my younger sister. She's 4.5 years old this year and her name is Lauren Torres." Just as Lauren was about to introduce herself, a commotion broke out again. What? Younger sister? I've never heard of him having a younger sister. Quinn is very protective of his privacy. We don't know who's in his family, as he hasn't said anything about it. However, the age difference between him and his younger sister is way too big. There's a difference of more than 10 years between them. His parents are young. What can you do about it? The reporter at the front pointed the recording pen at Quinn. May we interview your sister? I've never heard of her before. May I ask why she was suddenly brought here this time? At first, I just wanted to bring her over to have some fun. I didn't expect that her photo in the styling room this morning would be misunderstood by everyone. I thought that if I don't clarify this, my fans might abandon me. Some laughter could be heard from the scene. Therefore, I hope that all my media friends can help me clarify. At the same time, I hope that they can take a better photo of my younger sister. Little girls love to look beautiful. Lauren can accept interviews, but she's still a little girl, so don't ask serious questions. After obtaining permission from her guardian, the reporters turned their microphones towards Lauren. Faced with so many people, Lauren was no longer afraid or nervous. She flashed a sweet smile that she was used to. Then, she generously waved at the camera. "Hello, everyone. I'm Lauren Torres and I'm 4.5 years old this year." Following that, the reporters began to ask questions. Lauren answered all the questions very well. The reporters did not ask any tricky questions regarding their family affairs. "Lauren, how do you feel about having a celebrity brother? There are thousands of young girls in this country who like your brother very much. Do you feel jealous?" Lauren blinked. "Jealous? What does that taste like? Who would want to be jealous when it's so sour?" The crowd burst into laughter. That's right, this child was only 4.5 years old. How would she know what that meant? The reporter who asked this question explained, "Jealousy is, do you feel that someone has stolen your brother?" Lauren thought about it carefully for a while. Everyone present held their breaths and was very quiet. Lauren shook her head. No, I'm very happy that my brother is liked by so many people. Then, she recalled the conflict between Sean and Quinn. I'm very happy that my brother is able to find something that he likes to do. I'm also very happy that there are so many people who can accompany and support my brother. I believe that my brother will definitely fulfill his dream. Chapter 329, A Feast for the Eyes. Dream? Do you know what your brother's dream is? Lauren nodded her head vigorously. Of course I know. She then turned around to look at Quinn, who was also looking at her. Quinn's dream is to become a great actor. He will definitely succeed. At this moment, under the flash and spotlight, Lauren felt that Quinn's eyes were shining, and Quinn felt the same about Lauren. Everyone present was touched by Lauren's reply. She's so cute. I wish I had a sister who was so understanding. Yeah, she's cute and has a good personality, just like Quinn. Lauren smiled as she posed with Quinn for the reporters to take photos. As she listened to the praises of the reporters, her heart was filled with joy. She was initially not used to being in front of the cameras, but now she was able to take it with ease. She was very photogenic, and she had a lot of quirky poses. The reporters could not stop snapping photos. Finally, the interview was over. When the reporters got the information they wanted, they put down their cameras and went to rest. Only then did Lauren let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. How are you? Are you nervous? Quinn asked with a smile. Lauren first nodded her head, then she shook her head. I was nervous at the beginning, but I got used to it after a while. Now my face is a little stiff after smiling for so many photos. She reached out and rubbed her chubby cheeks. Let's go. I'll bring you to eat something. Do you want to go back to the office? Lauren replied, I'll just stay here. There are so many good-looking people here. I can watch them while eating. Quinn asked, good-looking people? Do you mean you can fill up your stomach by looking at them? Haven't you ever heard of an idiom, a feast for the eyes? Quinn looked at Lauren's quirky appearance and remembered what she just said on stage. He was touched by what she said, but yet he could not show it. Quinn reached out and ruffled her hair. You even know that idiom? Lauren hurriedly waved away Quinn's hand, for fear that he messed up her hair. Quinn, what are you doing? You're going to mess up my hair. Everyone present saw the natural and loving interaction between the siblings. Once today's report is out, I'm afraid those fans will go crazy again. Quinn doesn't have a girlfriend. Instead, he has a sister. I believe Quinn's sister will have a huge number of fans too. Yeah, his sister is so cute. I'm going to become her fan. Quinn's handsome look does not seem to be able to match up with his sister. Lauren sat on one of the couches in the ballroom and gobbled down the cake. As she listened to the discussions of these people, Lauren nodded her head in agreement. That's right. How could Quinn's handsome look be compared to my cuteness? Lauren thought. Quinn brought over some snacks and placed them on the small table in front of Lauren. He instructed Lauren not to wander around while he entertained the guests. Lauren nodded and said crisply, yes, Quinn, I promise I won't wander around. Anyway, this was Quinn's territory, and Lauren was a smart girl with so many strange tricks. Quinn knew that she would not get into any trouble, so he wasn't worried that something would happen while he was socializing. Lauren stuffed her stomach with some food until she was full. Then she looked left and right with her eyes and was very curious about this place. Although some of the celebrities present were also very interested in Lauren, they did not dare to rashly approach her. Therefore, Lauren was the only one sitting at her table. Lauren frowned. Why is nobody sitting with me? She occupied a table all by herself. How boring. She wanted to chat with other people. She held a glass of juice and sipped it. She looked around and finally found the person she was looking for, the girl who had spoken up for Quinn when she was eavesdropping at the staircase. The girl was wearing a light blue dress. She did not stand out at all. Lauren slid down from the sofa bit by bit, then she walked towards the girl with her glass of juice in her hand. Similar to Lauren, there was no one else sitting at the girl's table. There was not a single soul within 2 meters away from the girl. When Lauren was about to walk towards the table, some people began to lean towards her and speak to her. Chapter 330, Patricia. Lauren, don't provoke that woman over there. Yeah, that woman has a bad temper. Lauren stopped in her tracks. Is that so? However, she really liked that woman. A celebrity smiled. She and I are from the same company. She always scolds people until they cry. It's better if you don't go over. She prefers to be alone. Lauren tilted her head and looked at the lonely woman sitting there. She always scolds people until they cry. However, she looked very gentle to Lauren. Lauren thanked everyone for their advice. She then walked over to the woman with small steps. Patricia Mackenzie sensed that someone was approaching her. She turned her head and saw Lauren, who had been surrounded by everyone on the stage earlier, was now standing in front of her. Her eyes were like grapes, dark but bright. Under the illumination of the lights, the cherry-colored hairband on her head looked even redder. Patricia's lips curled. "Is your name Lauren?" Due to the advice from others just now, Lauren did not dare to say anything. She simply nodded. Patricia noticed the gazes directed at her from all directions. She lifted her head slightly and looked back. Those gazes were immediately retracted. She then looked back at Lauren. "What's the matter? Why are you looking for me? Are you lost?" Lauren shook her head and pointed at the seat beside Patricia. "Can I sit here?" Patricia raised her eyebrows and nodded. "Of course, you can. This is your brother's party. All these things belong to your brother. You can do whatever you want." After taking a closer look, Lauren realized that this woman was really different from others. Her nails were very clean. Other celebrities applied nail polish on their long and sharp fingernails. This reminded Lauren of a female ghost that she had seen before. On the contrary, this woman's nails were very clean. After Lauren sat down, the two of them did not continue their conversation. Lauren recalled the scene at the staircase. After the female celebrities left, Patricia was also sitting there looking into the distance. No one knew what she was looking at, and she was doing the same thing right now. She was holding a glass of red wine in her hands and shaking it slightly. When she looked into the distance, she had a sense of beauty that she did not realize. "What are you looking at?" Lauren asked. "I'm not looking at anything. I'm just counting the tassel on the pendant." Lauren followed her gaze and finally saw what the woman was looking at. It was a tassel used for decoration. She thought that the woman was thinking about something, but it turned out that she was actually counting the tassel. It was really magical. "Lauren, why are you here? Didn't I just tell you to stay where you are?" Quinn's voice rang out from afar. Lauren looked up and saw Quinn striding over with his long legs. People who were used to being models were different. Even though he was just casually walking over, Quinn looked like he was walking down a red carpet. No, brother, you're here." Lauren stuck out her tongue. "Why are you here?" Quinn asked. Quinn looked at Lauren and then at the woman who was sitting next to Lauren. "It's because I want to chat with this lady," Lauren replied. Out of courtesy, Quinn nodded at the woman. There were too many people here today, so he could not tell who this woman was. Lauren turned to the woman and asked, "Can I be friends with you?" Patricia was obviously surprised. She probably didn't expect a child would want to be friends with her at the party. However, her surprise only lasted for a moment before she nodded. "My name is Patricia Mackenzie. In that case, I will call you Patricia from now on." Lauren, who had successfully made friends with Patricia, felt relaxed. How could Patricia be as terrifying as those people had described her to be? She was obviously very gentle. She tugged at Quinn and made him sit down as well. "Quinn, Patricia spoke up for you just now." "Spoke up for me? What did she say?" Then, Lauren relayed what she had just heard to Quinn. After listening to what Lauren said, Quinn looked at Patricia with a gaze that was no longer unfamiliar. Instead, he looked as if he was looking at an idol. "Could it be that you're also my fan?" Quinn asked. The corners of Patricia's mouth curled up slightly. She shook her head. "No, I simply disagree with their views. It has nothing to do with who they're talking about. Can't you even lie to make me happy?" Quinn thought. Next to him, Lauren thought, "He's a good man, but it's a shame he had to open his mouth." Chapter 331, Original Intention. After saying a few words, Quinn pulled Lauren away. "Why did you pull me away so quickly? You're just a child. Don't be with adults all the time. It's complicated in the entertainment industry. It wouldn't be good if you were targeted by someone." "Targeted? Is it like those mafia bosses in the movies?" Quinn raised an eyebrow. "That's hard to say. There are all kinds of people everywhere. The people here may look glamorous on the surface, but they might not be as good on the inside." He told Lauren to continue waiting for him in the office. After settling Lauren, Quinn did not go downstairs immediately. Instead, like Lauren, He leaned against the staircase and watched the scene below. He glanced around, then set his eyes on the woman in the light blue dress. Patricia Mackenzie. He had heard the name before, but he didn't know much about the woman. But from the conversation just now, he guessed that there was something special about this woman. The party lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening. The guests dispersed one after another. After Quinn gave some instructions to the staff, he left with Lauren. It would take them more than an hour to get home. Quinn, will I be on the covers of all the newspapers and magazines tomorrow? Quinn laughed. You wish. Do you know how difficult it is to get on these covers? Aren't you just a little brat? How can you get on the cover of a magazine so easily? Lauren was not convinced. She was not a little brat. She was a princess that everyone loved. Then, Quinn, have you been on the cover of a magazine? I've been on the cover of a lot of foreign magazines, but none in our country so far. I don't have any local works yet. However, he had some contact with director Spielberg today and had a chat with him. On top of being a very famous movie director, Spielberg had also started to enter the television drama circle in recent years. He had a planned TV drama in the pipeline, and Quinn was going to audition for it. Director Spielberg and Quinn were both serious about art, and they would never cut corners or recruit actors in underhand ways. This was also the reason why he liked Spielberg so much. Nowadays, many directors would cut corners when recruiting actors. Of course, the price they had to pay for that went without saying. In Quinn's heart, acting was a very sacred profession. Everyone only had one life, but through these scripts, actors could act out many different lives. Then, they could pass on these wonderful lives to the audience through the screen. This was his original intention as an actor. The car drove down a small road in the city. There were people on the roadside, and the hawker stalls along the road were emitting hot smoke. Quinn had been busy entertaining the guests that night, and he had not eaten anything. When he smelled the fragrance of food, his stomach began growling. He reached out his hand to Lauren and said, "Hey, do you have any money? Lend me some, I'm going to buy some food." Lauren looked at the open palm in front of her and said, "Quinn, you're a big TV star. Don't tell me you don't even have enough money for a meal. I've already used all the money I earned from my 2 or 3 years overseas to invest in my studio." Quinn rubbed his hands together and asked, "Do you have it or not? If Franklin loves you so much, he'll definitely give you some pocket money, right?" Lauren reached into her bag and searched for a long time before taking out a dollar coin. When she took it out, her hand accidentally slipped and the coin rolled under the car seat. It was very dark inside and she couldn't see anything. Both of them searched for a long time but couldn't find it. Lauren pouted at Quinn. "Brother, you owe me $1 now. You're even poorer than I am," he muttered. Lauren chuckled in her heart. In fact, she had several premium credit cards. She just didn't want to take them out, for fear of causing Quinn to faint from shock. If he did, he would probably end up trending on Instagram again. In the end, the two of them went to a street hawker stall to eat noodles. Quinn even wore a mask and a hat. After eating, Quinn said, "You have to cherish this period of time when you're free to go out. Who knows, you might become famous in the future and have fans everywhere. So what if I have fans? If I have fans, then I can take photos with them. They will give me many delicious things, right?" Quinn knocked on Lauren's head playfully. "You just finished eating, and you're already thinking about eating again." Lauren rubbed her forehead. "Hey, I don't mean it. Someone taught me in the past not to eat things given to you by strangers." "Who taught you?" "They're quite right." Chapter 332, Many Big Brothers. The uncles and aunties in the church told me about it. They said that there are a lot of bad people in the outside world, so I shouldn't trust others so easily. Quinn nodded. What Lauren said was right. And when she mentioned the church, his interest was piqued. "What kind of church are you talking about?" His impression of a church was that it was a solemn and somber place. Although he had been abroad for 2 years and had passed by churches many times, he had never entered one. Most of what he knew about churches came from movies. "How is it? Isn't it just what it is? The people inside are all very nice and took good care of me. When I left, they were very reluctant to part with me. When I'm free, I have to find time to go back and visit them. I wonder what Seven is doing now. Without me, he must be very bored." "Seven? Who's that?" "Seven is my best friend in the church, and he is like a big brother. He is 2 years younger than you. He is very handsome. I don't believe you. When I was in the church, he was the one who accompanied me on missions and played with me. Both of them finally walked to the parking lot and got into the car. Looks like you have quite a lot of big brothers. Lauren was keenly aware of the change in Quinn's tone, so she teased him. Quinn, is this the kind of attitude that the reporter mentioned today? Jealousy? Quinn did not know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly denied it. Jealous? Would I be jealous of a little brat like you? That's hard to say. I'm loved by everyone. There are so many people who like me, Lauren said as she made a face at Quinn. That's true. Didn't you call Isaac brother before? That's right. If I don't call him brother, what do I call him then? Quinn thought to himself, there's no need to be so unorthodox. Speaking of Isaac's management company, ever since the incident with Pauline Walker fell apart, more than a dozen of her popular artistes had been temporarily shelved by the company. After these artistes had their pendants taken away, their bodies had become very weak. Moreover, they had also suffered from mental disorders and were currently recuperating. Of course, Golden Star Agency's explanation to the media was that they were not feeling well and needed to recuperate. However, the sudden disappearance of these popular artistes made many reporters and fans curious. At that time, this matter had caused a huge commotion on the internet. However, Isaac did not bother to give any explanation. After all, the fans probably would not believe it if Isaac told them about the ghosts. If they were not careful, they might even be labeled as promoting a cult. So, they kept their mouths shut and allowed their fans to make a scene. The internet had a very short-term memory. Soon, these memories were suppressed by the news that followed. When Lauren heard the follow-up to this incident, she could not help but sigh a little. The righteous path was obviously so spacious, yet some people just had to resort to such unorthodox methods. Lauren was woken up early in the morning to get dressed up for the event. As she had been posing for photos all day, she was extremely tired. So, she took a shower and went to bed when she got home. Quinn was the same. Today's cocktail party went much more smoothly than he had imagined. When he returned to his room, he realized that he had yet to ask Lauren about the incident with Adam today. Adam's sudden change in behavior must have been caused by Lauren. However, he was so sleepy that he could no longer think. He hurriedly took a shower, removed the thick hair gel from his hair, and went to sleep. Unlike Lauren and Quinn, Adam did not get a good night's sleep tonight. After leaving Quinn's studio, he immediately got into the car that his company had assigned to him. However, no matter how much he tried to speak, he could not make a sound. They then contacted a private doctor to come and see him. The doctor gave him a full set of tests and even used some folk remedies, but he could not find the cause. Adam was anxious, but he could only use his phone to type. What the hell is going on? Both his assistant and his manager were also very anxious. Adam was currently in the final phase of his career advancement, and he had to go to a variety show almost every day. This variety show was also very popular, and they had gone through great difficulty to schedule an episode. But Adam's current state, what should they do? Chapter 333, At his wit's end. The assistant said from the side, Mr. McCoy, think about it carefully. What exactly happened today? Why are you suddenly unable to speak? The little assistant spoke carefully as well. He had been with Adam for 3 to 4 years, so he knew that Adam's temper was unpredictable. He would treat him well if he was in a good mood, but he would occasionally hit and scold him. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, but Adam could not sleep peacefully. He lay on the sofa, surrounded by staff and trembling doctors. They had already done a night of physical examinations, but they could not find the reason. He carefully recalled what happened at the venue of the cocktail party today. Suddenly, he seemed to have remembered something and took out his phone, typing vigorously. At the venue of the cocktail party, a pill-like object was suddenly shot into my mouth. I accidentally swallowed it, and after I did I couldn't speak anymore. The manager frowned. Pill? How could there be anything like that at the venue of the cocktail party? Moreover, it was shot into your mouth for no reason. Unless someone deliberately did something bad, otherwise, such a thing could not have happened. Adam sat on the sofa with his eyes narrowed. His expression was extremely fierce, and the intensity of his typing increased. It must be Quinn Torres. He was worried that I would reveal his background, so he used this method to take revenge on me, he replied. The manager was still relatively calm as he looked at the doctor. Doctor, since he became mute after he swallowed a pill, is it possible to wash his stomach and clear this pill out? The doctor shook his head and looked at his watch. It has already been 8 hours since he swallowed the pill. The pill has long been digested, there must be nothing left in his stomach. It's just that the constituents of the pill have not been metabolized yet. What the doctor meant was that they had no idea what the pill was, let alone how to treat Adam's illness. Then what do we do now? Mr. McCoy still has to go to work tomorrow. The manager took out his phone and shook his head. There's no other way. I'll call the producer and tell them that Mr. McCoy won't be able to go for the time being. Adam was very frustrated when he heard that. He could only wave his hand and let the manager handle it. He couldn't say anything now anyway, so what else could he do? Then, he chased everyone out of his house. The last advice the doctor gave before he left was to wait and see. Perhaps after the effects of the medicine had worn off, he could speak again. It was better to wait first and not rush things. Since the doctor had said so, Adam had no other way. He waited anxiously until the next day. When he woke up the next day, he thought that his inability to speak yesterday was just a dream. However, when he opened his mouth to speak, he realized that he still could not make a sound. This was not possible. It had already been a night, and he still had not recovered. Could it be that he could not recover? What if he had lost his ability to talk for the rest of his life? He took out his phone and opened Instagram. As expected, he saw that the trending topic on Instagram was Quinn's cocktail party the day before. That cocktail party was packed with big names. All sorts of handsome men and beautiful women were present. On top of that, Quinn had even introduced Lauren at his cocktail party yesterday, clarifying that she was the girl in the photo. So, the topic of Quinn's cocktail party was hotly trending now. Adam began to read some posts on that trending topic. Most comments were praising Quinn, Lauren, and some other celebrities. There were very few people who mentioned him. Even if they did mention him, they only mentioned his strange behavior yesterday. What's going on? I heard from a reporter friend that Adam seemed to be feeling unwell at the beginning of the party yesterday and suddenly left. Yeah, I saw a video of what happened. He was indeed acting a little strangely at that moment. Other than that, there were still quite a number of Adam's fans who left comments under his Instagram to ask him how he was doing. Seeing how Quinn's newfound fame had suppressed him so much, the resentment in Adam's heart grew even more. He clenched his fists and fiercely smashed the bedside table. After he woke up, Adam contacted other doctors for a checkup. For the whole day, Adam went to many famous hospitals for various checkups with his manager and assistant, but none of them were able to find out what the problem was. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Adam had already given up hope. He typed on his phone, "How is it? What did the variety show producers say?" The name of this variety show was Together With You. This was a popular variety show in recent years. It had been broadcast for 3 years now, and there were 12 episodes every year. Chapter 334, Visiting. They would invite all kinds of popular celebrities to experience some different jobs together. They would go to the grassroots, and work and live with working-class people. Each episode would last for 3 days and 2 nights. Usually, a guest had to record 2 episodes. In fact, Adam did not want to go to this variety show. This variety show was nothing more than sweeping the floor with the cleaners and delivering food with the delivery workers. He despised this variety show because it was tiring and dirty, but it was very popular and widely enjoyed in the country. Its popularity was because it was practical and showcased the beauty and difficulty of ordinary people's lives. Therefore, many celebrities fought to record this variety show so that they could establish their personal image on the show. The director of this variety show had very strict requirements when selecting actors, and no one knew what his criteria were. So, Adam being selected for the show was a very rare occurrence. In any case, there were many celebrities who signed up for each episode, but he was always able to select some unexpected people to participate. The people he selected would usually become popular after the show was broadcast. This was also the reason why he wanted to participate in this variety show. He was getting older and older, and he had already won the Best Actor award. He was past his prime and could only regress, so now, he had to rely on the popularity of other shows to increase his popularity. He and his agent had fought so hard for the resources. In order to participate in this show, he deliberately entered and exited the elderly home every day for a month, pretending to keep a low profile and not let others know. In fact, he had deliberately contacted the reporters and gotten them to take photos of him entering and exiting the elderly home. Then, he made up a story about his parents in the variety show and created a filial and respectful image for himself. The director finally chose him because of this. But today, he actually rejected this variety show because he couldn't speak. How could he tolerate this? He sat in the VIP lounge of the hospital, his face full of anger. He clenched his fists, then took out his phone. "I will definitely not let that Quinn have it easy. Come, let's go find him now," he typed. "But we don't know where his family lives," his agent protested. "Who says we don't know? I know." Adam revealed a smile. Did Quinn really think that he could hide the fact that he was one of the young masters of the Torres family? Of course, he had only found out about this when he accidentally overheard his boss talking to someone else. At that time, he understood that the reason his boss valued Quinn so much was because of the Torres family behind him. If he could get Quinn to join his company, then his agency might be able to receive the Torres family's investment. The Torres Group was one of the top 2 corporations in the country. If they could rely on this big backer, then their agency would become an evergreen in the film and television industry. In Adam's eyes, Quinn was just a freeloader in the domestic entertainment industry. When he debuted in the past, he had relied on himself to walk out step by step. On the other hand, young people nowadays only knew how to rely on their family's resources. That was why he had never liked Quinn. Today, he was going to expose Quinn's true colors. As he sped up his pace, he used his phone to instruct his agent and quickly called over the media that they were familiar with. How could he be the only one to know about Quinn? Of course, he had to let the whole country know. Otherwise, there would definitely be young girls who would be deceived by Quinn's appearance. Right now, there were already a lot of fans who had gone out of their way to pursue him. Adam really didn't know what was so outstanding about Quinn. He didn't have any works. Wasn't he just relying on his good looks? "Mr. McCoy, isn't this a bad thing? After all, he's currently in the limelight. Yesterday, he even became a trending topic due to the cocktail party. If we do this now, it might cause dissatisfaction among his fans." What's there to be dissatisfied about? We're just telling the truth. The sooner we reveal Quinn's true colors, the less they'll be deceived. Adam typed furiously. When his agent saw the exclamation marks that Adam typed after his words, he did not dare to say anything. He could only immediately contact his media friends. As a result, a few cars headed toward the Torres mansion. On Sunday, in the Torres mansion, Lauren was bored to death as she shuttled between the living room and her room. She paced back and forth between the first floor and the second floor. Mr. Hayes was almost dizzy from watching her. "Miss Lauren, why haven't you stopped? You've been pacing around here all day." "Mr. Hayes, I feel bored. Also, I saw the photos taken by those reporters yesterday. My face is so round, so I need to exercise more." Chapter 335, Going to Hell. Mr. Hayes watched as Lauren ran around on her short legs and slowly said, "But, Miss Lauren, you ate 4 meat buns this morning." Lauren smiled and blushed. The buns were too delicious this morning, so she couldn't help but eat one more bun. She went to bed very early last night and had a full stomach this morning, so she was very energetic. On the other hand, Quinn had already slept for a whole day. Master Quinn has been so busy with work recently, it's not easy for him to have a day off during the weekend. Let him sleep for a while. Mr. Hayes had informed everyone in the morning, so no one bothered Quinn and he slept until it was afternoon. It's already 5 o'clock. The sun is about to set, but Quinn hasn't even woken up yet. He really can sleep. He's not a bear. Don't tell me he's hibernating. After exercising, Lauren drank another strawberry milkshake to replenish her energy. "You're right. Master Quinn's body can't handle sleeping like this. Miss Lauren, go wake Master Quinn up. If you wake him up now, at least he'll be in time for dinner." "All right." Lauren loved waking people up. She put down the glass, and the white bubbles of the milkshake formed a circle around her lips as she ran upstairs. Quinn, wake up. It's Monday." Then, She heard a noise coming from inside. It sounded like something had fallen out of the bed. Then, Quinn's door opened, revealing his messy hair and wrinkled pajamas. He was grimacing and rubbing his back. "Lauren, I realized that ever since you came back, you've always been the one to wake me up," Quinn said. "Is that so?" Lauren tilted her head and thought for a moment. Quinn seemed to be right. "If you wake me up, you'll go to hell." "Then, since you woke me up yesterday for your event, you're already going to hell," Lauren quipped. Quinn sighed. "I still can't win against you, Lauren. Mr. Hayes said that you can't sleep all day. Get up and eat something. Otherwise, your body won't be able to take it." "Okay, got it. I'll be down in a bit." Lauren knew that as soon as she closed the door, Quinn would definitely be back on the bed. "No, you have to go down now." The two of them started pulling at each other at the door, but suddenly, Lauren was stunned and she let go of him. Quinn immediately took 2 steps back. "Lauren, what are you doing?" Lauren stood dazed on the spot. She did not know where she was looking at, as if she had no focus. "I think I saw something." "Huh? Don't scare me. Is there a ghost in my room?" Like a frightened bird, Quinn immediately hid behind Lauren. "It's not a ghost. I think I saw a lot of cars heading towards our house." "What do you mean by that? A lot of cars are heading towards our house?" "Yes," Lauren nodded. "I have a hunch that whoever's coming does not have good intentions." Lauren closed her eyes and tried to sense what was going on. She had already completed a few missions since coming here. As a result, her ability as a prophet was improving bit by bit. However, her performance was not very stable. In a place like the Torres family, where the positive energy was extremely strong, she was able to predict it very well. However, in a place where the aura was mixed, her spiritual consciousness was not as sensitive. "I saw it." "What did you see?" The people sitting in the car seemed to be some reporters. Every one of them had a camera on their back. There was also that old uncle who left very early at the party yesterday. Quinn was a little confused. Old uncle? Who was she talking about? Could it be Adam McCoy, the person you pranked yesterday? Lauren nodded with a serious expression. "This old uncle seems to be very angry." Lauren came out from her spiritual consciousness. This was all she could get. "What should we do, Quinn? Why did they come to us?" Quinn came out of his daze. He ran to the toilet and washed his face with cold water. "Maybe it's because of yesterday's incident, but I forgot to ask you yesterday. How did you do it? How did you make Adam become like that?" When that was mentioned, Lauren still felt a little guilty. After all, she was the one who did something bad. "It's nothing. I just gave him a mute pill." Then, she hurriedly explained, "Its effect will disappear after 24 hours. Chapter 336, Breaking the News. Lauren raised her hand and looked at her watch. "In other words, he'll be better in less than half an hour." Quinn nodded. If that was the case, then there was nothing to worry about. However, how did Adam know that he lived here? He had even gathered so many reporters. It was definitely not just for this matter. Quinn pondered for a moment and realized Adam's intention. He must have wanted to expose his family background. But he had no intention of hiding the fact that he was a member of the Torres family. At least, he did not want to hide it anymore. Otherwise, he would not have invited Franklin to the party venue in the first place. He had done that to stop a villain like Adam. He dressed himself up and went downstairs. Lauren was already waiting for him downstairs. "Quinn, I can feel their car getting closer and closer. They should be arriving soon." "Okay." He rubbed his stomach. "Mr. Hayes, I'm hungry. Is there anything I can eat to fill my stomach?" "Master Quinn, there's still some bread left over from this morning. Would you like to have some first?" "Sure, I'm not picky." Quinn picked up a piece of bread and began to eat it slowly. Lauren felt greedy, so she picked up a piece of bread as well. The two siblings ate in unison. "Mr. McCoy, are you sure that Quinn Torres lives here?" Adam nodded. Of course he was sure. He had spent a lot of money to trace Quinn to this location. How could there be a mistake? This is one of the oldest and most valuable residential areas in the city. The people living here must be powerful and influential. Although the city center had shifted, it did not affect the status of every inch of land here. "So the Torres family is so rich," the reporters exclaimed. Adam scoffed, but of course, he could not make a sound. The area where the Torres family lived was not enclosed, so there were no security guards. Each house was far away from every other, and there was plenty of private space. The families here were either rich or noble, and they had great power. Ordinary thieves did not dare to cause trouble here, so even if there were no security guards, the security here was very good. The road was unobstructed. Adam's car drove straight in, but no one stopped them. These reporters were called over by Adam's manager at the last minute. Since they had been working with Adam for a long time and had helped him in interviews, they slowly formed a cooperative relationship with him. They could also get some benefits from him. "Mr. McCoy, why did you call us here today? Could it be that you have something big to reveal about Quinn Torres?" Adam could not say anything now, so his manager had to speak up for him. Adam sent WhatsApp messages for him to read out. "Yes, today we hope that all of you can help us with a live broadcast." This was also Adam's idea. A live broadcast would be best, as there would be no editing and no retakes. Live broadcast. What will it be about? You'll know when the time comes. But don't worry, this will definitely be hot content. Adam snorted coldly in his heart again. He made him speechless. Wasn't this a big matter? Once people knew Quinn was the young master of the Torres family, it would definitely cause a sensation. In that case, Quinn might not be able to cooperate with director Spielberg. Everyone in the industry knew that director Spielberg was a very righteous person. Adam used to respect him, but now he looked down on him. Although Adam had previously relied on himself, he understood the reality of things after so many years in the industry. There was no one who didn't use underhand methods to earn money. If someone did not use such methods, it meant that the offers they received were insufficient or unreliable. But to Adam, director Spielberg was just pretending to be aloof. Now that director Spielberg was so close to Quinn, the imagination of many netizens would run wild once they found out that Quinn was the young master of the Torres family. This was killing two birds with one stone. It could ruin Quinn's reputation, and it could also drag director Spielberg down from his pedestal. However, when he thought about the fact that he had become mute, Adam was still a little angry. He had to reason with Quinn. Quinn had to be responsible for the incident that happened at his cocktail party. Chapter 337, It's You or Me. Perhaps Quinn had intentionally instructed someone to do this. Otherwise, how could the pill shoot straight into his mouth? Adam brought a total of 3 cars this time. He, his manager, and 2 reporters who were more familiar with him sat in one of the cars. The 2 cars behind them contained reporters from other newspapers. Adam has called so many people here. He must be trying to make a big deal out of it. Through the window of the living room on the first floor, Quinn looked coldly at the people outside the window. He saw Adam walking in the front with his manager and the other reporters behind him. There was only one house in this area, the Torres mansion. The destination of this group of people was self-evident. Under the instructions of Adam's manager, these reporters turned on their cameras. Some of them used their mobile phones to conduct the live broadcast. The corners of Quinn's mouth curled up. He could not help but mock Adam in his heart. He had been in the entertainment industry for so many years, yet he did not know how to control himself. He had played such a big game. It was either him or Quinn. Of course, Quinn had a high chance of winning this round. When the doorbell rang, Quinn and Lauren went to welcome the guests. They had not finished eating the bread in their hands. They deliberately delayed for a while. After all, they were young masters and young ladies from an influential family. They had to take their time. While they were waiting, the reporters held up their cameras and whispered, "Does Quinn really live here? This place is not suitable for ordinary people." "That's right. We don't know why Mr. McCoy called us here today. With such a big lineup, it'll probably make headlines tomorrow." At the same time, the reporters who were holding their phones and broadcasting were also reading the messages sent by netizens in real time. "Hey, what's going on? Why is there a live broadcast all of a sudden? Could it be that there's some big news that needs to be exposed?" The number of people in the live broadcast room was rising rapidly. The viewers were spreading the news about this broadcast, and many netizens rushed into this live broadcast room in an instant. Fortunately, their server was stable enough so that it would not crash. "Wow, this house is so big and so beautiful. It looks like a house that only affluential people can live in. If I can touch it in my lifetime, my life will be complete." "Me too." The viewers were very enthusiastic. This type of live streaming interaction had only become popular in recent years. It was now very well received among young people. And this live streaming room was run by the trendiest entertainment magazine in the country. Of course, everyone wanted to come in and have a first-hand experience. Is that Adam McQuaid who is standing at the front? His hair and figure look familiar. That's right. Didn't he say yesterday that he was not feeling well and leave Quinn's cocktail party early? Why is he here? Adam's manager was also in charge of controlling the scene. He was holding a phone in his hand. As he read the live messages, he reminded Adam to interact with the fans on the phone. Adam turned around, smiled, and waved at the camera on the phone. Wow, it really is Adam McQuaid. What is this? Is it a reality show, or a variety show? In the blink of an eye, the number of people in the live broadcast room had almost exceeded 500,000. Deciding that enough people had joined, the manager added, "Hello, fans and friends. We are not here to participate in a variety show. What we want to do today is similar to a reality show." At this moment, the door of the Torres family opened slowly. Who is that? Oh my God, who is that? Is that Quinn? Although he isn't wearing makeup, he looks very similar. This is our Quinn. The moment the news of Quinn appearing in the live broadcast room was exposed, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased exponentially. The reporters who were filming at the scene were also very surprised. It was really Quinn Torres. They initially thought that Adam had received incorrect information. After all, it was too hard to believe. Ever since Quinn appeared on the front page of a foreign magazine, he had never revealed any personal information. Yesterday, he said that he had a younger sister, which was the only thing the public now knew about his family. They did not expect Adam to be so capable as to dig out his home address. Quinn glanced at the various cameras that were almost in front of him. However, he did not show the panic that Adam imagined he would. Instead, he was only surprised for a moment before he greeted the various cameras. Chapter 338, Bullet Comments. My husband just looked at me and said hello to me. I want to save it and watch it for the rest of my life. Dream on. The fans were frantically posting comments. Some reporters quickly noticed Lauren. They moved the camera down. Lauren did not change her clothes specially for the occasion. She was still wearing casual clothes. She looked cute and easy to get close to. She was delicate and cute yesterday, but today she just looked like the girl next door. Isn't that the little girl with the cherry hairband from the cocktail party yesterday? It's her. That pair of eyes is so beautiful. Who else could it be? She's so cute. Quinn must be a very good brother. Adam's manager saw that all the comments were praising Quinn. He did not expect things to turn out to be the exact opposite of what he wished for. Adam's manager quickly straightened his expression. Dear fans and friends in the live broadcast room, we are here today for a very serious matter. What serious matter? Could it be that Mr. McQuaid wants Quinn to act in a TV series together? Quinn's acting skill is average. How can he act in a TV series with the best actor the moment he comes out? I'm afraid he's climbing up the ladder. Quinn has never acted before. How do you know that his acting is average? In the camera, Adam's expression was serious and his mouth was tightly shut. All of you, stop arguing. I think there's something wrong with Mr. McQuaid's expression. It doesn't seem like something good. All right, can the two of you please be quiet and listen to what others are saying? It was noisy in the bullet comments, but in the Torres mansion, the atmosphere was very subtle. The reporters were suddenly called in, and they were unaware of what had happened. When Quinn and Lauren saw them, they were not surprised at all. This made Adam, who was full of confidence, felt a little scared. However, his decades of experience in the entertainment industry made it difficult for him to reveal his emotions so easily. He continued to maintain a very serious expression. Adam's manager continued, "Today, we're here at Quinn's home. We're here for no other reason than to help our fans and friends see the true color of this new idol that you're talking about." True color? What do you mean? Some of our friends at the cocktail party yesterday should have noticed it as well. Adam left the venue in a hurry halfway through the event because he wasn't feeling well. We originally didn't want to make such a big deal out of this, but now that Adam's health problem hasn't been resolved, we have no choice but to come over and ask the culprit. The reporters moved their cameras to Quinn's face. It was obvious that the culprit was Quinn. The bullet comments kept rolling. What is this? Is this a script? It doesn't look like it. Mr. McCoy seems to be very serious. What happened to Mr. McCoy's body? I thought he was a little strange after watching the Reuters video yesterday. The manager continued, when Adam was talking at the cocktail party yesterday, a pill was suddenly thrown into his mouth. Adam accidentally swallowed the pill and realized that he couldn't speak. Lauren pursed her lips. Adam was quite smart. He could actually figure out that it was a pill. After listening to his manager's words, the bullet screen started to go crazy again. Oh, he can't speak. Are you serious? Why does this sound like a movie? He was given a pill. That's a little strange. Quinn would never do such things. There's no evidence yet. Don't be in a hurry to defend it. Otherwise, it would be bad if you slap yourself in the face. The manager looked at the bullet screen and saw that the comments were gradually favoring Adam. Only then did he feel a little more at ease. He continued, from the time we left the cocktail party yesterday until this afternoon, we had already gone to all the famous hospitals in the country and looked for doctors to diagnose the issue. However, the doctors were unable to find out the reason. We were really at our wits' end. That's why we brought all of you here. We hope that we can help Mr. McCoy find justice. Only then did the reporters realize that they had come because of this matter. Chapter 339, Serious. Adam became mute and couldn't speak. No wonder Adam didn't say a word to them in the car. It was all his manager explaining things to them. The reporters turned their cameras to Adam. Are you serious? Are you unable to speak now? Adam nodded. He even demonstrated that he was speaking, but he didn't make a sound. It can't be. There's really such a thing. You have to investigate carefully. Mr. McCoy, we support you. At this moment, quite a number of Adam's fans spoke up, and some of them were even criticizing Quinn. Since it happened at Quinn's cocktail party, he has to take responsibility for it. Exactly. He has to take responsibility. Quinn has to give an explanation to our best actor. At this moment, Adam was about to speak again. An noise escaped his mouth before he fell silent again, and the expression in his eyes became strange. What happened to Mr. McCoy? Could it be that he's feeling even more uncomfortable? At this moment, Lauren tugged at Quinn, and Quinn bent down to listen to Lauren. Quinn, this old uncle must have regained his ability to speak by now. I just looked at the time and it's already been 24 hours. Quinn looked up at Adam after he heard what Lauren said. His mouth was still opening and closing, but no noise came out. Quinn asked in a low voice, so now Adam is pretending to be mute? Lauren nodded affirmatively. That's right. Quinn's eyes lit up. Then our task now is much simpler. Just make him talk. Adam once again displayed his speechless grief. Then, the fans began to attack Quinn in the comments. Of course, Quinn's fans were also defending him. The two sides were in a heated argument. The scene was very quiet. The reporters didn't speak. Adam wanted to speak, but he couldn't. Then, the manager continued to act as the host. We are now at the Torres mansion. May I ask, Mr. Quinn Torres, what do you have to say about yesterday's incident? The camera turned from Adam to Lauren and Quinn. With the difference in height between the two of them, it was impossible for them to be in the same frame. Quinn carried Lauren in his arms. They shook their heads at the same time. What do you mean by shaking your head? Are you refusing to admit that you did it? Quinn bowed his head and smiled. Of course not. I'm shaking my head because I don't believe Mr. McCoy is really mute. I have nothing against him. Why would I harm him all of a sudden, not to mention on my own turf? I'm not that stupid. Mr. McCoy said that he can't speak. I'm very doubtful about this. Maybe he's just pretending. That's right. Lauren chimed in. The manager asked, then how do you want to confirm it? Quinn replied, there are many ways. Mr. McCoy, I'm sorry to offend you. After that, Quinn and Lauren tried a lot of ways to scare Adam. However, perhaps Adam had already prepared for it, or perhaps it was because his acting skills were too good. He did not even let out a single grunt. The people in the bullet comments had already completely believed Adam. Looks like Mr. McCoy is really mute. If I had seen that scene just now, I would definitely have screamed. In order to scare Adam, Quinn had decided to screen a ghost movie. This was because everyone in the entertainment industry knew that Adam was very afraid of ghosts. He had even mentioned this in numerous interviews. However, Adam did not even cry out when he saw such a terrifying ghost movie this time. Although his expression and mouth looked like he was screaming, and his eyes were wide open, he did not make a sound. When Lauren saw this, she began to wonder if she had made a mistake. Could it be that Adam really had not recovered yet? Quinn glanced at Lauren. His eyes were filled with the same question. However, Lauren had another method. If the movie was too fake, then she would do it for real. She might not have other things, but she had plenty of ghosts. She shook her feet and gestured for Quinn to put her down. "Excuse me, I need to go to the toilet." Under such a tense situation, Lauren's sudden words caused everyone to be a little confused. Was it time to go to the toilet? Lauren did not care about everyone's reaction and ran to the toilet. She indeed went to the bathroom but picked up the soul storage box on the bedside table afterward. Chapter 340, Please Help. Lauren opened the soul storage box and summoned a ghost. It was a ghost that she had encountered during her first mission. This ghost did not have a chance to reincarnate, but she did not want to wander around outside. So, Lauren kept her in the soul storage box. The other little ghosts were not very obedient. Lauren rarely let them out, but this ghost was different. She was tricked back then, so she went down a dark path. Therefore, when this ghost knew that Lauren could give her a place to stay, she immediately agreed. In the past 2 years when Lauren was doing missions, this ghost had helped Lauren a lot. She also often let this ghost out to wander around. However, since Lauren returned to the Torres family, she had been very busy, so she did not have time to play with this ghost. The ghost did not have a name and she could not remember her own name. As this was the first ghost that Lauren had recovered from her first mission, she named it One. One was a female ghost in her 20s, but her IQ was similar to that of a 10-year-old child. This was also the reason why she was so easily taken advantage of. Lauren released One from the soul storage box. "Lauren, you finally remembered me. You haven't talked to me in a long time. I'm sorry, One. I've been a little busy lately." "It's okay. I saw a lot of new friends in this small box. It must be because of your missions, right?" The small box that One mentioned referred to the soul storage box. Lauren nodded. "That's right. I've been doing a lot of missions recently. I'm actually looking for you because I need your help with something." "What is it?" One was dressed like a normal person. Unlike the other female ghosts who wore white dresses and red clothes, she was very calm when she died. She died from gas poisoning, so there were no wounds on her body. At first glance, she was no different from an ordinary person. Lauren told One of her plans. One mischievously blinked her eyes. She loved to play this kind of game where she could punish bad people together with humans. "Of course, I'm willing." "Okay, then let's not waste any time. Let's go down." "All right, Lauren, you can take the stairs down yourself. I'll just float down. I haven't come out for a long time. I need to exercise properly." Then, Lauren opened the windows for One, who floated down. Lauren also rushed downstairs, where Adam's manager was still criticizing Quinn. Adam also joined the battle to accuse Quinn. Of course, he could only use his phone to type and then hold the phone in front of the camera. The fans in the live broadcast room had already begun to waver. In their hearts, Adam was a very upright person. He would not lie about such things and even go to Quinn's house to interrogate him. Therefore, everyone began to speak up for Adam. When Lauren went downstairs, she happened to see the comments in the streaming room with her sharp eyes. "I support Mr. McCoy. No matter what, he has to get an explanation. Give him an explanation." "So be it." Lauren did not leave the house immediately. Instead, she hid behind the door. No one could see her. She took out a talisman from her pocket dimension. This talisman was an invisibility talisman. In the past, she had always used this invisibility talisman on others, but today, she wanted to use it for herself. Lauren placed the invisibility talisman on her forehead and began to chant an incantation. When she opened her eyes, she realized that she could no longer see her own body. The invisibility worked. At this moment, she walked to the door and realized that no one reacted. The reason why Lauren wanted to make herself invisible was very simple. She wanted to open the heavenly eye for Adam. However, to open the heavenly eye, she had to touch Adam's eyes. She was so short, how could she touch it? Lauren's brain was working extremely fast. After all, the invisibility talisman only had a minute's time. The urgency of the time also made her mind more flexible. She quickly thought of a solution. She walked to Adam's side and untied his shoelaces. After all, he was a public figure, so he had to pay attention to his image. Therefore, when Adam was reminded by his assistant, he squatted down to tie his shoelaces. Lauren waited for an opportunity to strike and covered Adam's eyes with her palm. Chapter 341, To make things worse. The rest of the audience did not see anything at all because Lauren had turned invisible. However, Adam could feel something on his eyes. His eyelids felt warm. Then, the feeling disappeared. Adam shook his head and stood up. Was it his imagination just now? Why did he feel that something was touching his eyes? After opening Adam's heavenly eye, Lauren quickly returned to her room. If they saw her appear out of thin air, then she would probably be the main character of the live broadcast this time. She only walked out after reappearing in the room. "I'm back from the toilet." Everyone was once again surprised by what Lauren said. So what if she's back? Why did she say it so loudly? Moreover, Lauren seemed quite happy. She smiled and tilted her head to the right. She was extremely adorable. This was a secret signal that she and One had always agreed on. Every time she made such a move, it meant that One was about to appear. As expected, the next second, One floated over from afar. At this moment, the reporters were still questioning Quinn. Quinn was only using some very polite and official words to deal with the questions, but he refused to admit that he was the cause of Adam's situation. Adam could not speak, so he could only stand at the side and type on his phone. He was not as imposing, but he had won the sympathy of many fans in the comments. "Mr. McCoy is such a good actor. If he really can't say anything, his career will be ruined. That's right. We must get justice for our best actor, Mr. McCoy." Many netizens began to criticize Quinn, and some people couldn't help but wonder if they were hired by Adam. Lauren looked at the comments and was furious. She took a glance at Adam, who was still typing on his phone. He was trying to show off to the fans in the live broadcast room. Lauren smiled. He would probably notice when he looked up. As expected, when he looked away from his phone, he saw One standing behind the reporters. One was wearing an ordinary white shirt and jeans. It was a simple outfit, so Adam was not shocked when he saw her. He pointed at One and then patted his manager. "What's wrong, Adam?" Adam pointed in One's direction and gestured for his manager to look over. His manager did as he was told, but he did not see anything. "Adam, what are you doing? What happened?" Adam frowned and waved his hand impatiently. Then, he took out his phone. "Who is the woman standing behind? Chase her away." Then, he showed this sentence to his manager. After the manager saw it, he also frowned. Then, he looked in that direction and whispered into Adam's ear, "Adam, who are you talking about? What woman?" Adam widened his eyes and pointed in the direction of One. By now, all the reporters were focused on him. Many of the reporters looked at Adam's actions and the direction he was pointing at. They also looked that way but did not see anything. The reporters asked, "Adam, what's wrong?" Adam did not care whether he was broadcasting or not. "Didn't you see the girl at the back?" He typed this sentence on his phone for the reporters to see. "She's wearing a white shirt and jeans. She's standing behind you and is making faces at me." Huh? The reporters turned their heads to look, but they still did not see anything. They had the same reaction as their manager. They shook their heads. "Adam, what are you looking at? There's really no one behind." Adam was now frightened and covered his mouth with his hand. He felt like he was watching a horror movie. The manager and the reporters were puzzled by Adam's reaction, while Quinn and Lauren leaned against the door frame to watch the show. Quinn didn't know what Lauren did, but he trusted her, and he could guess what she did to Adam from his reactions. She must have invited her ghost friend to scare him. Lauren stretched her back and felt that she had not done enough. After all, Adam could still pretend to be mute. When no one was looking at her, Lauren reached out her fingers and made a hooking motion to One, telling her to make things worse. Chapter 342, Chased by a Ghost. One nodded her head and walked past the reporters. Adam continued to stare at One, his eyes wide as saucers. Adam saw the woman walking in his direction, so he began to walk out of her way in fear. "Hey, Adam, where are you going?" Compared to Quinn, these reporters felt that the current Adam was more worth filming. So, all the cameras were focused on Adam. His eyes were staring in a certain direction, and he was walking around in panic as if something was chasing after him. However, the others clearly did not see anything. These reporters also carried their cameras and followed Adam as he walked around. Lauren laughed out loud as she watched them. Quinn even regretted asking Lauren to turn off his heavenly eye. It would have been even more entertaining if she hadn't. After being chased by one, Adam ran towards the entrance of the Torres mansion. One also felt that it was too boring to float around like this. She was too lazy to play this game with Adam, so she flew straight towards him. As she floated towards him, she raised both her hands, looking as if she wanted to take his life. "Ah, there's a ghost chasing me. Help!" At this moment, Adam finally shouted out loud. Then, he fainted and fell straight to the ground. The sound of him falling to the ground was painful to hear. "Damn, what's going on with Mr. McCoy? There's a ghost. This is too fake. How can there be a ghost in this world? That's right. Is this some kind of prank video? Hey, that's not right." Isn't Adam unable to speak? Did you all hear what he said just now? He just spoke. The reporters did not care whether he could speak or not. They quickly recorded everything down. After all, the topic of Adam seeing a ghost could also help them get a large sum of money. Seeing a ghost? That was unheard of. And Adam's strange actions were all recorded by the cameras. Fortunately, when Quinn saw Adam fall to the ground, he quickly called someone to bring Adam to the sofa in the Torres mansion for him to rest and recover. The assistant pinched Adam, and he slowly woke up. One didn't get further instructions from Lauren, so she didn't let Adam go. When Adam woke up, he opened his eyes and saw one floating above him. His face happened to be facing one's face as well. One smiled kindly at him, but Adam was so scared that he started screaming again. "Help! Help! Go away! Adam, what's wrong with you?" His agent stood aside in panic and watched Adam wave his hands at the air, shrinking away as though something was forcing him to retreat. Seeing that the matter was almost settled, Lauren tilted her head and gestured for one to leave. One nodded at Lauren and floated away. This was the tacit understanding between one and Lauren. Every time one helped her complete a task, she would be able to go out and have fun for a while. Adam looked in the direction where one had disappeared and patted his chest. He was still extremely nervous, but as he looked at the people around him, he felt a little more at ease. The reporters were still holding up their cameras. Although the manager had already told them to stop filming, how could they let go of such a good opportunity? If they could not dig up any dirt on Quinn, they could at least record Adam's strange actions. Otherwise, their trip today would have been in vain. At this moment, Adam had yet to recover from seeing the ghost. You guys really didn't see a woman just now? She was wearing a white shirt and jeans and was floating in the air." Adam's eyes were still filled with fear. His manager was so frightened that he stood a few steps away from him. "Mr. McCoy, what are you talking about? There are no women here. Other than me, there's only this little girl." The manager pointed at Lauren, who smiled sweetly at Adam. Looking at Lauren's sweet smile, no one could guess that she was the mastermind behind this incident. Before they arrived, Quinn had already sent Mr. Hayes and the servants to the 3rd floor, so there was no one on the 1st floor. He even personally poured a glass of water for Adam. Chapter 343 Admitting the Truth. "Mr. McCoy, drink some water to calm yourself down. I think you can talk now. You said you can't talk before, so I'm afraid it's a lie, right?" Adam finally realized that he had been exposed. He took the glass of water and drank it all in big gulps, suppressing the panic in his heart. I couldn't talk initially, but I was scared too much just now, so I can talk again all of a sudden. I wonder what scared you. After all, none of the people here saw the woman you mentioned. Is it because you've been too busy with work recently that you're too nervous? That might be why you saw things that don't exist. Perhaps you feel that you can't speak because of this reason too. After Adam drank the water, he felt that he had calmed down. He sat up from the sofa. Although the reason Quinn mentioned was to embarrass him, it also gave him a way out. Otherwise, would Adam really admit that he was pretending to be mute just now? He was clearly not lying. He had clearly seen a female ghost that no one else could see, but there was no evidence. He smiled awkwardly at Quinn. "Millimeter, maybe it's because I've been too busy with work recently. Mr. McCoy can talk normally now. It seems like it's a misunderstanding. I knew it. Why would Quinn do such a sneaky thing? Exactly. Those people, who accused Quinn just now, should slap themselves in the face and apologize. They didn't even investigate properly, and came to look for Quinn and disrupted his life. What should we do? Looking at the comments on the screen, Adam remembered that he still had one piece of information that he had yet to reveal. He stood up and changed the topic. Quinn, is this your home? Your family must be very rich. As he spoke, he walked around the living room. The reporters' cameras naturally followed him around. As he walked around, the cameras captured the scene in the living room. The decoration of the living room of the Torres family was done by the matriarch, Tina Torres. It looked very much like the style of the older generation. It was a little different from the aesthetic standards of modern young people, but the value of the decorations was obvious. Hey, I think I just saw a vase. Wasn't that vase auctioned off by a tycoon for a few $1 million at the auction 2 years ago? You remembered wrongly. It wasn't a few $1 million, it was $35 million. $35 million. Lauren turned around and looked at the vase with gold foil on its mouth. No wonder Mr. Hayes told her not to get close to those things at that time. That vase was worth $35 million. She was bored once and even took the vase down to play with it for a while. She would not dare to do it again. Although she had a lot of money, this vase might be the only one left. In an instant, the netizens on the screen seemed to have become experts in appraising treasures. They were able to tell the names of the vases and other treasures. Oh my God, Quinn's family is really rich. No wonder he always has the noble air of a rich young master. It's not something that ordinary people can imitate. It's inborn in him. Knowing Adam's purpose, Quinn did not stop him. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and sat on the sofa that Adam had just been lying down on, watching coldly as Adam walked around the living room with the reporters. Suddenly, Adam turned around and stared straight at Quinn. Quinn, if I remember correctly, it seems that the most prestigious family in the country, the Torres family, lives here. The Torres family, F***CK, is Mr. McCoy referring to the family that owns the Torres Group, the company whose chairman is Franklin Torres, the Torres Group that owns hundreds of hotels in our country. The Torres Group owns more than a few hundred hotels. They have investments in all kinds of fields, and they pay for a lot of infrastructure in the country. But, Quinn, your surname is also Torres. Could it be that you are a member of the Torres family? Who knows, we might be standing right in front of the Torres family's young master, ha ha ha. Adam smiled at the reporters and pretended to be joking. Quinn did not panic. Instead, he calmly nodded his head. You're right. What did you say? I said, Mr. McCoy, you're right. This is the Torres family. Adam did not expect Quinn to admit it so quickly. Wasn't he afraid that his future would be even more difficult after his identity was exposed? Chapter 344, Keyboard Warriors. Adam was shocked by Quinn's natural expression and his decisive reply. He stuttered, Are you sure this is the Torres family? You're the young master of the Torres family. Quinn nodded. That's right. I'm the second young master of the Torres family. All of you should know my brother, right? He's Franklin, the new chairman of the Torres family, and my father is Sean, the former chairman. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They had never thought that the person in front of them was the young master of the Torres family. After all, with such a background, there was no need for him to enter the entertainment industry. Oh my God, Quinn is too amazing. He's rich and handsome. He's really my idol in the mortal world. That's right. I'll have lived a worthful life when Quinn can bring his brother, Franklin, for a live broadcast. Me too, me too. I second that. Adam looked at the comments on the screen. It was obviously not right. He immediately started the tempo. So you're the son of the Torres family. Then it must be very easy for you to enter the entertainment industry. I heard that you and director Spielberg have been getting very close recently. Could it be that you have a scene that you want to film with him? Adam thought to himself, this hint is already obvious enough. It's time that these fans let their imaginations run wild. Previously, he had accidentally been in the same photo as someone else, and netizens were able to fabricate a rumor that he had been married for 3 years. But even though he had presented this scenario to them, they still couldn't get it. When Quinn heard what Adam said, he immediately understood what he meant. He continued, recently, I've been discussing a movie with director Spielberg. However, director Spielberg's requirements are very strict. I still have to audition, so I definitely won't be able to meet my fans so soon. I hope that all my fans can be patient. I will definitely work hard. Quinn started to explain himself, looking at the reporters' cameras. Adam was extremely angry. This was not how he intended the cameras to be used. Adam was really frustrated. These reporters were supposed to help him frame Quinn, but now they were helping Quinn to clear his name. Wow, I still can't believe that Quinn is a member of the Torres family. What kind of outstanding genes does the Torres family have? This is too amazing. Most of the comments were lamenting about this matter. Of course, there were still some discordant comments that began to question Quinn's abilities. So here's another celebrity who entered the entertainment industry by relying on his background. This kind of celebrity doesn't have any abilities and only knows how to spend money. Don't let him put on a bad show and dirty our eyes. That's right, Quinn. I'm your fan. But to be honest, weren't you quite successful as a model when you were overseas? After returning here, you should also become a model. Don't enter the entertainment industry to act. You need to have good acting skills. After all, Mr. McCoy also struggled for 20 years before he became the best actor. With such comments appearing, the rest of the comments would follow the trend. Looking at these comments that finally said what he wanted to say, Adam finally heaved a sigh of relief. The internet trolls that he had spent money to hire did not come in vain. Looking at these comments, Quinn raised his eyebrows. Only then did he understand why more and more celebrity artists had committed suicide in recent years because they had been scolded by the online haters. These people held a keyboard in their hands and they could attack others at will. With a single sentence, they could wipe out all the hard work of others. Who would not be angry after seeing this? Quinn's lack of works had always been a thorn in his heart. Of course, he knew that he had acted in a few films in order to gain a foothold, and he was in the process of preparing for it now. He frowned when he saw the comments on the screen, but he still endured it and smiled afterwards. He said to the camera, "Although I was born into the Torres family and my background is indeed as good as everyone says, it had nothing to do with my background when I debuted overseas. Now that I'm here, I have to learn what other models have to learn, and I have to attend their classes as well. This will not change just because of my family background. In the future, I will also invite all my fans and friends to witness my films. I will definitely work hard." Quinn was very sincere and serious when he spoke. Coupled with his well-behaved and casual home clothes, it was hard for people not to believe it. The comments on the screen started to praise Quinn. The real fans suppressed all the internet trolls that Adam had hired. Chapter 345, Stand Up Arrogantly. Quinn is right. Those people who slandered Quinn have no right to say such things. Thank you, everyone, for your trust. I will definitely do better in the future. Adam stood at the side, just like Quinn's background, completely ignored by everyone. The live broadcast today was clearly aimed at bringing down Quinn, but he had helped Quinn instead. He was angry, but there was nothing he could do now. There were more and more people leaning towards Quinn in the comments on the screen, and more people were saying that Adam was causing trouble for no reason. Adam wanted to stop the damage in time, so he quickly said, "Dear fans and friends, I accidentally made a mistake and harassed Quinn. I'm really sorry and the broadcast for today will end here. I won't disturb you anymore." He winked at Quinn and was about to tell the reporters to turn off their cameras when Quinn stepped forward to stop Adam. Unlike his gentle and humble appearance when facing the cameras, Quinn stood up proudly when facing Adam and stopped the reporters from doing anything. "Wait a moment. Mr. McCoy's matter has been resolved, but I still have some matters on hand that haven't been resolved." Lauren smiled. When she heard Quinn's tone of voice, she knew that this farce was finally about to get to the most exciting part. Although Quinn usually looked carefree, liked to joke around, and was lazy, he only put on that appearance when Franklin was present. With Franklin shielding them, they could naturally be at ease. But now, he had to stand up for himself. Adam was frightened by Quinn's sudden change in behavior. As Quinn was much taller than Adam, when he looked down at him, his imposing manner was much stronger in this aspect. "Quinn, what other matters have you not solved? We can talk about it in private. Don't waste everyone's time." "That won't do. Don't you say that we have to be open?" It's better to let our fans and friends know about it. First question, I want to ask Mr. McCoy how he found my home address. As far as I remember, I don't think I've ever revealed this. Adam stammered, my friend found out about it. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you to tell me who this friend of yours is so that I can sever all ties with him. If he can give my home address so easily to someone else, he might just sell me out tomorrow. Lauren watched with an expressionless face as Quinn spoke. In her heart, she was applauding him. At this moment, the fans on screen were also frantically supporting him. Quinn is too handsome when he says these words. He will definitely be excellent at reciting his drama script in the future. I suggest that Quinn take on a drama of an overbearing chairman. He will definitely be very handsome. Don't pay attention to these things for now. What Quinn said makes sense. How did his home address leak out? It's very dangerous. Now that Adam has done this, everyone knows where Quinn lives. If those extreme or crazy fans know, then it's over. Don't worry. How could ordinary people dare to enter the place where Quinn lived? Lauren looked at the comments on the screen and nodded. The lastest comment made sense. Although they did not have regular security here, this area was inhabited by people with power and influence. Therefore, the police would come to patrol from time to time. It was indeed very safe. Upon hearing Quinn's question, Adam did not dare to say anything. Quinn glanced at Adam. He knew that Adam was unable to give him an answer. Adam must have used some shady means to get his address, so he did not expect to get an answer from Adam. Second question, Mr. McCoy. By coming to my house, you have leaked my home address, and you have also slandered me. It would have been fine if you had settled the matter privately in the beginning. But now, so many people in the country know about what you just said. What do you think you should do to compensate me for the loss of my image? Moreover, I'm not only famous here, but I am also famous internationally. Adam was stunned. He did not expect Quinn to be so eloquent. He could no longer pretend to be calm. Didn't I clarify it just now? No one will misunderstand you. He looked at Quinn's expression and could not guess what his attitude was, so he continued, look, your brother is Franklin. As the chairman of the Torres group, he can easily get you a lot of interesting filming opportunities. You wouldn't care about that, right? Chapter 346 Support. Quinn could not help but sigh. This Adam McCoy was really a shrewd man. He had said everything that could be said. It seemed that whatever Quinn said now could be used against him. If Quinn said that he cared, it would make him seem petty. But if he said that he did not care, he could not swallow the humiliation. Just when Quinn was pondering on how to respond, a man walked in from the front door. My brother may not care, but I do. I'm notoriously stingy. Lauren, Quinn, and the rest turned and looked at the door simultaneously. Franklin was back. He must have just arrived, as he was still in his business suit. His face was clearly tired, but his eyes were sharp. With one hand in his trouser pocket, he stood tall and straight. The reporters were all stunned. What kind of dumb luck did they have today to see so many powerful people? The reporters turned their cameras to Franklin. He did not stop them, which meant that he had given them permission, so they started to take pictures freely. At this time, it was very lively in the live broadcast room. Oh my God, what kind of virtue do I have in this life? I actually saw so many important people gathered on the same channel on the same day. The two brothers, Quinn and Franklin, appeared in the same frame. This combination is too eye-catching. Exactly. The chairman of the Torres group rarely gives interviews. We actually met him on the broadcast today. I'm so excited. Although the comments on the screen were in a cheerful mood, the atmosphere at the scene was very awkward. When Adam and the rest raised their heads and saw Franklin, they suddenly had a guilty feeling as if he was a child who had barged into someone else's house. Quinn's eyes lit up when he saw Franklin. Although Franklin did not support him at the party, he came just in time. Why are you back? Come and sit down. Lauren bit her lip. Although she was very happy to see Franklin, she remembered that she was still in a cold war with him, so she did not open her mouth to call him. Franklin walked over and sat down on the sofa. Quinn asked Franklin, why did you come back all of a sudden? The current Quinn was not as serious as just now. He was now like a child who had found someone to rely on. Franklin faintly glanced at the scene and said, if I don't come back, I'm afraid someone will bully our family. It went without saying who this someone was. Adam quietly lowered his head, trying to hide his existence. However, he thought about it again. He was Adam. He had worked hard in the entertainment industry for so many years. What was there to be afraid of? Therefore, he mentally prepared himself and raised his head. You must be Quinn's brother, the chairman of the Torres Group, Franklin, right? Hello, I'm Adam, and I am an actor. I won the Best Actor title last year. You should have seen me in a TV series, right? Adam did not dare to make a fuss in front of Franklin. After all, Franklin was a vicious businessman that even his boss was afraid of. Just a casual word from him could probably cause their agency to go bankrupt. With just a flick of his finger, he could change the entire business scene in the country. So, even though Franklin was almost 20 years younger than him, Adam did not dare to stir trouble. He could only greet him formally. After all, he was indeed stepping on someone else's territory. Moreover, he thought that Franklin, as a chairman, would not care about such trivial matters. After all, the contracts that he handled every day were worth tens of millions. Furthermore, he was facing the camera right now. Franklin definitely had to take care of his image, but he was wrong. Franklin was a family-oriented person. If someone bullied his family members, he would definitely bully them back. Franklin looked at Adam as if he was trying to recognize his face. Then, he shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't usually have time to watch TV series and movies, so I don't know you. Oh, I see. Adam's eyes fluttered to the side, feeling a little awkward. You are a busy person. It's normal that you do not have time to watch these things. Although I don't know you as an actor, I will remember you as a person who trespassed on private property. Hearing this, Adam's eyes widened, and he quickly waved his hand. Mr. Torres, we didn't trespass on private property. Quinn opened the door for us. Quinn opened the door for you. But how did you find us? We're the only household within a few miles of this place. Your motive is very obvious. You're clearly targeting Quinn. Don't you know how terrifying it is to expose an artist's private address? And you brought so many reporters with you. There are at least 10 cameras in total. You're shooting without the consent of others. Do you know the consequences? Chapter 347, Towering. Franklin spoke as he walked towards Adam. Franklin and Quinn had similar heights. Franklin completely towered over Adam. Looking at Franklin's cold face and eyes, Adam panicked again. At this moment, Quinn smiled and walked forward. Franklin, why don't we just forget about this matter? Even though Mr. McCoy did it on purpose, he is still my senior. We have to forgive and forget. Adam was angry when he heard this. What did he mean by even though he did it on purpose? Was he helping him or hurting him? The key was that Quinn was now pretending to be magnanimous. It was obvious that he was trying to perform well in front of his fans. As expected, after Quinn said this, the comments in the live broadcast room started to say that Quinn was very magnanimous and generous. Franklin glanced at Quinn. As soon as he saw the look in Quinn's eyes, he knew what Quinn wanted to do. He wanted Franklin to be the bad cop, while he played the role of the good cop. Franklin raised his eyebrows. He was used to doing this. Therefore, he shook his head and rejected Quinn's suggestion. That won't do. Although you are magnanimous, I am your brother, so I have to protect you. What's your surname again? Adam knew that Franklin was asking him a question when he saw that Franklin was looking at him. My surname is McCoy. Mr. McCoy, the Torres Group's legal team will contact you later. Please cooperate with us. If there's nothing else, please leave. You've already seriously affected our lives. The reporters were ready to leave when they heard what Franklin said. For some unknown reason, Franklin had only been in the room for a short while, but he was already in control of the situation. The chairman was indeed different. The reporters were all on the way out, except the last reporter, who was still holding up his cell phone and taking pictures inside. After all, it was the Torres family. If he could take a few more pictures, it would be good material even if the Torres family didn't do anything. It was not every day you get to see a rich family. Looking at these reporters walking out, Franklin, Quinn, and Lauren were finally able to relax. Lauren was surprised to see Franklin behaving in this manner. She initially thought that Franklin was a very reasonable person, and did not expect him to be so protective of his family. Lauren remembered her Cold War with Franklin during these few days. As it was a very unpleasant experience, she decided to take the initiative to talk to Franklin. But just as she was about to open her mouth, Franklin walked directly past her, as if he did not see her. Lauren looked at Franklin's back as he walked upstairs. She lowered her head and felt a little sad. Bad Franklin, why is he so petty? Does he have to be angry for so long? I am taking the initiative to talk to him, and yet he did not pay attention to me. HMPH. Lauren thought. A reporter returned and said, "I'm sorry, I forgot to take my camera cover." After picking up the missing camera cover from the sofa, he left. Following that, Quinn went to close the door. It was really quiet now. Phew, what a thrilling day. Lauren nodded in agreement. Soon, Franklin came down from upstairs. He changed out of his suit and into casual home clothes. When Quinn saw Franklin, he remembered how he had saved the whole situation and went to pour a glass of water for him. "Franklin, drink some water." Franklin accepted Quinn's friendly gesture with a clear conscience. "What's going on? I saw this live broadcast on the way back, so I rushed back in a hurry." "How did these people know where you live?" "They wanted to create trouble for me, so they would find ways to get the information." Adam's acting skills are really good, and he has a pretty good profile too. However, I heard from some of my friends in the industry that his character isn't that good. He already wanted to hurt me at the cocktail party yesterday. Fortunately, Lauren came to my rescue in time. Their conversation shifted to Lauren, and Franklin also took the opportunity to glance at Lauren. Lauren was still unhappy about what happened just now. At this moment, she did not even look at Franklin. Her two small hands were placed on her waist, and her head was raised high. She refused to look at Franklin. A Cold War was a Cold War. Who was afraid of who? Even though Quinn did not have a discerning eye, he could tell that there was a problem between the two of them. Lauren would always stick to Franklin whenever Franklin was around. Why did she sit so far away now? Chapter 348, United as One. "Franklin, what happened to the two of you? Did the two of you have a fight?" Franklin did not say anything. He looked at Lauren, but she did not say anything either. She continued to look in another direction. Quinn was ignored. However, when he saw their reaction, he knew the answer to the question. "Oh my, the two of you actually fought. Franklin, you have to give way to your younger sister." Although Lauren is a little unruly, a little willful, and eats a little too much, she's still very useful at critical moments. Lauren turned her head and glared at him. "Quinn, are you praising me or belittling me now?" Quinn shrugged. "I'm helping you, of course." Franklin looked at Lauren's stubborn face. There was nothing much he could do if she refused to look at him. He had that attitude at the dining table that day was because he was angry. He had thought a lot during these 2 days out on business. After much reflection, he felt that his attitude was wrong on that day. Though Lauren was a young girl, she was much more mature than most kids and she also had her own ideas. Therefore, he could not be like an overbearing parent and impose his own ideas on Lauren. "Lauren, I don't know why you don't want to go to kindergarten, but from my experience, it's best to go by the book. If you leave out certain procedures, there will always be some flaws that you can't make up for." "What? Lauren, you want to skip a grade?" Quinn finally understood what happened. Lauren nodded. "That's right. I have already learned all the things in kindergarten. I think it's a waste of time to stay there." Quinn rubbed his chin and said, "Franklin, I think what Lauren said makes sense. Why don't you let her skip a grade? Lauren is only 4.5 years old. If she wants to skip a grade to elementary school or even middle school, the students around her will all be teenagers. How can Lauren talk to them? And after she skips a grade, there will also be other subjects to consider, such as the 800 meters and long jump in physical education. Lauren has such a small body. What should we do then?" Quinn touched his chin again and looked at Lauren. "Lauren, I think what Franklin said also makes sense." Franklin and Lauren seemed to have a tacit agreement and they hit Quinn at the same time. "Can you stop talking nonsense all the time?" "That's right. You only talk nonsense." Quinn covered his head and complained, "Both of you only join forces when you bully me. HMPH, I just want to skip a grade anyway." Although Franklin's attitude was better now, his view on this matter was still the same. "I still don't support you skipping a grade. Let's take a look at it again." As a result, the discussion about skipping a grade ended on a sour note once again. At the very least, the two of them were no longer at each other's throats. At the dining table, Franklin once again helped Lauren pick up some food. However, the exchange between the two of them was limited to simple conversation, such as, "Do you still want some meat? No. What about the vegetables? No." The next day, Lauren put on her backpack and prepared to go to kindergarten. However, she was surprised to find that the person who sent her to school today was actually Franklin. She got into the car and asked, "Where's Mr. Carson? Didn't he already come back from his hometown?" Franklin did not answer Lauren's question. Instead, he asked Lauren, "Why? You're not even willing to let me send you to kindergarten now." Lauren did not say anything. She fastened her seatbelt and looked out the window. In the past, she was very happy when she went to kindergarten. However, she did not speak much now. Franklin noticed this as well. The car stopped at the entrance of the kindergarten. Lauren opened the car door and got out. Franklin watched as Lauren walked into the kindergarten. Unlike usual, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat in the car for a while and kept looking at the entrance of the kindergarten. No one knew what he was looking at. After waiting for a while, he did not leave. He only got out of the car when kindergarten had already started. "Mr. Torres, why are you here?" Karina looked at the man who suddenly appeared in her office in surprise. "Miss Bailey, I'm here to see what Lauren is like in class." In class, Lauren has always been very serious in class. She is a very intelligent child and always understands things very quickly. Every teacher likes her, especially the math teacher. "Come with me. They just happen to be having a math class right now." Franklin nodded and followed Karina to the classroom. Chapter 349, Enlightened. The classrooms here had a front door and a back door, and Franklin was standing at the back door watching. Lauren was in the classroom looking at the blackboard at the moment. The teacher had to take care of everyone in the class, so the current lesson, if Lauren remembered correctly, the math teacher had repeated the same thing for the third time. She was getting sick of it. She could even guess what the math teacher was going to say next. From Franklin's perspective, he could see the back of Lauren's head and half of her face. Lauren was staring at the blackboard very seriously, but it didn't seem like she was thinking. "Okay, students, we've already done this question before. Let's see if you still remember how to do it." The mathematics teacher wrote a question about two-digit numbers on the blackboard before inviting the students to come up and do it. Out of the 2 or 3 students who went up, only one student managed to do it correctly. Furthermore, she even used her fingers and toes to count for a long time before she was able to do it. Lauren has always performed very well in mathematics class. Generally speaking, if the students are unable to do the question, Lauren will definitely be able to do it. In the next second, the math teacher wrote a new math problem. No one in the class dared to raise their hands, so the math teacher naturally pointed at Lauren. Sure enough, Lauren immediately gave an answer. Judging from Lauren's reaction speed and accuracy in solving the problem, she was indeed far ahead of the class by a large margin. Franklin actually stood behind and watched the entire math class. Even Karina felt a little bored. However, Franklin's aura was too strong, so she didn't dare to leave if Franklin didn't say so. After the math class, it was music class. She learned a ballad. After the music teacher sang it once, she asked Lauren to lead everyone in singing. Lauren seems to have musical talent too. She'll be able to understand the songs after listening to them once. The music teacher also said that Lauren seems to have perfect pitch. With such ability, it'll be great to let her learn piano or other musical instruments. Lauren sang a line while standing on the podium, followed by a line from the children below. It was not until Lauren sang for the third time that the rest of the children began to remember the melody. Franklin looked away. "Miss Bailey, let's leave now." Once again, Karina brought Franklin back to the office. "Mr. Torres, what are you doing today? Did something happen to Lauren at home?" Due to Ruby's incident, Karina was afraid that something might happen to her student. "No, it's just that Lauren told me last week that she wants to skip a grade and doesn't want to continue studying in kindergarten," said Franklin as he shook his head. Karina was shocked when she heard this. Lauren said that she didn't want to continue studying in kindergarten. "She didn't tell me about this. Did she say what the reason was?" Franklin was very tall and had long legs. As he sat on the chair in the office, he looked out of place. However, he was calm and composed. He had a domineering aura that others did not have. He seemed to be able to adapt to any situation very well. No one dared to question him. She said that she has already learned everything there is to learn in kindergarten. She wants to learn other things. I think since you are Lauren's form teacher, perhaps you can give her some advice. Miss Bailey nodded thoughtfully. Actually, it's not wrong for Lauren to think that way. From the feedback of her teachers, Lauren's ability is indeed outstanding. Mr. Zander from the talent program, in particular, has praised Lauren many times. Lauren's thinking and reaction speed are very fast, so the content of what she is learning now is indeed too simple for her. So, Miss Bailey, do you think she should skip a grade? Miss Bailey smiled and shook her head. My opinion is actually not important. Lauren's opinion is the most important, isn't it? This is her life. We are only helping her to move forward. When our kindergarten teachers are unable to help her, then it is indeed time to hand her over to the next group of people. Franklin was stunned and enlightened by Karen's words. Indeed, what she said made sense. All this while, he had acted like a parent who restricted Lauren. However, he had never really thought about what Lauren wanted. He had only applied what he thought was good for Lauren. Wasn't this the common problem of many parents nowadays? Even when he was young, he had gone through the same thing. When he was young, it was his parents, Sean and Tina, who had imposed what they thought was good on him, making him unable to have a normal childhood like other children. Chapter 350, Doing Test Papers. Even though he had become the chairman of the Torres group and the envy of many people, he still wished that he could study normally like the other children. And wasn't he now placing the same expectations on Lauren's shoulders? He was a knowing culprit. Miss Bailey, you're right. Everything should be based on Lauren's preferences. This path of life belongs to her. She should be the one to choose. Karina smiled, revealing the dimples on both sides of her face. But based on Lauren's current level, which grade should she jump to? Being asked this question, Karina was also a little troubled. Some of the subjects in the higher grades were subjects that Lauren had yet to come into contact with. If Lauren jumped too fast, Karina was afraid that she would not be able to handle it. How about this? When the time comes, I'll discuss it with the teachers from elementary school, middle school, and high school. They might come up with some papers for Lauren to do and see how good she is. Then, we'll make a comprehensive assessment. Franklin nodded and stood up. Okay, it's best to have data to support it. Thank you, Miss Bailey. You're welcome. I'm very happy too. Lauren deserves better than this. Franklin buttoned up his suit jacket and left the office. The kindergarten class was over. Lauren came to ask for a new exercise book from Karina, but she bumped into Franklin on her way. Lauren's eyes widened in surprise, not caring if they were in a Cold War. Franklin, what are you doing here? The other children playing in the corridor also looked at Franklin curiously. Lauren, is this your brother? He is so tall and handsome. Joy was accompanying Lauren to get her exercise book and asked Lauren in a low voice when she saw him. Lauren nodded. She couldn't help but feel a little proud when Joy praised her brother. Yes, the tall, handsome and rich man in front of her was her brother. Well, he's my elder brother. Franklin smiled when he heard Lauren's proud tone. Before answering her question, didn't you say you wanted to skip a grade? I came to talk to your form teacher. Really? Did you finally agree to it? What can I do? Franklin raised his hand and gently knocked on Lauren's head. If I still don't agree, I'm afraid you'll be angry with me forever. The two of them finally returned to their previous playfulness and intimacy. I'm not. It's just that you are very stingy and have never paid attention to me. Franklin was at a loss for words. This was not a good place to talk to Lauren either. You should go back and continue with your class. I've already talked to your form teacher. When the time comes, she will tell you what to do. Okay. Lauren nodded her head vigorously, and Franklin turned to leave. Joy blinked at Lauren. Lauren, are you going to skip a grade? Yes, I want to skip a grade, Lauren replied. Alright, you shouldn't stay here since you're so intelligent. But don't forget about me and Milo after you skip a grade. Of course not. You guys are my good friends. I won't forget about you guys. Joy nodded her head with a smile. Then, she accompanied Lauren to Karina's office. After learning that she could skip a grade, Lauren became much more active in kindergarten. After all, her time left in the kindergarten was getting shorter by the day. When regular classes ended, Lauren was supposed to attend the math class of the talent program, but Karina called her to her office. "Lauren, I heard from your brother that you want to skip a grade. I've also talked to the teachers in our elementary school, middle school, and high school departments. We've decided to conduct a comprehensive assessment of your ability and then see which grade you can skip to, okay?" Lauren nodded. Sure. Did this mean that she could do new test papers? She loved doing questions. The test questions were not what Lauren expected. In fact, she was only good at those few subjects, especially math. However, in middle school, there were subjects like history, ideological education, chemistry, and physics. When it came to high school, subjects like chemistry and physics were even more difficult. Lauren gave up on a few of the questions, not understanding them at all. In the end, it was determined that Lauren could not completely adapt to a particular grade. For example, her mathematics level had already reached the level of a high school or even a university student. However, she was still at the beginning stage for physics and had barely reached the second year of middle school in terms of her knowledge. This made it difficult for the teachers. Chapter 351, Accelerator. However, everyone agreed that Lauren should not continue to stay in kindergarten. What should Lauren do then? Lauren sat in the office, surrounded by a circle of teachers. Everyone was at a loss for what to do. They looked at the intelligent girl in front of them. They did not want her talent to be buried, but they could not rashly let her skip a grade. Lauren held her little face in her hands and waited for 10 minutes, but the teachers could not come up with a solution. "I actually have a solution," Karina said. "Lauren, tell us, what solution do you have? I can take classes from several grades at the same time. Isn't our elementary school, middle school, and high school very close by? I can just go to that place whenever I want to take a class." "Yeah, why didn't we think of that? Lauren can take her math class in the third year of high school, and her physics class in the second year of middle school, right? These few schools are all so close to each other. It's just a walk away. That makes sense. I think we should do it this way. Lauren is such an intelligent child. She should be given more freedom." Lauren accepted the praise from these teachers with a clear conscience. She also felt that she was very intelligent, even though her chemistry paper was filled with red excess. After she was done, Lauren called Franklin to come and pick her up. "How was it? What grade did you skip to?" Lauren excitedly told Franklin the results of the discussion. Franklin nodded and said, "This suggestion is not bad. You can learn a lot of things, and you won't miss out on a particular course. However, wouldn't it be too tiring to run around like this? Though the schools are very close to each other, if you run around after every class, you won't have any time to rest. It's okay to be tired. I have a mysterious tool." Lauren's eyes lit up. "System Divine 9, host, are you talking about the accelerator?" "That's right. Divine 9, you've also remembered this tool. I have never used this tool before. I didn't expect it to come in handy now." The accelerator was a reward given by the system after Lauren completed a 4-star mission. The mission took Lauren a total of 3 months to kill nearly 10,000 ghosts. The difficulty of the mission was actually not that high. It was just that there were too many ghosts. Lauren was exhausted every day during that period of time, so the final gift she received was also very valuable. The function of the accelerator was simple but very practical. With this accelerator, Lauren's actions would be sped up. However, Lauren had never had the opportunity to use this accelerator before. After all, she was not in a hurry to go anywhere, so this accelerator had been left idle. However, if she had to run around to attend classes now, this accelerator would be very useful. System Divine 9, host, but this accelerator is only at the lowest tier. There's a tier 4 accelerators too. System Divine 9, yes, didn't you read the instruction manual at the back when you received the gift? Lauren smiled embarrassedly. "I was too happy when I received the gift. However, I didn't use it and forgot about it. How can I upgrade this accelerator?" System Divine 9, it's very simple. As long as you use this accelerator to catch ghosts, it will get faster every time you catch a ghost. Catch ghosts. Catch what ghosts? Those ghosts are floating there without causing trouble. I can't possibly catch them, right? System Divine 9. Actually, this kind of ghost shouldn't stay in the mortal world. They should either reincarnate or vanish. Although they won't harm humans if they stay in the mortal world, it is not in line with the rules. Host, if you don't have the heart to do so, you can just go and catch those evil ghosts. If you go out more often, you'll definitely see a lot of them. However, remember, it's only effective if you use the accelerator to catch ghosts. Lauren made a note of it. Let me test the accelerator's current speed and see if I want to upgrade it. After all, it's a reward from the system. This accelerator should be pretty powerful even if it's only level 1, right? That night, Quinn witnessed the speed at which women changed their expressions. The day before, Lauren and Franklin were still bickering with each other, but tonight, they had already started eating at the dining table. Franklin, you and Lauren have made up again. Lauren smiled obsequiously. Of course. Franklin is so good that he can't bear to be angry with me. Quinn bit his chopsticks and looked at the two of them. So, Franklin agreed to let you skip a grade. Yes, I will be able to go to a new class to learn new things tomorrow. Learning, I love it the most. When Quinn saw how excited Lauren was when she mentioned learning, he expressed that he could not understand it. How terrifying. There's actually someone who loves learning. When I was in school, the thing I hated the most was learning. Chapter 352, Incoming Call. Look, is that Master Quinn on the TV? Is this our living room? Mr. Hayes suddenly pointed at the TV and asked. Quinn tilted his head to watch the TV. It was time for the news, and the entertainment program was playing. Those videos from the live broadcast had been spread all over the internet since yesterday afternoon. Since yesterday evening, articles about Quinn, Franklin, and Adam had been trending on Instagram. Fortunately, Quinn, Franklin, and Lauren had helped save the situation, so none of Adam's goals had been achieved. On the contrary, Franklin and Quinn had turned the tables on Adam. Currently, the public opinion on the internet was biased in favor of Quinn. Even the strongest public relations department in Adam's company was unable to stir up any ripples. Quinn explained to Mr. Hayes, "Didn't I ask you to bring those servants to the 3rd floor yesterday afternoon? It was because someone came to cause trouble. The one who caused trouble was this Adam." Mr. Hayes looked at Adam on the screen and was surprised. The TV series and movies that he was in are pretty good. Mr. Hayes, don't be fooled by these people's appearances. Although he looks upright, the best actor Adam in your hearts is no longer as pure as he looks after being in the entertainment industry for so long. After hearing this, Mr. Hayes nodded. That's right. As long as they bully you, they are not good people. Quinn was amused by what Mr. Hayes said. The Torres family members will always support one another. We are not in the wrong, so we have a reason to fight back, said Franklin. Today, I've already instructed the company's legal team to talk to Adam's lawyer. We'll see what the outcome will be and post it on Instagram. Franklin, isn't this a little too ruthless? Asked Quinn. It's up to you. After all, this is your business. However, no matter what you want to do, we will always back you up. It was rare for Franklin to say something like this. When he suddenly said it, Quinn felt goosebumps all over his body. Franklin, you should be more normal. It's better for you to be sarcastic like before. You're so serious about me. I'm scared. Franklin rolled his eyes at Quinn. It was rare for him to be so friendly and supportive, so Quinn obviously did not know how to react. The few of them were happily eating when the phone in the Torres mansion rang suddenly. The matriarch of the Torres family, Tina, was calling. Among all the people in the Torres family, only Franklin dared to talk to her calmly. Therefore, everyone rushed Franklin to pick up the phone. Hello, Grandma. Yes, what are you doing? Tina's voice was as calm as ever. Franklin replied, Grandma, we were just having dinner when we received your call. What's the matter? Is everything okay at the temple? Everything is fine on my side, but I see that you guys aren't having some trouble at home. What's up with Instagram today? If it wasn't for my assistant telling me, I wouldn't have known that you guys had caused such a big mess. Everyone at the dining table was looking at Franklin eagerly. When they heard what Tina said, Franklin glanced back at them. That was just an accident. We will take care of it properly. Even if it was an accident, it was due to your carelessness. Don't get the Torres family involved in the entertainment industry. It's fine that Quinn is involved since he is a model, but Lauren is also on the trending search. What's going on? Lauren is also on the trending list. The people at the dining table were stunned when they heard this. Quinn immediately picked up his phone. This morning, he took a look at his Instagram account. He was relieved to see that the netizens were all on his side. He had not opened his Instagram account for the entire day. Now that he opened it, Lauren was indeed on the third trending page. The first two searches were related to Franklin, Quinn, and Adam. The trending search term for Lauren was #Lauren, the youngest daughter of the Torres family, is despised by her eldest brother. What kind of trending search was this? Quinn clicked on the hashtag and saw a video. The video was taken by the reporters before they left the Torres family. In the video, Lauren opened her mouth to speak to Franklin, but Franklin ignored her. With his hand in the pocket of his suit pants, he walked straight past Lauren and didn't even look at her. Someone else also edited another video. When Franklin appeared in the Torres family, Lauren did not talk to Franklin, and both of them sat far away. Hence, some netizens were speculating that Lauren was despised by her eldest brother. Chapter 353, Endure. I think Franklin doesn't like his sister. His attitude towards her is so cold. That's true. The chairman of the Torres group doesn't seem to care about Lauren greeting him. Meanwhile, Franklin was answering a call from Tina as he looked at the phone that Quinn had handed over to him. He explained, "Grandma, this was all an accident. It doesn't matter if it was an accident or not, but family matters shouldn't be exposed to the public. Besides, this isn't a good family matter. All of you should restrain yourselves while I'm away, especially Lauren. Don't try anything funny again. She has only been back a month. How much trouble has she caused?" Franklin lowered his eyebrows and agreed. "Yes, Grandma." Then, Tina hung up the phone. "Franklin, how was it? What did Grandma say? She knows about the trending topic." Franklin nodded with a worried look on his face. "Is it hard to resolve? Did Grandma scold you?" "She didn't scold me. After these trending topics, Grandma will definitely find someone to suppress them. She was very dissatisfied when she saw Lauren on the trending topic. I'm afraid that when we go to the temple this week, she will target Lauren even more." Lauren put a piece of meat inside her mouth when she saw her two brothers looking worried. Then she laughed thoughtlessly and said, "You don't have to worry about me. Even if she targeted me, both of you will protect me. Anyway, I am so intelligent, right?" "Intelligence is not enough for Grandma," said Quinn. "Sometimes your abilities can't resist the pressure she puts on you." "I know, but it's better to endure it for now. When the time comes, I will bear with it." What do you think? Lauren had the right attitude. Even if she was the one who had the problem, she would still comfort her two brothers. Franklin didn't want Lauren to worry too much, so he relaxed his brows. "Well, don't worry, it's just one weekend. It won't be a big problem. Have a good meal. You'll be studying in another grade tomorrow. After dinner, rest early. If you can't keep up tomorrow, it will be very embarrassing," Franklin joked. Speaking of this, Lauren became interested again. "No way, I'll definitely perform better than the rest of the class. It's best if that's the case. Hurry up and eat." After lunch, Lauren returned to her room to prepare for the next day. Franklin did not bother Lauren and went into the study room to handle work. As the company's 50th anniversary was next month, he had to hurry up to prepare for it. Just as he turned on his computer, Quinn knocked on the door and entered. "Bro, what are you guys going to do about that trending topic between you and Lauren? Grandma will definitely suppress it. Don't worry about that. However, the fact that you and Lauren are not on good terms has blown up so much on the internet. Even if it is suppressed, everyone will already know about it. Will this affect Lauren in the future? Grandma wants us to stay low now, so we have no way to clarify it on Instagram. Let's wait. When the company's 50th anniversary comes, everyone will know my attitude towards Lauren. During this period of time, all of you have to keep a low profile, especially to protect Lauren. Don't let her be harassed by those paparazzi. I will also inform those magazines not to use any photos of Lauren." Hearing that Franklin had his own plans, Quinn agreed. "Okay, I'll leave it to you then. I'll go back to my room first." "How's the preparation for your studio coming along?" "It's pretty good. The people I've hired are coming in one after another. I've taken a fancy to a few models recently, and I'm planning to sign them all over to my studio. Do you still have enough money? If you don't, you can borrow some from the Torres group. I'll cut the interest in half for you. How about that? Franklin raised his eyebrows. Franklin, I'm your biological brother. You're asking me for interest when I'm borrowing money from you? We have a keep a clear account even though you are my biological brother. Franklin smiled. HMPH, I still have enough money now. There should be cash coming in a few months. I've also been working on some scripts and advertisements with my agent recently. Quinn stretched his back. I'm going to be busy again. As Lauren anticipated, the next day soon arrived. The first class was physics. She was going to attend it in the second year of middle school. Her learning level was stable in all kinds of subjects and she was able to keep up very well. After one class, Lauren felt very fulfilled. Chapter 354, Speed Up or Slow Down. After that, she took a history class and a language class. These two classes mainly relied on understanding and memory. Lauren always had a good memory. Some of the rewards from previous missions could help enhance her memory. For example, the reward from that mission, memory pill. After taking the memory pill, Lauren's memory would become much stronger. However, Lauren did not need to rely on this. Her memory was already very good. This was one of the prerequisites for her to be chosen as the host. Of course, the prerequisite was that she could memorize things by heart. There was nothing in the world that could be easily obtained without effort. Lauren was very willing to put in the effort for the sake of knowledge. Basically, Lauren could recite a long text paragraph word by word after reading it 2 or 3 times. After these few classes in middle school, Lauren was going to attend the last class in the high school section. As soon as the class bell rang, Lauren took out the accelerator from her spiritual consciousness. In her spiritual consciousness, the accelerator looked like a pair of shoes. Normally, once she wore this accelerator, it would start to work. However, Lauren sensed that she did not speed up. Instead, she walked much slower than before. Is this really an accelerator? It even made me slow down. Divine 9 always appeared at the right time. System Divine 9, host, that's why I said you have to level it up. The key is that once you wear this accelerator now, you won't be able to take it off in 5 minutes. So, I have to wear these shoes that make my speed slow down for another 5 minutes. But there's only a 10-minute break between classes. System Divine 9, host, you can only hope for the best. However, these teachers probably won't mind if you're late, right? You're a new student after all. Divine 9, this isn't much of a consolation. At her wit's end, Lauren had no choice but to wear this speed reducer and slowly move forward. When Lauren was using this accelerator, from the perspective of others, she was still moving normally, so she wouldn't arouse any suspicion. Of course, there were still some loopholes. If Lauren met someone at a certain place and that person greeted her, then that person would follow her speed and arrive at her destination. This means that if the real me has already reached the 3rd floor, but in everyone's eyes, I am still on the 1st floor. If someone were to greet me on the 1st floor, would that person instantly follow me to the 3rd floor, because he would be connected to me after he touches me? How awkward. System Divine 9, yes, host. Therefore, when you use the accelerator, be careful not to let others touch you. Try to avoid greeting others. Otherwise, it will affect others and may cause them to be suspicious and puzzled. Alright, but your design is too unreasonable. The more reasonable design should be that if that person saw me, then I would return to that place. If someone bumped into me on the 1st floor, then the real me should return to the 1st floor from the 3rd floor. This way, it won't arouse the suspicion of the outside world. Lauren complained about the design of the accelerator as she moved slowly. System Divine 9, this accelerator was originally designed for us to complete our mission. In order to seize every second and prevent those ghosts from escaping, this accelerator was designed in this way. If someone touches you and you have to return to the starting point, then the mission may never be completed. Alright, but the speed of this accelerator is too slow. Like a tortoise, Lauren slowly moved forward for 5 minutes. There were still 5 minutes left before class started, so she had no choice but to sprint forward with her short legs. When the students in the corridor saw that a little girl had suddenly appeared in their school, they were very curious and gathered in small groups at the side. "Hey, who is this kid? Why is she in our school? That's right. Who brings their younger sister to class?" Lauren was not in the mood to care about this at the moment. All she wanted to do was to rush forward. She was going to grade 12 class 1 in high school. It was her favorite math class, so she did not want to miss it at all. She ran as fast as she could and finally reached the building before the bell rang. She stopped to rest for a while. Just like in senior high school and other places, she attracted everyone's attention. "Lauren, what are you doing here?" Chapter 355, Attend Classes. Lauren heard a familiar voice. She raised her head and saw Bryce and a few other male students walking over from opposite. Bryce quickly pulled Lauren to the side. "Bryce, who is this? Is this your sister?" Bryce waved at the male students and said, "Hurry up and go in. Why are you all so nosy?" Bryce led Lauren to a corner and asked, "What are you doing here? Even if it's an investigation, don't be so brazen. Besides, isn't the mission over? Why are you still looking for me?" "Just to be clear, I'm not going to help you anymore." Lauren listened to Quinn's rambling and said helplessly, "I'm not here to look for you." "You're not here to look for me? Then who are you looking for?" Lauren did not know how to answer this question. She looked up and saw Mr. Zander walking towards her from the corridor with a math textbook in his hands. "I'm looking for him." Lauren pointed in the direction of Mr. Zander. "That's our math teacher. Can you make up a better story? Why are you looking for our math teacher?" "I've come to attend class." "Class? This is a senior class, not kindergarten. I am here for my senior class." Bryce thought that Lauren was uttering nonsense. He pushed Lauren and said, "Okay, don't talk nonsense. Hurry back to the kindergarten, otherwise, your kindergarten teachers will be anxious when they find out you've disappeared." Bryce tried to push Lauren, but he found that he couldn't. "You're so small, yet you're so strong." "Bryce, Lauren, what are the two of you doing there?" When Bryce heard Mr. Zander's voice, he immediately subconsciously stood up straight. Mr. Zander. "Huh? Something is wrong. How did Mr. Zander know your name?" As they spoke, Mr. Zander had already arrived in front of them. "You're here, Lauren. Hurry up and enter the classroom. I've already arranged a seat for you." Lauren nodded. "Yes, Mr. Zander. You too, Bryce. It's almost time for class, yet you're still strolling outside. Don't you know how to use the time after class for revision?" Bryce stared blankly at Mr. Zander as he entered the classroom. Meanwhile, Lauren followed him into the classroom like a small tail. He raised his head and looked at the signboard that was pasted on the wall. It was his class, wasn't it? Why was Lauren here? Did he travel through time or did Lauren travel through time? When the bell rang for class, the students behind Bryce patted him on the shoulder. "What are you standing here for? It's time for class." Following that, they pushed Bryce into the classroom. Bryce was one of the tallest students in the class, so he sat in the second to last row. He entered through the back door and saw Lauren sitting in the first row the moment he entered. Her table had moved over at the last minute and was stuck in the middle. It looked very strange. The other students looked as surprised as Quinn. "Hey, who's this little girl in front? Why is she in our class?" One of the female students in the front seat said, "That's right, but the back of this little girl's head looks nice." Bryce calmed down as the people around him were surprised. As long as he was not crazy, it was good. Mr. Zander clapped his hands, and the students quieted down. All right. I don't see you guys being so enthusiastic in math classes. Now that a little girl is here, you guys are so excited." "Mr. Zander, who is she? She's not your daughter, right?" Everyone burst into laughter. Mr. Zander also laughed. "If this is my daughter, then I'll be happy. Let me introduce her to everyone. From now on, this 4.5-year-old girl will be our classmate. She will be attending math class with us. Her name is Lauren Torres." "Lauren Torres? Why does this name sound familiar? Isn't she the one who was trending on Instagram yesterday?" "I think that girl's name is also Lauren Torres." Mr. Zander said, "All right, stop chattering." Some of the male students didn't even check Instagram, so they didn't know what the female students were talking about. "Mr. Zander, this little girl is only 4.5 years old. Can she keep up with our class?" Mr. Zander smiled mysteriously. Why can't she keep up? You'll find out soon enough. Don't look down on her. Bryce, who was sitting in the last row, listened to Mr. Zander in a daze. What? Lauren was really here for class. He thought she was here for a mission. Chapter 356, Insulting. Alright, all of you better hurry up. You're about to take the college entrance exam, so stop being so distracted. Hurry up and take out the test paper that was handed out yesterday. Lauren, share it with the students next to you for now. Okay, Lauren nodded. A chubby girl with a ponytail sat next to her. She had a kind look on her face. She shifted her test paper over a little and shared it with Lauren. Since she was sitting in the first row of the class, Lauren did not dare to speak unnecessarily. She smiled at the chubby girl to express her gratitude and went back to class. The answers to the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blanks questions have been given. Please check them yourself. Lauren noticed that the chubby girl was looking up at the blackboard while looking at the answers. There were a total of 16 multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, and she had got at least half of her questions wrong. She saw that this girl's paper was actually very neat. She also used the red pen to correct her own mistakes and copied the correct steps onto the paper. Lauren didn't understand. This chubby girl was studying so hard. How could she still make so many mistakes? Mr. Zander continued to explain the questions on the stage. He was explaining a function question. This is the most difficult problem in the college entrance exam last year. Let's take a look at it together. Lauren's desire to win was aroused when she heard what Mr. Zander said. The most difficult problem. She was interested. So, she and the other students looked at the problem seriously. Is there any student in the class who can solve this problem? How about the math class representative? The math class representative was a boy who wore round-rimmed glasses and had a buzz cut. It was obvious that he was a student who studied hard. The boy shook his head. If the math class representative didn't manage to solve the question, then the rest of you must be facing the same problem, right? Sure enough, everyone lowered their heads. This problem is indeed very difficult. It is certainly beyond the usual standard of the exam. Last year, this problem had a perfect score of 14 points, but the average score was only 1.2 points. I won't make things difficult for everyone. I'll just go straight to the point. Suddenly, a small hand was raised. It was Lauren's hand. Lauren, what's wrong? Mr. Zander, I have some ideas about this problem. Oh? Then tell me how to solve it. Then, Lauren explained her own ideas. Some of the students who were quick-witted and had good mathematical foundations quickly caught up with Lauren. The math class representative said, "That's right. We can solve the problem in this way and simplify it. Why didn't I think of that?" Mr. Zander listened to Lauren and nodded his head in satisfaction. Very good. This is one of the most convenient ways to solve the problem. It's even better than the one I'm going to talk about. Lauren, why don't you write down the entire process on the blackboard and let your seniors have a good look at it? Lauren hesitated. What's wrong? Have you not thought of the specific steps to solve the problem? Mr. Zander asked. The students understood the situation. As expected, even a genius needs time. However, Lauren shook her head. But I am not tall enough. Oh, so that's the reason. Lauren's reason made many people in the class laugh. It doesn't matter if you are not tall enough. Just read it out and get someone else to write it for you. Who do you fancy to write it for you? At that moment, Bryce just wanted to disappear on the spot. Lauren would definitely get him to do the job. As expected, he heard his own name in the next second. Mr. Zander, I want Bryce to write it for me. Bryce? Sure. Bryce, come up and help Lauren write the process of solving the problem. Teacher, can I not write? Mr. Zander frowned. You can't solve the problem, and now you don't even want to write it. Bryce held back his unwillingness and went on stage. It didn't hurt, but it was certainly very insulting to him. Lauren looked at the question while reciting the steps, and Bryce wrote the steps on the blackboard. There were some parts that needed to be calculated, but Lauren did not even need to use a draft paper. She only needed to pause for a second or two before she said the answer. Her skill caused the students in the class to sigh. Bryce quickly followed Lauren's train of thought as he wrote down the steps to solve the question. At the same time, he wondered if Lauren had memorized the answer. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to answer so fluently. The answer for the function question occupied 3/4 of the blackboard. After Bryce finished writing it, he swung his arm. Chapter 357, slightly better. Millimeter, very good. Go back to your seat. Lauren, you can sit down now. Everyone, take a good look at Lauren's solution. This solution is rather unique. You might not be intelligent enough to come up with it, but you can take a look. Next, I'll talk about a more common solution. This method is a little more complicated than Lauren's, but it's easier for you to accept. After the math class, Lauren suddenly became a celebrity in grade 12 class 1. After class, the students moved closer to Lauren. Lauren, your math is too good. Exactly. You're the first one to be praised by Mr. Zander. Lauren was surrounded by so many seniors that she was a little nervous. She shook her head and said, "No, I am just slightly better." She extended her pinky finger and gestured the range. Her cute body movements coupled with her expression made the girls burst out laughing. From afar, Bryce looked at Lauren, who was surrounded by his classmates, and patted his own face. Was that math class just now really not a dream? Was Lauren really that good at math? So Lauren did solve his math test questions when she sat in the car the other time. However, everyone's enthusiasm for Lauren was quickly overshadowed by the braised pork ribs served in the cafeteria today. After everyone surrounded Lauren and asked her some questions, they quickly went back to the cafeteria. When Lauren turned around, Bryce was no longer in the classroom. She pouted. This brother of hers was really not responsible at all. He was not like the other two brothers who always took care of her. In an instant, the classroom was empty. Only Lauren and the girl next to her were left. Lauren blinked and said, "Big sister, aren't you going to eat? Your classmates have all left." The girl shook her head and said, "I'll eat later. There are a lot of people in the dining hall right now. If I go, I'll have to wait in line. I might as well do some questions here first." After she finished speaking, she flipped through the math paper that was given to her just now. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, then, she turned to Lauren and said, "Can you teach me? I feel like I'm already studying very seriously, but I can't get my grades up." She lowered her head as she spoke. She looked very helpless. Lauren nodded. "Sure, what don't you know?" The girl then pointed out a few questions, and Lauren explained them to her in a serious manner. After 20 minutes, she was almost done. A relaxed smile finally appeared on the girl's face. She put down her test paper and said, "Let's go. There should be no one in the dining hall now. Let me treat you to a meal." Lauren's eyes lit up when she heard that she could eat. "Sure." In the canteen, Lauren found a seat and waited for the girl. Along the way, people kept looking at Lauren. They probably thought she was the daughter of a teacher or a staff member. Not long after, the girl came over with 2 plates. At this moment, 2 girls passed by. "Hey, little fatty, you are here so late. You must have been studying hard again." The girl raised her head and smiled at the 2 girls. She looked very reserved. When the 2 girls were far away, Lauren said, "I still don't know your name, big sister." "My name is Tiffany Glover." "Then I'll call you Tiffany." Tiffany nodded. "But why did I hear the 2 girls call you little fatty?" The girl did not look happy when she was asked, but she replied, "I was in the same class as them in my first year of high school. They thought I was a little fat, so they called me little fatty." "But you don't like to be called that, do you?" Tiffany nodded and smiled bitterly. "I don't think any girl would like this title. I don't like it either. Maybe I'm too fragile." Lauren shook her head. "No, you're not. If you don't like it, you should tell them. Those 2 girls are the class monitor and study committee member. Everyone in the class likes them very much. No matter what I say, they won't listen to me. They might even turn around and blame me." Tiffany spoke as she ate her lunch. Lauren looked at the plate in front of her. She picked up a mouthful of food and put it into her mouth. Then, she frowned. As expected, the food in the high school cafeteria was very ordinary. No wonder every time Bryce returned home after school, he would snatch meat from her. So, this was all she could eat in school. In that case, she would have to let Bryce have his way in the future. Chapter 358, Security. She barely managed to eat a few mouthfuls of rice. "Your world is really complicated. If I don't like it, I will say it out loud. Actually, our world isn't complicated either. Those who are good-looking and better at studying will be favored by others. People who are cute and good at academics will surround you. Meanwhile, people like me, who are not good-looking, fat, and bad at studying, will be ignored. Sometimes, we will even be bullied. How can that be? I think that you are also very cute. You have a good personality and are gentle. Everyone has their own merits. Tiffany smiled, though it was unclear whether she was listening. The third-year students were pressed for time. In just 5 minutes, Tiffany had finished her lunch. I'm going back to my dorm. What about you? Where are you going to take a break? This was a good question. She had never thought about it before. Where should she go for her break? You should go back first, Tiffany. I'm going to call my brother. Tiffany nodded and left. Lauren dialed Franklin's number. What's wrong, Lauren? Franklin, I just finished my lunch at the high school cafeteria. Just between us, the food here is terrible. Franklin laughed out loud. Then let's go home and eat better tonight. Okay, Lauren replied. Franklin, where can I go to take a break at noon? I don't have a dormitory room here. Oh, I really forgot about that. Please wait a moment, I'll go make some arrangements. After that, Lauren obediently waited in the cafeteria for a few minutes. Then, she saw Bryce running towards her. Why are you here? Franklin called me and asked me to come over to watch over you so that nothing would happen to you. I am so intelligent and well-behaved. Nothing will happen to me. When the word intelligent was mentioned, Bryce felt as if he had been stepped on. He recalled the scene in math class. By the way, are you some kind of prodigy? Bryce stood up and sized up Lauren from head to toe. Under Bryce's direct gaze, Lauren felt as if she had been scanned by an X-ray. How did you get so good at math? Lauren was speechless. How was she supposed to explain this? Then Bryce waved his hand again. He did not seem to care about Lauren's answer. Forget it, forget it. Let's assume that you are a prodigy. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to my class? I didn't know that was your class. I've always been in Mr. Zander's math class. Then, Lauren explained the talent program to Bryce. Oh, Mr. Zander's teaching method is a little weird, but he's a good teacher. You can learn a lot from him. Yeah, Lauren nodded. Then, she remembered something. By the way, did anything strange happen in your school recently? What do you mean by strange things? Lauren remained silent. Bryce knew the answer. Don't tell me you're talking about those ghosts. Lauren nodded slowly. How could something like that happen? Isn't it enough to have one such case? So you're saying that you never saw Fiona Carl again in school? No, everything is normal. So strange. What's so strange about that? Is it abnormal to not have a ghost? I don't mean that. I feel that Fiona Carl is a little strange. Her motive for wanting to escape isn't as simple as it looks. So I thought that if you let her go, she might continue to cause trouble in school and attract attention. She might even do something even scarier than the bloody handprint, but yet nothing actually happened now. In any case, I haven't heard of anything that has happened recently. Oh, Lauren replied. Then she waited with Bryce for the person that Franklin had arranged to meet them. Suddenly, Lauren noticed that there were also people in security uniforms walking around the cafeteria with long sticks in their hands. The security here is good. You have people who frequently patrol the cafeteria. Bryce glanced at the 2 security guards. That's right, they are here to prevent campus violence. Campus violence? I remembered you said that Thomas Johnson High School doesn't have campus violence. Initially we didn't have such cases, but for some reason, there have been 2 such incidents in our school in the past 2 weeks. The students who were bullied suffered from mental illness, and they have gone home to recuperate. The school takes this very seriously, so they have increased the intensity and frequency of patrols throughout the school. Chapter 359, Dormitory. Lauren was deep in thought. Could Fiona's escape have something to do with the 2 campus violence incidents? After all, Fiona had died because of campus violence. Perhaps she was unwilling to be the only one, so she wanted to drag more people down with her. Before Lauren could figure out, the person they were waiting for had already arrived. Are you Lauren? Yes. Hello, I'm Lauren and he is Bryce. Lauren pointed at Bryce. Bryce said, I have a mouth to introduce myself. Your brother has already arranged a dormitory for you. Come with me. Bryce followed behind Lauren. Noticing Lauren's gaze, Bryce hurriedly explained, What? It was Franklin who instructed me to keep an eye on you until you arrived safely. I was just following orders. Bryce was obviously concerned about her, but he was too stubborn to admit it. It was exactly the same as how Franklin and Quinn had treated Lauren in the beginning. However, Lauren did not expose Bryce. She only ridiculed him in her heart, as she felt his care and concern were rather inconsistent. Why was he so worried about her now? Why did he run away after class? Did he not care about her lunch? The person brought Lauren and Bryce to another dormitory area. Bryce was amazed as he followed behind. The greenery in this dormitory area was excellent, and the decorations were exquisite. It was not until they opened the door of Lauren's dormitory that Bryce knew what it meant to say there was always something better. Indeed, there were even more exquisite dormitories than his. Lauren's dormitory wasn't shared with anyone else. It had a small bedroom and a living room. Although it was small, it was well equipped. There was a sofa, a coffee table, and more. How is this a dormitory? It can be a home, Bryce whispered with a little jealousy. The man explained, this is our dormitory for teachers. It happens to be available, so I'll let Lauren rest here for a while. Please don't mind the shabby environment. Bryce looked around and said, you called this place shabby? If that was the case, then the students' dormitory would be no different from a garbage dump. Franklin called again, and Lauren picked up the call. Franklin, I've already arrived at the dormitory. This dormitory is so beautiful. There's a big bed and a big sofa. Great. Where's your third brother? Is he with you? Lauren looked up at Bryce. She had never called Bryce that before. Bryce replied loudly, Franklin, I'm here. I followed your instructions and didn't dare to run around. Why don't you rest in this dormitory with Lauren? Isn't there a big sofa? You can just rest on the sofa. I'm not at ease with Lauren being there alone. Alright, it's decided then. There's an international call coming in. I'll hang up first. Bryce and Lauren were both on the phone when Franklin called. He hung up before Bryce could say anything. Both Lauren and Bryce stared at each other as they heard the beeping sound from the other end of the phone. Since Franklin said so, you can rest here. You can sleep on the bed while I sleep on the sofa. Lauren also wanted to have a companion. Otherwise, it would be too boring. In the past, she had never been alone, as she always had someone by her side. Bryce stretched lazily and said, Alright, you can go and sleep on the bed. I'll just rest here on the sofa for a while. After saying that, he lay down on the sofa. Fortunately, the sofa was really big and could accommodate his long legs. It was quite comfortable to lie down on. It was no different from a bed. Bryce folded his hands and placed them behind his head as a pillow. Then, he turned his head to look around. The only problem with this dormitory is that it doesn't have a refrigerator, so we can't have food. Lauren asked, didn't you just have lunch? Now you're already thinking about food. Who's the glutton? Bryce rubbed his stomach and asked in confusion, did I just have lunch? What did I eat? I can't remember. Anyway, my stomach feels empty now, and I'm a little hungry. Lauren couldn't be bothered with him. She had eaten her fill and was still sleepy, so she went back to her room to rest on her bed. The first class in the afternoon started at 2 o'clock, which meant that they had to get up at 1:45. Bryce and Lauren were rubbing their eyes as they arrived at the class. The first class in the afternoon was held in the third year of high school. It was a self-study class, but this self-study class was also Mr. Zander's math quiz class, so Lauren also attended it. However, they realized that something was not right when they arrived for the class. Chapter 360 Lauren is my younger sister. When Bryce appeared in the classroom, his classmates looked at him strangely. Mr. Zander was in the classroom, but their homeroom teacher was also there. Bryce sat in his seat and nudged his deskmate's elbow. What's going on? Why is the homeroom teacher here? Isn't it math class? Before his deskmate could answer, the homeroom teacher spoke. Bryce, follow me out for a moment. The homeroom teacher was an English teacher. Bryce's English was usually quite good. Therefore, the homeroom teacher rarely looked for him. Bryce stood up and followed the homeroom teacher out. Once the homeroom teacher left, the entire class started to get noisy. They were all discussing something in low voices. Lauren sat beside Tiffany and asked, "What's wrong? Why does everyone in the class seem to be discussing something?" "Yes, they're talking about how Bryce bullied others this afternoon." "Bryce bullied others? How could that be?" "I'm not sure. He disappeared after the last period of class this morning." After that, a second-year class teacher came to find Bryce and said that he had beaten up a student in his class. I also heard that Bryce didn't return to his dormitory this afternoon. So, the class teacher came over to wait for Bryce. Tiffany added, the parents of the boy who was beaten up went to the principal's office. That was impossible. Although Bryce had indeed disappeared after class today, Lauren believed that Bryce would not do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding. She jumped down from the chair and was about to leave when Mr. Zander stopped her. Lauren, where are you going? I'm going to look for Bryce. What for? It's math class now. He'll have to bear the responsibility for what happened to him. Lauren glanced at Mr. Zander. Bryce is my brother. He's my biological brother. Since something happened to him, of course I am concerned. Then, Lauren broke free of Mr. Zander's hand and ran out of the room. Fortunately, the homeroom teacher did not bring Bryce too far. They were just chatting in a corner at the end of the corridor. Lauren did not go forward. Instead, she watched from afar. The homeroom teacher's attitude was gentle and rational. After a short while, the homeroom teacher stood by the side and made a phone call. Meanwhile, Bryce walked in the direction of the classroom. Lauren went up to him and asked, "How was it? How could you hit someone?" At that moment, Bryce looked a little frustrated. He shook his head and said, "I don't know either. They said I went to hit someone after class in the afternoon, but I don't have any recollection of it." He rubbed his head. This is too strange. The homeroom teacher has already called someone at home to handle this. Someone at home? Who could it be? Lauren thought to herself. It couldn't be their father Sean. Franklin is coming. Lauren nodded. It would be better if Franklin came. Franklin was the person who doted on them the most. He could definitely clear Bryce's name. Bryce returned to the classroom and took out a math paper, burying his head in it. Lauren turned around to look at Bryce for the entire self-study class. Bryce maintained a serious expression as he worked on the questions. Lauren was a little worried about Bryce, as it was not how he used to be. The students around Bryce did not dare to approach him when they saw his reaction. It was only when class was about to end that the homeroom teacher called Bryce out again. Lauren followed out again. The homeroom teacher, Seth Hill, knew about Lauren as the principal had already informed him. "Lauren, what are you doing here? Don't you have class later?" Lauren looked at Bryce, who was standing next to the teacher. He had his head lowered and his hair was a little messy. It was probably because he had scratched his head a few times in frustration. "Mr. Hill, Bryce is my older brother, so I also want to know what's going on." "Bryce is your older brother?" Seth looked at both of them in disbelief. Bryce nodded. "Yes, Mr. Hill. Lauren is my younger sister." Lauren did not expect Bryce to admit his identity for the first time under such circumstances. Seth hesitated for a moment. In his eyes, Bryce had always been a well-behaved student. Although Bryce's results for some subjects are better than others, as a student, he had already done very well and had never caused any trouble. Therefore, when a student came to complain to him about his injuries, Seth was also surprised for quite a while. He looked at Lauren's worried gaze and nodded. "All right, your eldest brother, Franklin, is already at the office. Let's go over together." Chapter 361, Bryce beat someone up. So, Lauren followed them to the office. They must have had specifically looked for an empty office. When they entered, Franklin was already inside. The moment she saw Franklin, Lauren immediately pounced on him. "Franklin." Franklin caressed Lauren's head and asked, "Why are you here too?" "I saw that Bryce is facing some problem, so I followed him here." Franklin nodded, then he picked up Lauren to sit on the sofa next to him. Seth pointed to the chair. "Bryce, don't just stand there. Come and sit down. Let's talk about this internally. What exactly happened, Mr. Hill?" Franklin asked the teacher politely. "Bryce is my younger brother. I know him best. He never fights, let alone bullies his classmates." Seth Hill was a 40-year-old male teacher. He wore a pair of black glasses, which gave him a naive and innocent look. He looked at Franklin and said, "Mr. Torres, I have taken care of Bryce for 2 years. I know he won't cause trouble for no reason, but the child who was beaten up has already brought his parents here to complain, so we have no choice but to invite you here to resolve this matter." "Is it him? Is it him who injured my child?" Suddenly, there was a fierce knock on the door. Because the office door was partly made of transparent glass, one could see inside from the outside. Seth quickly got up to open the door. A woman and a man were standing at the door angrily. Behind them was a relatively thin boy. The boy looked bruised and swollen. His right hand seemed to have a fracture and was in a cast. He looked very disheveled. "Please, don't be so agitated. Our school is also investigating this matter." "What investigation?" "My son said that it was that person who hit him." "How could there be a mistake? Why would he lie for no reason?" The middle-aged woman pointed at Bryce as she cursed. Seth had no choice but to invite them into the office. Bryce looked up at Jackson, but he had no impression of this person. Jackson seemed to be very afraid of Bryce. Bryce only took a glance at him before Jackson retreated a few steps and leaned against the corner of the wall as if he was afraid that Bryce would beat him up again. When the couple saw their son's reaction, they were even more certain that Bryce was the one who bullied their son. "Jackson, don't be afraid. We are here, and we certainly won't let you get hurt." The woman had a high-pitched voice, and even Lauren found it ear-piercing. Seth could only comfort both sides until everyone calmed down. They then moved to a larger reception room. Franklin and Jackson's parents sat opposite each other, while Seth sat in the middle. "Bryce," Jackson from grade 12 class 3 said that you stopped him when he went to the cafeteria at noon. "You mocked him and beat him up. Is that true?" Bryce shook his head. "No, I don't know this Jackson at all and I don't remember hitting anyone. After I finished eating, Bryce patted his head. He suddenly could not remember where he had gone after class. It was the last class. He had originally planned to wait for Lauren to have lunch with her at noon, but why didn't he wait? Where had he gone during that period? Jackson, who was curled up in the corner, said, "It's him. I didn't know him before, but after school today, I was going to find a quieter place to eat, but he suddenly grabbed my collar and started laughing at me." Bryce listened to Jackson's nonsense and almost laughed out of anger. He looked up at Jackson. "I laughed at you. What was I laughing at? I don't know you at all." Jackson seemed a little embarrassed at the mention of this, and his face turned red. You said that I came from the countryside, and I am poor and that I didn't deserve to study here. Then you punched and kicked me, and you even broke my arm." Bryce felt that he had been accused wrongly. Jackson was from the countryside. How would he know such a thing? The middle-aged woman sitting on the sofa listened to her son's grievance. She could not help but say, "Our family may be poor, but so what? Our Jackson is well-behaved and has good grades. Why should we be discriminated? This school has never encountered such a situation before. You must deal with it properly, or else we will go to the Education Bureau." Chapter 362 Something is Strange Translator Neobo Studio Editor Neobo Studio. Lauren noticed that the middle-aged woman was wearing a loose-fitting t-shirt whose collar had been pulled wide open. It was obvious that it had been washed many times. The man was wearing a pair of trousers which were covered in dust at the bottom. It was likely that he worked outdoors or did manual labor. He probably wasn't lying when he said that they were from the countryside. In such a case, it was always best to appease the one who had been beaten. So, Mr. Hill quickly said, "Don't worry, the school will definitely investigate this beating incident. If it was really done by Bryce, then we will definitely not tolerate it. But now, we have to investigate it clearly. Doesn't the school have surveillance cameras? It would be clear at a glance." After checking the surveillance cameras, "Right," said Franklin, who had been silent all this time. Even though the victim and his family seemed genuine, he was still willing to trust his younger brother. Mr. Hill had a troubled expression on his face. He said, "We had already thought of investigating the surveillance cameras from the very beginning. But, the place where Jackson was taking his lunch was at the back of the school auditorium. No one usually went to that place, so the school did not install any surveillance cameras. All the students will pass through the places where the surveillance cameras were, so we are unable to find anything." Suddenly, there was a ding sound in Lauren's head. "Host, there are still 2 weeks before the end of the 5th and 6th missions. Please hurry up and complete the missions as soon as possible." Then, the contents of the 2 missions appeared in Lauren's spiritual consciousness. They were to find the owner of the bloody handprint and investigate the truth behind the incident of Fiona Carl. Lauren's mind was in a mess. Why hadn't the issue with Fiona been resolved? However, Fiona had obviously disappeared and she had not come out to cause any trouble. Suddenly, Lauren raised her head and saw the couple on the opposite side, who, demanding justice. There was also Bryce, who was indignant, and Jackson, who was cowering in a corner with wounds all over his body. There was a bold thought in her mind. Could it be that Fiona was involved in Jackson's injury? According to Bryce, there had been 2 or 3 bullying incidents at Thomas Johnson High School recently. This was something that had never happened before. The timeline seemed to match. The bullying incidents only happened at Thomas Johnson High School after they released Fiona. Once she had this thought, Lauren began to feel that there was a connection between the two. There was no way for the two sides to reconcile their statements. Furthermore, neither side admitted that they were lying and there was no direct evidence. This left everyone in a difficult situation. In the end, they even went to the scene of the incident. This place was indeed very quiet and remote. It was a forest. As Mr. Hill walked, he asked Jackson, "Why did you come to such a place for lunch?" "My family is poor, and I can't afford the food in the school cafeteria, so I can only bring some simple steamed buns and pickles over to eat every day. That's why I eat at these places before going back." At this age, he already had a strong sense of self-esteem. Saying this to his teachers and parents made him feel a little embarrassed, but the injuries on his body reminded him again and again that he had to tell the truth. "This is the place." Jackson pointed to a large rock under a tree. "This is where I usually eat." The small forest was covered in grass. One could clearly see that some of the grass around the rock had been flattened and disturbed, which meant that a fight had indeed taken place here. Lauren raised her head and looked at her surroundings. There were only trees around, and no clear evidence. Even so, it did not prove that Bryce was the one who had hit Jackson. Then, Mr. Hill found some of the classmates who usually ate with Bryce and asked them about Bryce's whereabouts at noon. A boy who ate with Bryce in the same dormitory scratched his head and said, "I remember Bryce went to eat with us at noon today." "No, that's not right. He didn't go either." "I can't remember clearly." Mr. Hill frowned. "What do you mean?" "It was just something that happened at noon today, right? You can't even remember clearly." The boy seemed to be really distressed. Sorry, Mr. Hill. I really can't remember clearly." When Mr. Hill was questioning the boy, they were waiting outside the door. Lauren's sharp hearing allowed her to hear the conversation clearly. Chapter 363 Innocence Translator Neobo Studio Editor Neobo Studio. There was indeed something fishy about the incident. It seemed that those who were related to Bryce had very vague memories of that period of time. It was too much of a coincidence as it had indirectly erased all traces of Bryce's alibi. They were not able to find any clues from the students. They also did not find anything unusual in the small forest. As such, the school could not conclude that Bryce was the one who had beaten Jackson. Furthermore, they were afraid of the Torres family. Therefore, the principal had no choice but to appease Jackson's parents first. He helped them pay for their medical fees and promised repeatedly that they would investigate thoroughly. Fortunately, Jackson was only a sophomore. If he was unable to write with his right hand, his parents would probably be even more unforgiving. After sending Jackson and his parents away, Seth and the Torres siblings were the only ones left in the office. Seth sighed. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing in his 20 years as a homeroom teacher. "Bryce, I'm going to ask you again. Did you hit Jackson?" Once again, Bryce assured him that he did not hit him. There was no doubt in the teenager's tone. "Since you say so, then I'll believe you. However, it might be difficult to prove." "Didn't hit him. I'll discuss it with the other teachers." Seth shook his head and looked at Franklin. "Mr. Torres, do you have anything to say?" During the whole process, Franklin sat there steadily without speaking, except for a few words. His expression was always indifferent, and it was hard to tell what kind of attitude he had, so it was kind of scary. Franklin shook his head. "Mr. Hill, I don't have anything to say. I also believe that Bryce wouldn't do such a thing. Now, we can only wait for time to prove it." I'll have to trouble you and the school to investigate it. All right, we will do our best. This matter. Just now, Jackson's parents had also said that if we could not handle it properly, they would call the police and let them handle it. It would not be good for both sides. At that time, I can't stop the school from making any decisions. I hope that you can understand, Mr. Torres. Lauren frowned. She found Mr. Hill's words a little strange. Did he mean that if there was no way to prove that Bryce was innocent, then the school would assume that Bryce was the one who hit Jackson? For the sake of the school's image, they wanted to push Bryce out as a scapegoat. Before Franklin could say anything, Lauren stood up and said, "No, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. My third brother will definitely not hit anyone. You can't push him out just because you want to settle the matter peacefully." Lauren knew that if Bryce, a proud and innocent youth, was to be wrongly accused by the school, this matter would become a thorn in his heart. Seth looked at Lauren and thought, this little girl had become a big star in the school today. He had also heard some teachers talking about her in the office. "Lauren, you may be good at your studies, but there are many things in society that you can't control. If Jackson's parents sue your brother in court, it will become even more troublesome. Bryce will have to bear more than just a demerit and an apology. It will also be bad for the image of the Torres family." Lauren looked at Franklin as if she was waiting for him to give a fair and just treatment. Franklin patted Lauren on the head and spoke in a calm but firm tone. "The Torres family has never been afraid of being sued in court. We're only afraid of being wrongly accused. As I said before, I don't believe my younger brother would do such a thing. No matter what, Bryce can't bear the accusation of a school bully for no reason. If the school can't investigate it, then just let them call the police. The Torres family is always innocent." Franklin stood up after saying his thoughts. Lauren now felt that Franklin's legs were 2 meters long. Franklin's image in her heart was simply high and mighty. He got home in time to help Quinn the last time, and now he was helping Bryce. Franklin was a great brother. Lauren looked up and gave Franklin a thumbs up. He smiled and nodded, accepting Lauren's praise. Seth was in a dilemma while he stood to one side. "Mr. Hill, I won't bother you any longer. Please let me know if there is any progress in this matter." Chapter 364, Shifting the Blame. Seth quickly stood up and said, "Okay, take care, Mr. Torres." After taking a few steps, Franklin turned back. "Oh right, I hope that the news about my brother will not spread in the school. The truth has yet to be found out. This kind of rumor is the biggest threat to the Torres family's image. Okay, I will inform the students about it." It was already the second lesson in the afternoon. There were no students in the corridor, so it was a good opportunity to have a chat. Bryce was like a withered eggplant. He lowered his head and did not say a word. They stood in the corridor, leaning against the railing. "What are you thinking about?" Franklin looked at Bryce. "TM not thinking about anything. I just don't understand why that person would frame me." Franklin rubbed his temples. He did not understand either. What was going on in the world today? Actually, T might not be a frame-up. Maybe what he said is the truth, Lauren said. Bryce stomped his foot when he heard what Lauren said. "What do you mean? If what he said is the truth, then it proves that I'm lying. Are you saying that I hit someone? Then why did you defend me so much in the office just now?" Lauren realized that Bryce had a unique characteristic when he talked. He did not listen to what others were saying. Instead, he just went on and on without listening to any explanation. "That's not what I meant. It's possible that neither of you lied. Franklin, look at Lauren. She's crazy. What she said makes no sense." Lauren shook her head. It seemed Bryce simply didn't understand her at all. Luckily, Franklin, who had been with Lauren for nearly 2 months, understood what she meant. On top of that, the only thing that could get her attention must be a ghost. "You mean someone hit Jackson and then framed Bryce?" Lauren nodded and then shook her head. "Not just anyone. I mean a ghost framed him." "A ghost framed me?" Bryce repeated Lauren's words in a daze. He knew all the words, but he did not fully understand what she meant. Lauren looked at Bryce's confused expression and shook her head. She had no intention of explaining it to Bryce as she did not have much time left. Since Fiona had something to do with this matter, she only needed tea. Fiona, let's go, Lauren said to Franklin and Bryce. Then, she took the lead and walked toward the school's field. Where are we going? Bryce asked as he caught up with Lauren and Franklin. On the other hand, Franklin trusted Lauren very much. He did not ask any questions and simply followed her. There was no one on the field at the moment. Lauren took out Fiona's test paper from her pocket dimension. She had previously retrieved it from the archive. Now that the matter had come this far, Bryce finally understood what Lauren wanted to do. He walked up to Lauren. Even though there was no one around, he still whispered to Lauren, "Lauren, you're crazy. It's still broad daylight and you're doing all this in the middle of the school. What if someone sees you? How do you explain it? I suspect that Fiona is the reason why you were framed." Then, Lauren told Bryce about her speculation. "So, if we want to find out the truth, we have to summon Fiona. There's no one on the field right now. It's the best time." Although it was broad daylight and it was difficult to summon a ghost, it was still possible for Lauren to summon a ghost with the help of a primordial spirit. Therefore, Lauren took out the aura cane from her pocket dimension. She had used this aura cane many times before and it allowed her to use her aura to find the direction of the ghost. In the past, Lauren had been able to capture the direction of the ghost successfully each time. However, the aura cane did not move at all this time. Lauren was not able to find the direction of the ghost. Lauren frowned and reactivated the aura cane. However, the aura cane was still motionless and lifeless. It looked no different from an ordinary piece of wood. What's going on? It shouldn't be. With her tiny frame, Lauren held the aura cane that was even taller than her. She stood there, frowning and muttering to herself. Franklin had seen this aura cane before, but this was the first time he had seen how it was used. What's wrong? Lauren raised her head, her face full of confusion. This aura cane can't detect any aura from Fiona. This is impossible. As long as this ghost is still in this world, it can definitely be detected. Could it be that Fiona's soul has dissipated? Chapter 365, Broken. No way. Then, what happened at noon today? Lauren answered her own question as she struggled to figure out what had happened. Divine 9, is this aura cane broken? System Divine 9, impossible. These are maintained with the aura of our systems. It cannot be broken. Franklin's cell phone rang, and he picked up the phone in front of Lauren. Lauren thought that Franklin was handling the company's business, so she stood to the side, trying to figure out what actually happened just now. Suddenly, she heard Franklin's change of tone. "You got it? All right, we'll be right there." Lauren put her aura cane back into her pocket dimension. "Franklin, is there something you need to take care of at your company?" Franklin shook his head and put his phone back into his pocket. "It's not about the company, it's about Fiona." "It's about Fiona?" "Yeah, I found the people you asked me to find." "Franklin, you mean?" "That's right, the people who were in Fiona's class 10 years ago have been found. The secretary has already brought them over." "Let's go over now." Lauren nodded. She folded Fiona's test paper and returned it to the pocket dimension. The ghost, Fiona, looked normal, but all the signs indicated that she was far from normal. Now that they had found Fiona's classmates, they would definitely be able to get more information about Fiona. "Bryce, you're still in your 3rd year of high school. Don't let today's incident affect your mood. Remember, we'll always be on your side." Franklin patted Bryce on the shoulder. Lauren nodded. "Franklin is right. We'll always believe in you. Bryce, you can do it." Lauren looked like a cheerleader as she gestured with her hands while speaking. Bryce nodded. There was no doubt that they had given him a lot of courage and support. "All right, I'll go back to class now." After that, Franklin and Lauren got into the car and rushed to their next meeting place. 2 women in their 20s were sitting in the cafe. One of the women had a toddler with her. This toddler smiled when she saw Lauren. The 2 women were a little surprised when they saw them. They asked doubtfully, "Are you Franklin, the chairman of the Torres group?" Franklin nodded and said graciously, "That's right, it's me. It's really you." The 2 women were delighted. After all, they could only see the legendary Franklin only on television and in magazines. "You're the one who's looking for us." Franklin took a sip of his coffee and said, "Actually, it's not me who's looking for you, it's my sister who's looking for you." Only then did Lauren withdraw her hand from teasing the baby. She sat up straight and greeted the two women. "Hello. This little girl looks a little familiar too." Lauren was speechless. What Quinn said was indeed true. Ever since she was on the trending search on Instagram, Lauren could easily be recognized by others while walking on the street at any time. In order to prevent the topic from changing further, Lauren quickly got down to business. "TM looking for you because I want to ask about Fiona." "Fiona? Isn't she?" The woman, who was holding her child in her arms, did not finish her sentence. Lauren knew what they were afraid of, so she completed the sentence for them. "That's right. Fiona was your class mate who passed away. You guys should still remember her, right?" "Of course we do. It's just that we haven't mentioned her name for many years." Both of their faces were filled with regret at the mention of Fiona. However, Fiona has already passed away for so long. What other questions do you want to ask about her? Lauren quickly thought of a good excuse. The Torres group is preparing to hold a public service campaign to resist school violence, and my brother used to be from Thomas Johnson High School. That's how we found out about Fiona. We wanted more information and that's why we approached both of you." "Oh, I see." Both of them did not suspect anything. Only then did Lauren start to ask about Fiona. At the mention of the past, both of them had a heavy expression on their faces. From their descriptions, Lauren learned about what happened that year. In fact, it was about the same as what Bryce had heard. The girl who bullied Fiona was called Danica. At that time, Danica was very fond of a boy in her class, but that boy was very nice to Fiona. So, Danica targeted Fiona and made things difficult for her in class. Chapter 366, Mistaken for Someone Else. Lauren quickly retrieved the photo she had taken at that time and showed it to the two of them. "Look, is that the guy in the middle?" Although the photo was taken with a cell phone, it was very clear. That's right. The two of them got into a fight because of this guy. As if they had not seen these people for a long time, the two girls pointed at the person in the photo and kept recalling the past. Fiona was very pretty at this time. Unlike much later when she became too skinny, they pointed at one of the girls and said. Lauren was not listening at first, but she suddenly realized that something was not right. "Why do you point at this person and say that she is Fiona? Isn't Fiona the other person?" Lauren pointed at the curly-haired girl who was standing on the right side of the boy. It was the person that they had seen in the girls' dormitory and had let her go. "How could it be her? You're pointing at Danica and this is Fiona." The two girls pointed at the quiet and well-behaved girl who was standing on the boy's left. Lauren could not help but be stunned at this moment. Franklin frowned as he listened to their conversation. The two girls did not notice anything unusual about their reactions and assumed that they had made a mistake. They continued, "Fiona was a well-known obedient girl. How could she dye her hair and put on makeup? That woman is Danica. She's the one who bullied Fiona." Lauren was stunned. A lot of images as well as what she had always thought was strange flashed through her mind. So that was how it was. It turned out that her target was wrong from the start. No wonder she could not sense any aura when she held onto Fiona's test paper. Fiona was no longer in this world, so how could the aura cane be effective? If she wanted to catch the ghost that framed Bryce, she had to find something that belonged to Danica, not Fiona. "Do you know this Danica? Is there anything else that she left behind at school?" The two of them thought seriously for a moment. Danica used to be the cheerleader of the school. She studied hip-hop for many years, brought our cheerleading team to participate in competitions, and won many times. I guess there are still many awards in the school, as well as the champion's costume. At that time, champion's costume? What's that? The costume that Danica and her cheerleading team wore back then was specially designed by her family's designer. After they won the competition wearing that costume, her family left this cheerleading costume in the school as a souvenir. The heavens are on my side. These were the only words in Lauren's mind right now. "Thank you so much for your help." Finally, Lauren turned around and nodded at Franklin, indicating that she had settled the matter. Franklin drank the last mouthful of coffee and nodded at the two people opposite him. His tone was sincere. "Thank you for coming all the way here to answer our questions. In a while, my secretary and my assistant will contact you and send you back. They have also prepared some compensation for you." "Thank you again." "You're welcome." The two girls quickly shook their heads. They did not dare to look directly at Franklin either. "This activity of yours is very meaningful. The campus violence has indeed hurt some people deeply. These things cannot be made up for with a lifetime. We are very happy to be able to help you with this." Even when they got into the car, Lauren was still thinking about what the woman had said. Lauren suddenly spoke up. "Franklin, after this matter is resolved, let's really organize a public service campaign and fight against campus violence together." Franklin raised his hand and rubbed Lauren's head. "Of course, this is indeed very meaningful. I'll have my subordinates write up the event plan in a while." Lauren nodded. "It's good that you're here, Franklin. Now you know that I am good. You were quite ruthless when you were giving me the cold shoulder back then." Franklin brought up the previous incident to liven up the atmosphere. "Franklin, it's all because of you. Back then, you didn't even give me any leeway. I was really sad for a long time." Both of them chatted the entire way. When the car stopped at the entrance of Thomas Johnson High School, neither of them noticed. Lauren got off the car and returned to her serious look. This time, she did not need to find any more excuses. With Franklin by her side, she was able to access a lot of places and resources easily. She quickly found the cheerleader costume that Danica had left behind. This costume was rose-red in color and had a sequin skirt. It looked dazzling under the sun. No wonder it was able to win the first prize. It must have taken a lot of effort to make. Chapter 367, The Week. Lauren did the same thing and took out the aura cane. The aura cane played its role this time. After Lauren finished chanting the incantation, the aura cane that had been stained with the aura left behind by Danica on the cheerleading uniform pointed southeast of the school. It was in the direction of the small forest where Jackson was beaten today. Thomas Johnson High School was not very big, and Danica's ghost had not left the high school. Therefore, as Lauren headed southeast, the closer she got to the small forest, the stronger the vibrations on the aura cane became. This meant that they were getting closer and closer to Danica's ghost. At Franklin's request, Lauren activated the heavenly eye for him. When Lauren and Franklin reached the small forest, they actually found Jackson again. Jackson was lying on the ground, bruised. Meanwhile, standing next to him was Bryce. However, the current Bryce was not the sibling that both Franklin and Lauren were familiar with. At this moment, Bryce's eyes, movements, and demeanor were very strange. They could tell at a glance that this was not the real Bryce. The negative energy emitted by the ghost was also getting intense. Seeing that Danica had already discovered them, Lauren immediately took out the talisman paper and peachwood sword from her pocket dimension. She quickly chanted a spell and brandished her sword, generating a wind that blew away the fallen leaves on the ground. Franklin stood at the side. He could not see Lauren's moves clearly, but he could vaguely feel the power of the battle between Lauren and Bryce. Lauren, who was in the midst of using this power, was now fully focused on dealing with the ghost in Bryce's body. Danica was not a powerful ghost. Perhaps it was because it had been sealed for 10 years. Lauren increased the speed of her sword's movements. As it was daytime, the power of the ghost was even weaker. In just 3 moves, it was defeated. The ghost was forced out of Bryce's body. Bryce, who was no longer under the control of the ghost, fell to the ground. His head seemed to be empty as he stared blankly ahead. Lauren did not have the time to care about Bryce. She looked at the female ghost standing in front of her. This female ghost was also looking at Lauren. She did not know that Lauren had already discovered her true identity. "It's you again." "That's right. Did you want us to release you so that you could do evil?" Lauren questioned. "Do evil? What evil did I do?" "It's just school violence. It's always been there." "Didn't I die because of school violence?" "No, you didn't, Danica." The female ghost was shocked when she heard her own name. "You know who I am?" "That's right, I already knew. You were the one who killed Fiona back then." At this point, Danica no longer hid the truth. She revealed her mischievous nature and smiled. "All right, it's me. So what? What are you guys doing now? Are you trying to seek justice for Fiona?" She's already been dead for 10 years. What's the point of seeking justice now? After being hurt by Lauren, Danica's aura was already very unstable. Lauren only needed to use a few more moves to make Danica's soul dissipate. However, before that, Lauren needed to clarify some things with Danica. Why did you frame Bryce and let others think that he was the one who beat Jackson up? There's no reason. I just feel that some people just don't deserve it. They don't deserve to receive the same education and live the same life as people like us. Danica seemed to be a little agitated. Perhaps she was thinking about what happened earlier. Lauren's gaze shifted slightly. How did you die? Didn't you go abroad? Why were you sealed in the storeroom of the girls' dormitory? Danica did not say anything for a moment. If one am not wrong, you were killed as well. The person who killed you even hired a midge to seal you here. That's why the resentment in your heart became even more intense, causing you to end up in this manner. You can't live a good life, so you have to make others suffer as well. You want the violence to return back to school and hurt more people. Lauren pressed forward step by step. Danica's face became more and more ferocious, and her eyes seemed to be on fire. Why do all of you like to favor the weak? The strong should rule the world, but you're not strong. You're just using the power in your family to do evil. You're the one who's truly weak. The bell rang for the end of class. Lauren realized that she could not delay any longer. She raised her sword and quickly chanted a spell. The fallen leaves on the ground of the small forest swirled and floated up, wrapping Lauren and Danica in it. When the leaves returned to the ground, Danica's ghost was gone. Lauren was the only one left standing on the spot with her sword in her hand, staring blankly at the ground. Chapter 368, Gigantic Roses. Franklin sighed in relief. He walked up to Lauren and touched the top of her head. You collected this ghost so quickly. It seems that your skills have improved a lot recently, said Franklin. However, Lauren did not respond. Instead, she continued to look at the ground. Franklin frowned and looked at the ground as well. He did not find it strange. Lauren, what are you looking at? Were you injured just now? He squatted down anxiously and turned Lauren's body towards him. That motion seemed to wake Lauren up. She muttered, "A rose, it's a rose." Franklin furrowed his brows and listened carefully to what Lauren was saying. Roses? Where are the roses? He looked around and saw that the ground was covered with rotten leaves. Lauren lifted her head, and her originally rosy little face was now a little white. She opened her mouth and said, "Franklin, the fallen leaves in this small forest have been arranged into the shape of a rose." What? Franklin was confused. However, Lauren knew that she was not talking nonsense. The moment Danica disappeared, Lauren's spiritual consciousness looked down from the sky and saw that the fallen leaves on the ground had been arranged into the shape of a rose. Although the color was not bright red, the outline of the petals could be seen clearly. If this had happened once or twice, it could be a coincidence. However, this had already happened 3 or 4 times. After Lauren left the church, every time she completed a mission, she would see the same rose in different places and in different ways. Just as Lauren's mind was occupied by this huge rose, there was a sudden ding. The system notified her that she had completed the mission. Mission 5 and 6 were completed at the same time. In the beginning, she had made a mistake with the main character, so these 2 missions had not been completed. Soon, the sound of students' footsteps and conversation could be heard. The class had already ended, so there were students walking around. Jackson had left a long time ago, so he must have reported to the school by now. Bryce was supported by Franklin as he sat on a rock at the side. He had already regained some consciousness, and his mind was still a little muddled. Why am I here? Franklin, Lauren, didn't the 2 of you go out? Why are you back? Finally, Bryce looked at himself again. Hey, why am I here? Lauren sighed. Although she had already dealt with Danica, she still had to deal with the mess that was left behind by her. To the outsiders, Jackson was indeed hit by Bryce, but it was not Bryce's choice. How could she prove it? Moreover, Jackson had just been hit again. He would definitely complain now. She had to think of a way to solve this problem. Lauren had no choice but to put the matter regarding the roses to the back of her mind for the time being. Divine 9, is there any way to solve this problem? I can't let Bryce suffer in silence. During the fight with Danica, Divine 9 had also played a big role. At this moment, he was also resting in Lauren's spiritual consciousness. System Divine 9. There is a way to successfully complete this matter, but it may require more power to help us complete it. What is it? System Divine 9. It is to delete this memory from the minds of all the teachers and students in the school. Delete the memory? This was the first time Lauren had heard of such a method. System Divine 9. Yes, that's right. We seldom use this method because the impact on humans is too great. But we can request my father to allow us to use this method because this matter is neither Bryce's fault nor Jackson's fault. We cannot let either party suffer, so we will use our own methods to intervene at this time. Lauren nodded in understanding as Franklin brought her and Bryce to the office. But there are so many teachers and students in the school, it must be difficult to erase their memories. How can we do that? System Divine 9. That's why I said we need to invite outside help. I'll go and invite my brothers and sisters over. Their spiritual power is stronger than mine. If they can help us, we'll be able to achieve the same result without expending so much effort. Is that so? That would be great. System Divine 9. Then I'll go and talk to my father and my siblings first. You can settle the things at the school. Chapter 369. Call for help. Don't worry, Divine 9. I'll take care of this. Hurry up and go call for help. By the time Lauren and Divine 9 finished their conversation, Franklin had already brought them to the principal's office. Jackson was already sitting in the principal's office. The principal was a little surprised to see Franklin and Bryce arrive so quickly. Was just asking the homeroom teacher to contact you guys. Mr. Torres, please take a seat. Jackson's parents are already on their way. Bryce was still a little confused. He looked at Franklin and asked, "What are we doing here?" Franklin's expression was a little complicated. He did not know how to explain it to Bryce. After all, he had just witnessed Bryce beating Jackson up with his own eyes. Franklin raised his hand and pinched the space between his eyebrows. He asked Bryce to come over and sit down. Lauren did not have the time to take care of the situation in the office. She had been keeping an eye out for any news of Divine Ninth's return through her spiritual consciousness. She waited and waited, but it never came. Lauren's spiritual consciousness was still quiet. More than 10 minutes later, Lauren saw Jackson's parents again that day. This time, they were even more agitated than the last time. The moment they stepped into the principal's office and saw Bryce, Jackson's mother wanted to walk up to Bryce and beat him up. Fortunately, everyone was able to hold her back. Jackson had been beaten up twice in one day. Jackson's parents could no longer calm down and did not want to listen to the principal and the other teachers' advice. Franklin looked at the situation in front of him and was at a loss. He did not know what to do. He looked at Lauren, who had been sitting quietly at the side. Lauren did not look at the struggling crowd. Instead, she had been staring at the chair opposite her as if she was in a daze. Franklin did not know what strategy Lauren had in mind at the moment, so he could only try to stall for time. He trusted Lauren very much and knew that she would definitely have a plan. Both the principal's office and Lauren's spiritual consciousness were in a state of chaos. Lauren had never expected that the 9 systems would be so noisy when they were together. Out of the 9 systems, 6 of them had already transformed into human form while the other 3 were still in animal form. There was no doubt that Divine 9 was the youngest. It was a white-furred fox. However, perhaps it was because missions 5 and 6 had already been completed. Lauren felt that Divine 9 seemed to have grown up a little. Moreover, its fur was glowing, which made Lauren want to reach out and touch it. Divine 7 was a white tiger. It looked very powerful and made Lauren feel a little afraid. Divine 8 was a fiery red phoenix with beautiful feathers. Lauren had not seen the human form of the other systems, except for David's system. Divine 9, you brought everyone here. System Divine 9, of course. They heard that we needed help, so they were happy to come. Before Lauren could react, 2 more people appeared in her spiritual consciousness. Aren't these the hosts from other countries that appeared in the video? Apart from inviting the systems over, you've also invited their hosts over to help. System Divine 9, yes. This mission is too onerous, so we're worried that if we drag it any longer, more people will be dragged into it. So, we can only try to shorten the duration of the mission. That's why I've requested my father to invite these hosts over to help. Because some of them are still Sleeping, we're delayed for a while, but they'll be here soon. Yes, yes. Divine 9, can we start the operation while we wait for the other hosts? The group of people in the principal's office is about to start a fight. Let's start with them and delete their memories. System Divine 9, of course, we can. Come on, my siblings, let's get to work. Lauren did not join them. Knowing that they were about to start the operation, she returned to reality. Otherwise, these people might think that she was a fool when they looked at her. As soon as Lauren returned to real life, she heard Jackson's mother asking for justice. However, the principal kept trying to dissuade Jackson's mother. The school will definitely resolve this matter. I don't want to listen to you anymore. What you're saying are just empty words. I'll protect my son myself, if you dare to protect this perso. Chapter 370, Erase Memory. Jackson's mother was pointing at Bryce, but suddenly, her tone and movements slowed down. It was as if she was suddenly in slow motion. A few seconds later, Jackson's mother seemed to have woken up from a dream. She looked at her hand pointing at Bryce and then at the principal's office. She retracted her hand. YMJ here. Jackson, what happened to your forehead? How did your hand get injured? The people around them were a little surprised to see Jackson's mother behave in this manner. What happened to you? Jackson's father was a little scared. He held his wife's shoulder and asked anxiously. However, in the next second, he also seemed to have woken up from a dream. He did the same thing as Jackson's mother and asked the same question. After that, other than the 3 siblings from the Torres family, everyone else's memories were deleted, and Jackson's injuries were also healed. Divine 9, you guys are amazing. You guys are so fast. When Lauren entered the world of her spiritual consciousness once again, not only were the 9 systems helping her, the other 8 hosts had also arrived. Lauren's spiritual consciousness world actually looked a little crowded at the moment. When they saw Lauren, they did not have the time to greet her. They only raised their heads and exchanged a glance with Lauren before they continued to chant. Lauren knew that they had already started to erase the memories of the others. So, it was really done by that ghost, Fiona. It was done by a ghost, but that ghost wasn't Fiona, it was Danica. What? Then, Lauren briefly explained to Bryce. Bryce felt that today was like a dream. At noon today, he was still being framed. But now, everyone had already forgotten about it. He lowered his head and looked at Lauren who was standing in front of him. His mood suddenly became a little complicated. At this time, Lauren was talking to the people in her spiritual consciousness. The more people there were, the more power there was. Moreover, they were all more advanced in their cultivation than Lauren, so they quickly erased everyone's memories. Thank you for coming all the way here to help me. It's okay, we're all hosts. If one side is in trouble, we'll provide support from all directions. That's what we should do. Besides, only when there's peace on your side can our entire world be at peace. Lauren, thank you. Lauren suddenly heard voices from the outside world and was stunned for a moment. When she returned to real life, she saw her brother standing in front of her, looking at her with his head lowered. Lauren struggled to raise her head so she could see Bryce's face clearly. Chapter 371, Roasted Duck. Are you saying thank you to me? Bryce, who had just made up his mind to thank Lauren, started to feel embarrassed again when he heard Lauren's question. Of course I'm saying thanks to you. Do you see anyone else in the classroom? Besides, you're the only one who's called Lauren. From Bryce's sudden tone, Lauren knew that Bryce was a little shy, which explained why he used his loud voice to cover himself up. The men of the Torres family seemed to be very good at saying one thing and meaning another, Lauren thought in her heart. She replied, "You're welcome. This is what I should do. Maintaining peace and order in the mortal world is my mission, and, you're my brother. It's my duty to protect my family." Bryce felt even more ashamed when he heard what Lauren said. He had previously treated Lauren with a bad attitude and said nasty words to her. Sorry, Bryce suddenly whispered. Although it was vague, Lauren managed to catch what he said. Lauren was even more stunned when she heard that. Bryce, who had always been so proud, actually said sorry to her. When he saw that Lauren was staring at him in a daze, he thought that Lauren had not heard him. Saying, "Heard you. I know what you're trying to say. You just have to treat me better in the future. Remember to buy more ice cream for me." Bryce finally relaxed when he heard what Lauren said. "Oh, Franklin explicitly forbade me from buying ice cream for you." When Franklin saw this, he thought that Lauren was really tired, so he did not disturb her. However, in reality, Lauren was having a party in her head. After settling this matter, the hosts and the systems did not leave immediately. After closing her eyes, Lauren entered her spiritual consciousness. She looked at the room full of people and the systems and said impatiently, "This matter has been successfully settled. Thank you for your help." "It's fine. We're very happy to be of help. This is the first time we've acted together since we've been hosts for so long. It feels pretty good," David said. "Yes, that's right," the other hosts agreed one after another. It was only then that Lauren realized that some of the hosts had even come over in pajamas and their hairs were also in a mess. It was obvious that they had been dragged up in their sleep. However, they were not the least bit dissatisfied. On the contrary, everyone had a smile on their faces. Their smiles were very simple. It had nothing to do with benefits or power. It was the most genuine smile that was revealed because they had helped others. "Since the mission has been completed, shall we go back first? We have to get up and go to school in 3 hours," said a female host from the other side of the ocean. "Yes, I have prepared some small gifts for all of you. Take it as a thank you gift for this trip," said Lauren as she took out a few bags of items. "What's that? It smells so good." "That's right, Lauren, what's this? Is it a delicacy from your country?" Lauren nodded as she handed out the delicately wrapped food in her hands. "That's right, this is our representative delicacy, roast duck. You guys have to try it. This is something you can only eat here." Chapter 372 Enemy. This was something that Lauren had specially instructed the chef of Everlasting Legacy to work overtime to deliver. Lauren knew that for these hosts, what they wanted was actually very simple. Since Lauren wanted to thank them, she had to give them something that they could not get. The first thing that entered Lauren's mind was the delicious food. Many people could not buy Everlasting Legacy's roasted duck even if they queued up in advance. Therefore, Lauren felt that this food was the best way to express her gratitude. Lauren handed over the delicately wrapped and steaming roasted duck to the hosts. Everyone had a curious and smiling expression on their faces as they took the roasted duck from Lauren. When Lauren placed the roasted duck in the hands of the last girl, the girl unwillingly picked up the bag with 2 fingers. She seemed to dislike it. "You woke me up from my bed in the middle of the night and gave me this little thing. How embarrassing." This girl spoke English with a slight accent, but Lauren could still understand it clearly. She recognized this girl. Her name was Noah. During the first video conference between Lauren and the hosts, Noah had raised an objection, saying that Lauren should not directly use other people's mantras. As usual, Noah was not easy to get along with. Of course, Lauren did not do anything. She directly ignored Noah's attitude. The other hosts, who smelled the tempting aroma of roasted duck, thanked her one after another. "Thank you, Lauren. When I go back, I will definitely share this food with my family." "Me too. I've heard that the cuisine from your country is very famous. I've seen a lot of it on the internet. This time, I can finally taste it for myself." Lauren smiled. "It's good that you guys are having a good time. If there's a chance in the future, you're welcome to come often." David said, "It's not a good thing if we get together often. This proves that there are some missions that need our help in order to complete." Another host chimed in, "That's right. We usually only get together when things are more critical. So, it's better to have fewer occasions like this." Lauren suddenly remembered something even more important. It was much more important than the roast duck. She told the hosts about the huge rose that she had found today. She also told them about the rose that she had found a few times before. Previously, she had only told David, but since everyone was here, perhaps she could listen to their opinions. "Rose, isn't this kind of flower very common? It shouldn't be surprising to see it 3 or 4 times." Noah seemed to be getting impatient from waiting. She raised his eyebrows and said, "That might not be the case. Some larger organizations will usually have their own iconic things. Just like Lauren said, she will find this kind of rose every time she completes a mission. It's difficult for us not to associate it with certain things," another female host said. This female host's name was Kelly. She was the second oldest host, 2 years younger than David, and was currently in university. She was a slightly plump girl. She was usually very quiet, but when she opened her mouth, her logic was sound and her voice was loud and clear. "I agree with what Kelly said. The rose has appeared in front of Lauren time and time again. It might be a provocation or to attract our attention," David said. "This situation is a bit like what happened more than 10 years ago." More than 10 years ago? What happened at that time? Lauren was only 4.5 years old this year. She was not even 5 years old yet. She naturally did not know about what happened more than 10 years ago, but when she heard what David said, it seemed like there was some inside information. David seemed to be trying hard to recall. Then he said, "Actually, more than 10 years ago, we had a very big enemy. At that time, I still don't remember it clearly, but I vaguely remember that my father once fought with him. After this powerful enemy was defeated, he disappeared without a trace. But, before that, he would deliberately cause all kinds of incidents just to provoke my father. So many years have passed, but there is still no information about him. However, according to my father, this enemy is only hiding. One day, he will reappear. When he does, he will definitely be even stronger. That's why my father nurtured so many hosts to prevent this day from happening." Chapter 373 Sins. That's enough. It's just a few roses. I don't know what you are afraid of. There are already so many hosts and systems on Earth. What's there to be afraid of? Let's hurry up and leave. I don't want to be trapped in here any longer, Noah said. Lauren had no other information at the moment, so everyone just got ready to leave. "Lauren, don't be afraid. If something like this happens in the future, feel free to contact us. We will do our best to help you," one of the hosts said. Lauren nodded her head to express her gratitude to everyone. Then, just like how they had arrived, they silently disappeared from her spiritual consciousness. Lauren's mind was once again at peace. Only the sound of Divine Ninth's tail gently brushing against the table could be heard. Lauren sat down on the sofa in her spiritual consciousness. She had busied herself for the whole afternoon, but now she could finally have a good rest. Now, both her physical body and her spiritual consciousness could rest. "Divine Nine, do you know about the incident David mentioned that happened more than 10 years ago?" System Divine Nine replied, "I don't know. Actually, I'm only 5 years old in terms of real-world time. This matter is probably only known to my eldest brother, second sister, and the 2 oldest hosts. The later hosts and systems, including us, are not aware of it." Oh, however, she still found the recent events very strange. Perhaps it was like what David had said, this was a provocation from some organization or big shot hidden in the dark. "Let's get out of the car, Lauren." The next moment, Lauren felt like her body was lifted into the air. She casually plucked at the System Divine Ninth's white fur and jumped off the sofa. "Divine Nine, I'm heading off." Then, she quickly crawled out of her spiritual consciousness. She realized that she was being carried by Franklin into the Torres mansion. Lauren opened her eyes and said, "Franklin, I'm awake. Did I wake you up?" "No, I was just pretending to sleep just now. I just wanted you to hug me," she said coquettishly. Upon hearing Lauren's teasing words, Franklin smiled and tightened his grip on her arm. Okay, I'll hug you." Lauren felt very safe in Franklin's arms. She had not enjoyed this happiness for long before Franklin's next sentence took it away from her. "Oh right, Lauren, we need to pack up tonight. We're going to the temple this weekend to celebrate Lent with Grandma." "Oh, Lent? Does that mean there'll be no meat to eat?" Franklin could not help but laugh. "Yes, Lent means that you can only eat vegetarian food. It's to clear away the evil creatures in your body. Grandma has been eating vegetarian food and chanting prayers all year round. She feels that eating meat would take the fear and dread of these animals when they were killed in life into her body." Franklin's legs were long and his steps were big. He quickly walked to the living room and placed Lauren on the sofa. Her calves were dangling in the air as she kicked and stomped. Only people who don't do bad things will not be guilty. She had to eat 2 more pieces of meat tonight because she wouldn't be able to eat meat at the temple. It was quiet in the living room. "Where's Mr. Hayes?" Mr. Hayes would usually prepare a delicious meal for Lauren and come to greet her as soon as she arrived home. Why wasn't he here today? Franklin poured 2 glasses of water and handed one to Lauren. "Mr. Hayes went to the temple early. He always goes there early every year." "Oh." Suddenly, The phone in the Torres mansion rang. It was right next to Lauren, so she picked it up immediately. Speak of the devil, it was actually Mr. Hayes. MTR. Hayes, I missed you so much. Miss Lauren, I was just looking for you. Looking for me? Why are you looking for me? There's a card with a phone number written on it that I didn't bring over. I need that phone number now. It's in the drawer in my room. Miss Lauren, can you help me get it and give me the phone number? Oh, TL, go right now. Mr. Hayes, don't hang up. Then, Lauren ran to Mr. Hayes' room with the phone in her hand. There were very few things in Mr. Hayes' room, and he always wore the same clothes. It was hard to imagine that Mr. Hayes had been living here for more than 20 years. Lauren's room was probably messier than Mr. Hayes' room after she spent half an hour in it. She found the drawer under Mr. Hayes' guidance, opened it, and quickly saw the phone number he needed. After she gave Mr. Hayes the phone number, she was about to close the drawer when she suddenly saw something and was stunned for a moment. Chapter 374, Jewelry Box. After hanging up, Lauren placed the phone on top of the cabinet. What she saw was an exquisite and expensive jewelry box. This was not the first time she had seen it. Mr. Hayes happened to be holding it when she entered his room once. However, at that time, she remembered that he very quickly placed the jewelry box back into the drawer. Lauren did not want to think too much about it, but she had no choice but to. The jewelry box was filled with roses. Was it really a coincidence? Or was Mr. Hayes related to all these things? But even Lauren felt that this idea of hers was a little ridiculous. Lauren, have you found it? Franklin's voice came from outside. Lauren panicked for a moment before quickly putting down the jewelry box in her hand. Before closing the drawer, she took another look at the box and carefully memorized every part of it. Since Mr. Hayes isn't here tonight, it's just the two of us. Let's go out and eat, Franklin said. Oh, okay. What about Quinn? Quinn is currently attending an event at another place. He'll be back tomorrow night to go to the temple with us. For dinner, Franklin brought her to eat her favorite burger and French fries. However, Lauren looked a little listless while eating. Franklin had never been interested in this type of food. He forced himself to swallow a mouthful of Coca-Cola. What's wrong, Lauren? Don't you usually like to eat these? Why do you look like you don't have an appetite today? Franklin asked. She definitely couldn't tell Franklin about the rose. He wouldn't be able to help much anyway. But, Franklin, do you know anything else about Mr. Hayes? Lauren inquired. Anything else? What do you mean? Well, when did Mr. Hayes come to the Torres family? I don't know the details. Anyway, Mr. Hayes was already there when I was born. How did he get here? Grandma brought him here. Lauren, what's wrong with you today? Why are you suddenly so interested in Mr. Hayes? If you're interested, you can ask him yourself. Lauren bit into a French fry. I just think it's a little strange. How is it strange? Mr. Hayes has been with the Torres family for so many years, but he has never mentioned any relatives or friends. Don't you think it's strange? And his room is so empty. There's something out of place about it. It could just be a personal habit. It seemed that Franklin really didn't know anything useful, so Lauren gave up and just focused on eating her food. Love and good food should not go to waste. After she was full, she still had to pack up after returning home. She was leaving for the temple the next day. This was the second time she would meet Grandma. She was still a little nervous and afraid. Although she felt that she just needed to be herself, she liked the life of the Torres family very much and did not want to cause any trouble. After returning home, Lauren packed her things and went to bed early. She had expended a lot of energy today, and Divine Nine was also quiet in her spiritual consciousness. She was not as excited as usual. The next morning, Lauren was supposed to go to class, but she could not get up. Her eyelids were heavy and her body felt weak. Franklin reached out his hand and touched Lauren's head. You don't have a fever, do you? Where do you feel uncomfortable, Lauren? Lauren was lying under the blanket, and only her head was exposed. Her seaweed-like black hair was spread on the pillow. I don't feel uncomfortable. I just don't have any strength in my body. She tried to clench her fist, but she didn't have any strength at all, as if her body was not under her control. Maybe I tired myself out too much yesterday. Then you should rest at home today. I'll help you apply for leave from school. Okay. Thank you, Franklin. Then I won't go to work today either. I'll just work from home. I'll be in the study room. If you need anything, just call me. After that, Franklin tucked Lauren in and covered her up. It's almost summer. You don't have to cover me so tightly. No, what if you catch a cold? It's better to cover you. Chapter 375, Group Photo. Looking at Franklin, who was so nervous about her, Lauren smiled. Okay, I'll listen to you. After Franklin left, Lauren narrowed her eyes and rested for a while until she felt better. She went into her spiritual consciousness and found Divine Nine lying listlessly on the sofa, half squinting. Divine Nine, what's wrong? System Divine Nine, nothing. I just don't seem to have any energy. I feel the same today. Could it be that we used up too much strength yesterday? System Divine Nine, it's possible. Fortunately, there are no new missions for now. Therefore, Lauren laid down with Divine Nine in her spiritual consciousness world. It was not until Quinn, who had rushed back from somewhere else, heard that Lauren was not feeling well that he came to visit her in her room. Lauren, are you all right? I heard from Franklin that you're not feeling well today. Lauren opened her eyes when she heard Quinn's voice. After lying down for a whole day, she didn't move much except for eating, and felt that she had regained some of her strength. Quinn, you're back. Yes, Franklin kept telling me to come back as soon as I'm done with work. Are you feeling better? We have to drive for a few hours tonight. I'm feeling much better already. I have already packed my luggage last night. She pointed at the small pink suitcase in the corner. If you need anything, just buy it. It's more important to be careful with what you do and say. When Grandma is around, you won't be as free as you are now. No, Quinn. Franklin has told me many times. I will be careful. Bryce came home after class in the night. Then, the three siblings drove to the temple together. Franklin drove while Quinn sat in the passenger seat, and Bryce and Lauren sat in the back seat. Now that the three brothers of the Torres family had their heavenly eyes opened and they had been with Lauren for so long, they were already used to these ghosts. Hence, the three of them could discuss these ghosts by the roadside now. Those two on the roadside must have been mother and son when they were alive. Just by looking at them, you can see that their facial features are very similar, said Quinn. That's true. Quinn, look at that old man under the willow tree over there. Doesn't he look like an actor who passed away a few years ago? Indeed, he does look a little similar. Lauren, can I go get an autograph? Lauren was speechless. It seems like the mortal world is quite lively. When people start to take a break, these ghosts will appear. Lauren was touched as she looked at them happily discussing the things that they used to be afraid of. Initially, Lauren thought that she had to fight alone. However, she did not expect that she already had three comrades who fought alongside her, and these three were her brothers. This made her feel a lot more at ease. It was as if she finally had a real family. She did not have to worry about being sent away again. Franklin had always been very serious when he was driving. Occasionally, he would chime in with a few words. However, it was Bryce and Lauren who were bickering most of the time. This was the first time the siblings had gotten along in harmony with one another. They talked about a lot of things in the past, and Lauren listened with great interest. After driving for about 2 hours, Franklin drove to the gas station and was ready to fill up the car with fuel. Before he left, Quinn took out his phone. This is the first time we've gathered in a complete group. Why don't we take a photo together? The siblings took the first photo of themselves in the car. Though their faces showed tiredness, they were smiling. By the time they got to the temple, it was almost midnight. Grandma must be asleep by now, so let's not disturb her and go straight to our rooms. Inside the temple, the boys' rooms were on one side and the girls' rooms were on the other. Since they were in the temple, it was not convenient for Franklin to give special care to Lauren. So, he let the people from the temple bring Lauren to the girls' rooms. Don't worry, Franklin. I will take care of myself. Remember to call me if there's anything. Got it? Lauren was brought to her own room. It was a little shabby. There was only a bed and a table, and even the floor was made of cement. We can see that this is indeed a quiet place. Lauren washed up casually and went to bed. The temple staff had repeatedly warned them not to make too much noise so as not to disturb Madame Torres's sleep. Therefore, Lauren could only wipe her body and go to bed. After sleeping for a whole day, Lauren thought that she would not be able to fall asleep. She did not expect to fall asleep as soon as she touched the pillow. The next morning, Lauren was woken up by a knock on the door. She looked out of the window. It was not dawn yet, and there was a faint layer of darkness. Chapter 376, The Ceremony. Lauren had no choice but to remove her blanket. She was in a much better state today than she was yesterday. She walked to the door and opened it. The person standing at the door was none other than her grandma, Tina. Tina had already put on her clothes. Even though she was in the temple, she was very well dressed. She had brought all the jewelry and makeup she needed. The sky had yet to brighten, but the wall lamps in the long corridor of the rooms had already been lit. Tina was the only person in front of Lauren. In an instant, Lauren actually felt a little scared. She moved her lips, but she did not call out Grandma. After all, her first meeting with Tina was not very pleasant. Moreover, Tina did not seem to like her. In that case, she might as well play dumb and act dumb. Fortunately, Tina did not give her a hard time from the start. Instead, she spoke indifferently. Get up. Lent is a relatively grand event. You need to wake up early to eat vegetarian food and recite prayers. What surprised Lauren was that Tina's attitude was not too bad. Her tone was reasonably gentle, even though they still did not sound like grandma and granddaughter. Lauren was stunned for a moment when she heard what Tina said. She had just woken up and her brain had yet to activate. What are you waiting for? Quickly change your clothes and go wash up. I'll wait for you in the courtyard. Since males were not allowed to enter the girls' rooms, Tina was the only one who could bring her along. Lauren changed her clothes as quickly as she could in her life. She then brushed her teeth and ran out without even washing her face, afraid that Tina would say that she was taking too long. Fortunately, Tina did not say anything. Considering that it was a temple, the clothes that Lauren brought were simple and the color was not garish. Your brothers have already woken up an hour earlier to prepare. Lauren could not figure out what Tina was trying to say. Was she implying that she was lazy? But Lauren had no idea that she had to wake up so early. Lauren could only silently chant in her heart, "My brothers must be tired." Then, she mindlessly followed Tina forward. When she reached the temple, she realized that not only were Franklin and the others there, but Sean and Maria were there as well. They were surrounded by a group of people dressed in monk robes. It was not quiet inside the temple, but everyone was walking around doing their own things. Therefore, Lauren did not dare to rashly walk around or speak. She remembered her mission this time and was careful with her words and actions. Time seemed to be very tight, so Lauren did not even have the time to greet everyone before the ceremony began. Lauren had never participated in such a ceremony before, so she could only follow everyone step by step. After going through the whole process, it actually took more than an hour. Lauren stood up repeatedly and then knelt down again. Her knees were starting to hurt. Finally, after the monk at the front shook a bell the size of a palm, everyone began to move freely. The tension of the ceremony was gone. Tina went to talk to a senior monk at the front, and Lauren was finally able to escape. She quickly ran to Franklin's side. This kind of ceremony was very specific. As the men of the Torres family, Franklin and the others stood at the front while Lauren was to stand at the back. When Lauren ran to the front, Franklin was supporting his mother, Maria. Lauren asked nervously, "What happened to Mom?" Although they hadn't seen each other for some time, she didn't feel Maria was a stranger to her. In fact, she missed her very much. Maria's lips were a little pale, and there were beads of sweat on her forehead. Sean and Franklin were supporting Maria on both sides. Although she wasn't feeling well, she still forced herself to answer Lauren's question. "Lauren, I am fine, just a little tired." "Mom, don't talk for a while. Let's go to the next room and have a rest." Maria nodded, and the two men helped her to the side. Quinn, Bryce, and Lauren also followed behind. Maria was half lying on a soft chair, but before they could speak to her, Tina came in again. "The ceremony is about to begin. We can't waste any more time. Let Mr. Hayes stay here and take care of Maria. The rest of you, follow me out to continue the ceremony." Sean and Franklin, the eldest son and grandson of Tina, could not miss the ceremony. They knew that they had no right to speak in front of her. So, even though they were worried about Maria, they could only turn around and leave. If it was Mr. Hayes who came in to take care of Maria. Chapter 377, Pills. When Mr. Hayes entered the room, Lauren came face to face with him. "Mr. Hayes, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so pale lately?" Mr. Hayes shook his head slightly. "Oh, maybe it's because of Lent. Miss Torres, don't worry about me. I just need to rest for a while." "Mr. Hayes, how many times have I told you? Just let someone else do the job." "Don't worry about it," said Franklin. "It's fine. I'm in charge of these things every year. I don't feel comfortable handing them over to someone else. Master Franklin and Miss Torres, please go. The old madam won't be happy if you're late." "I'll have to trouble you then, Mr. Hayes," said Franklin with a nod. Then, they went out to continue the ceremony. The monk in front of them was mumbling something, and a long table was filled with all kinds of vegetarian food. Mr. Hayes was the one who ordered and cooked all the food. Although they were all vegetarian food, they looked, smelled, and tasted good. This was a great temptation for Lauren, who had not eaten breakfast yet. Just as Lauren was kneeling and bowing, wondering when she would be able to have breakfast, Mr. Hayes' shout suddenly came from the room where Maria was resting. "Someone come quickly, Mrs. Torres has fainted." Sean was the first to react and immediately ran over. Franklin, Quinn, and a few others followed closely behind. Lauren did not fall behind either. When she arrived in the next room, Maria was lying on the sofa, her lips were white and her chest was heaving heavily. Sean was about to go up and pick Maria up when Lauren shouted, "Don't move yet, lie Mom flat first." At the moment when everyone was nervous, Lauren's tone was so calm that it made everyone obey what she said. Sean listened to Lauren's instruction and lay Maria flat on the sofa. Franklin was urgently contacting the nearest hospital. Maria had not completely fainted and she was still slightly conscious. Bryce and Quinn fanned their moms so that there was better air circulation. "Mom, what are you doing? Just lie down. The ambulance will be here soon." Maria looked like she was about to faint, but her hands kept moving as if she was looking for something. "Medicine, medicine," Maria said in a low voice. "What do you want?" Maria asked in a very low voice. Sean could only hear what Maria was saying by placing his ear next to Maria's mouth. "Medicine. Is there something in Mom's pocket? I saw her hand reaching there." Sean reached into the pocket of Maria's jacket and took out a small box. He raised his head to look at everyone and opened the box. Inside was the pill that Lauren had given to Maria at that time. When she saw the pill, Lauren was surprised for a moment. She did not expect that Maria would really carry the pill with her. To be honest, she had forgotten about the existence of this pill at that critical moment just now. Yes, this was a pill that could bring the dead back to life. "Maria, what is this thing?" Sean looked at the pill that seemed to be glowing. He was confused and a little afraid. The monks behind him were also whispering to each other. Tina was standing next to Bryce at that moment. Although she was still expressionless, the movement of the bead chain in her hand showed that she was also very nervous. Maria did not have the strength to answer Sean's question. Instead, she reached out for the pill, as if she was about to pick it up. "You can't take it. Where did this medicine come from? Why don't I know about it?" "Dad, you've never seen this medicine before. Then why is it with Mom?" Franklin asked with a frown. "The medicine Mom took went through your hands. How did she get the medicine that you've never seen before?" Holding the pill in one hand, Sean looked at Maria's pale lips and face. A man in his 50s who had once dominated the commercial world was at a loss at this moment. Maria was still reaching out for the pill. "I gave it to her." Lauren's crisp voice suddenly rang out. "If you don't want anything to happen to Mom, let her take this pill." Sean was not the only one who was shocked this time. Franklin and his brothers were shocked as well. Then, Tina reprimanded before Franklin and his brothers could speak. "Nonsense. Do you think you can just casually use this pill?" Chapter 378, Poisoned. All the noise and discussion ended when Tina started to talk. "Maria, Mom is right. This medicine hasn't been tested by a doctor. Let's not talk about whether it's effective or not. What if it's poisoned?" Sean tightened his grip on the velvet box. The pill lay quietly in the middle, emitting a soft and faint luster. However, it made people unable to take their eyes off it. Maria's hand, which had been reaching out for the pill, seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. It fell straight down onto the sofa. Maria's chest, which had been heaving up and down violently at the beginning, stopped moving. She closed her eyes and looked like a doll that had suddenly lost its vitality. Her face was pale. The early morning sunlight shone in, making her face even paler. "Mom! Mom! Maria!" In an instant, the room was filled with screams, exclamations, the sound of people walking around, and the anxious voice of Franklin on the phone. Franklin hung up the phone and ran back to where his mum was. "How is it? How long will it take for the doctor and the others to arrive?" "Not so fast. The nearest hospital is still an hour away." "Why didn't you bring our family doctor with you when you knew Mom's condition was so dangerous?" "This is not the time to talk about this. Let's see how we can save Mom first." Lauren took a step forward and grabbed the pill. "Give this pill to Mom, and she will wake up." After saying this, Lauren took the pill and was about to feed it to Maria. Sean frowned and waved Lauren's hand away. "No." Sean's expression was very serious. When he looked at Lauren, he seemed to think that she was a troublemaker. If it had been anything else, Lauren might have backed down, but not on this matter where it concerned Maria's life. After being pushed aside by Sean, Lauren ignored him and went forward. "Franklin and Quinn, discipline her." At this moment, Sean did not have much patience. "Dad, maybe Lauren's pills will work. Why don't you let Mom try it?" As if he had just heard a fairy tale, Sean lifted his head and looked at Franklin. "There's no other way. This is the only solution now," Franklin said as he looked at Maria. "Also, I believe in Lauren." Quinn nodded as well. He rarely spoke when there was Franklin around because what he said wouldn't have any influence. However, at this moment, he said, "I believe in Lauren as well." "Me too." Since Lauren said that it's okay, then it's okay. Bryce also chimed in when he saw that his two older brothers spoke their minds. Looking at Sean, who was still hesitating as if he was trying to avoid conflict with Tina, Franklin urged, "Dad, Mom is in great danger. We don't have time to think." Lauren stood there with the pill in her hand. She didn't know if it was poison or an antidote. Sean hesitated as he loved his wife dearly, but in the end, he picked up the pill and put it into Maria's mouth with trembling hands. At first, Sean thought that it would be difficult for Maria to swallow such a big pill. To his surprise, the pill seemed to have its own consciousness. As soon as he put it into Maria's mouth, the pill melted and a faint fragrance instantly filled the room. Outside the window, there was the cry of an unknown bird. Everyone held their breath at this moment as if they were waiting for a miracle to happen. However, the miracle didn't happen. Everyone waited as the pill completely dissolved in Maria's mouth. A few minutes passed, but Maria Julian still showed no signs of waking up. Not only did she not wake up, but her originally pale face suddenly turned black and purple. She looked a little scary. What kind of medicine did she take? Why does her condition look more serious? Is it poison? It looks like she has been poisoned. Some people at the back were whispering to each other, and everyone in the room could hear them clearly. Lauren had never used this revival pill before. This was also the first time she had seen such a situation. She did not know if it was normal or not. However, the gifts given by the system had never caused any problem. Therefore, Lauren was only surprised for a moment when she saw Maria. But she quickly calmed down. The others were not as calm as Lauren, especially those from the Torres family. Sean stood up with sweat all over his forehead. "No, we can't just sit here and do nothing. We'll drive there to save time." Then he picked up Maria and walked out of the door. Franklin and the others followed after him. Lauren wanted to follow too, but she was stopped by Tina. Chapter 379, Vomit Blood. "Don't go. Your father probably doesn't want to see you right now." Lauren was held back by Tina as she watched her parents and three older brothers, who were her closest blood relatives, walk further and further away from her. She shouted, "Brother!" She did not know which brother she was calling out to. Rather, she just hoped that the three brothers who had risked their lives with her, who hated her at first but trusted her later on, would continue to believe in her. However, no one turned back. Lauren's heart instantly sank. However, her white watch rang with a familiar ringtone in the next second. The moment she lowered her head to look at her watch, tears fell from her eyes. Quinn's profile picture appeared on the screen of the watch. His profile picture was a selfie that he took using her watch. He was wearing a cute headband, looking very childish. Lauren picked up the call. "Lauren, we were too anxious just now. We'll take Mom to the hospital first and come back to pick you up later." There was a lot of noise on Quinn's end. There was the sound of the car door opening as well as Sean's anxious voice. Before Lauren could answer, she heard Franklin's voice coming from the other end of the line. There's not enough space for one car. Quinn, drive another car and pick Lauren up. She'll definitely be scared if she's there alone. Lauren's tears were now falling like broken beads when she heard what Franklin said over the phone. A moment later, running footsteps could be heard. Lauren looked up and saw Quinn running towards her, his fringe swaying as he ran. Quinn reached out his hand to Lauren. Come on, Mom would love to have you around. Quinn's hand offered not only to take her to the hospital, but also to welcome her into a complete home. Lauren put her small hand in Quinn's big hand, and the two of them hurried away. Lauren, Quinn, and Bryce sat in the second car, and they followed Franklin's car that was in front of them. However, halfway through the journey, Franklin suddenly pulled over. Why did he stop? Just like Franklin, Quinn slowed down and stopped the car on the side of the road. As soon as the car was parked, Quinn and the others rushed into the car to see what was going on. However, to their surprise, Maria was already awake in the car. The window of the car had already been rolled down for some fresh air. Maria, who was sitting in the car, was not only awake, but she could also sit up by herself. The dark purple on her face had also faded, and was replaced with a rosy glow that had not been seen for a long time. Quinn asked, "This, Mom?" Maria nodded and got out of the car. "Mom," Lauren called out as well. This was the first time she had seen a healthy Maria. She was agile and her face was rosy. She was no different from a normal person. "What's going on?" Mom suddenly vomited a mouthful of black blood in the car just now. "Dad and I were scared, but after a while, she woke up and her face looked much better." Sean stood next to Maria. His face was much calmer, and there was still disbelief on his face. "Maria, are you okay? How do you feel now? You vomited so much blood just now." Maria shook her head and took a deep breath of fresh air. "I feel very energetic now, Sean. I haven't felt like this for many years." Maria squatted down and looked at Lauren. "Lauren, thank you. I listened to you and took the medicine you gave me with me. It saved my life this time." Maria's hand gently caressed Lauren's hair. In an instant, she fell into Maria's arms. Tears gushed out of her eyes again. Maria had always believed in her. Maria and Lauren were both crying. They hugged each other on the street and cried together. In the end, Lauren was embarrassed. She sniffed and looked up to see Sean, Franklin, Quinn, and Bryce standing in a row, looking at her and Maria. It was obviously a touching scene, but it was suddenly a little awkward. "Mom, let's go to the hospital for another checkup, just in case," suggested Franklin. Lauren held onto Maria's hand and said, "Yes, Mom, Franklin is right. Let's go to the hospital for another checkup." Maria was in a good mood now. She smiled naturally and comfortably. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Maria sat in the car. Just as Sean wanted to sit in the back seat with Maria, she waved her hand. "TM not sitting with you. I want Lauren to sit with me." Sean was speechless. From the moment Lauren was born, he knew this day would come. Chapter 380, Rebellious Phase. Things went smoothly after that. After they went to the hospital, the doctor arranged a full checkup on Maria's body and found that her physical condition was much better than before. Although the root of the illness was still there when she gave birth, she was much better. Now that she has recuperated, she can continue to live a normal life. The doctor looked at Maria's physical examination report and was stunned for a long time. "How can it be so magical? I've been a doctor for so many years, but I've never seen such a situation. How did you do it?" Everyone was also stunned when they heard the doctor's question. It was definitely impossible for Franklin to tell the doctor about the pill. Therefore, in order to avoid trouble, Franklin chose his words selectively. "On the way to the hospital, my mother vomited a huge mouthful of blood that was black in color. It's possible that she vomited out the poison in her body." "Poison? But your mother wasn't poisoned." "That's amazing. But no matter what, as long as her body recovers, she'll be fine. I'll prescribe some more medicine for her to continue taking. Her body still needs to recover day by day. But she's much better now and she can basically travel freely like a normal person." Maria was the happiest when she heard what the doctor said. "Really? That's great. Maria sat on a chair while Lauren stood by her side and was held tightly in her arms. After leaving the hospital, the Torres family members were in an unprecedentedly good mood, especially Sean. They had never seen their father smile in this manner. Just as they were standing outside the hospital door, ready to enjoy the moment, Bryce suddenly said, "We forgot something. What are we going to do about Grandma?" Everyone suddenly realized that they had forgotten about the temple. Franklin picked up his phone. "It's okay. Let me call Grandma and tell her about the situation. We can still make it back in time to attend the ceremony in the afternoon. Grandma will definitely be happy to know that Mom is fine." However, Maria held onto Franklin's hand and stopped him from making the call. "Mom, what's wrong?" Franklin thought that Maria was not feeling well, but he saw that Maria looked normal and even a little nervous. "It's not easy for our family to get together. Why don't we go play by ourselves today? Don't tell your grandma that I've fully recovered. Just tell her that I'm still lying in the hospital and all of you are staying by my side. This way, we'll have an undisturbed afternoon." Everyone was surprised to hear this from Maria. Lauren raised her head to look at Maria and noticed that there was a hint of slyness on her face. Lauren thought to herself, "When my mother was young, she must have been a very playful girl. She could even make up such a white elephant lie. I really like this lie. If Grandma found out that she was fine, she would definitely ask them to go back to the temple. The ceremony was too boring." Lauren did not want to go back at all. Franklin did not expect his mother to propose this. In his heart, Maria was a quiet person. Ever since she married into the Torres family, she did not seem to do anything according to her own wishes. She would do whatever her husband and Grandma said. He was surprised that she had suggested this today. However, he was willing to tell this lie to his grandma. He had never done anything rebellious since he was young, let alone disobey his grandma. At the age of 20-something, he actually felt excited that he was going to lie. Franklin explained the situation to Tina in a normal tone over the phone. He told her that they had to stay at the hospital. "Don't worry about us. This ceremony is so important. Grandma, please continue to complete it." Although no one could see it, Franklin had to admit that his palms were still slightly sweaty. Then, he hung up the phone, looking as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. All done. Franklin held and shook his mobile phone. There was a childlike smile on his face. Looking at Franklin, Lauren, Quinn, and Bryce smiled. They hadn't seen this side of Franklin yet. "Well, where are we going? Mom, you haven't been out for so long. Where do you want to go?" Chapter 381, Act Like a Father. Maria looked a little embarrassed when she was asked this question. Quinn said, "Mom, we're all family. What's there to be embarrassed about? Just tell us where you want to go. Is anywhere fine?" Maria asked. "Of course. Our time today belongs to you." Maria held Lauren's hand with one hand and Bryce's arm with the other. Franklin and Quinn stood by the side. Finally, she was able to feel the happiness of having her children by her side. "To tell you the truth, I loved going to amusement parks the most when I was young." Her 4 children were speechless. Maria did not notice anything unusual about her children as she continued to recall her past. "After I was with your father, I no longer dared to show my face in public anymore, not to mention a place like an amusement park. I was afraid it would affect the Torres group. After that, I wasn't in good health, so I never went to the amusement park." Quinn wanted to persuade Maria to go somewhere else. After all, ever since he met Lauren, he had been to the amusement park many times. However, he held it in and didn't say anything when he heard what Maria said. Therefore, they made their way to the amusement park with great fanfare. Sean looked at the backs of his lovely wife and filial sons, and he roared in his heart. He had raised so many children that competed with him for the time with his wife. It was only a few weeks ago and Lauren was back at the amusement park again. Lauren did not feel unfamiliar at all. It was as if she had just met Yulia, who had lost her daughter, here yesterday. At that time, she only had Ben by her side. Her brothers did not like her, and she had never met her parents. However, it had only been 2 months, and she was already walking around the amusement park hand in hand with her family. Most importantly, she was the one who opened the amusement park. Lauren skipped into the park while muttering, "I am really a winner in life." "What did you say, Lauren?" asked Maria as she lowered her head. The golden rays of the sun made Maria's hair look gentle and radiant. "You're so pretty, Mom," said Lauren as she blinked her eyes slowly. Maria did not expect Lauren's answer. She bent down patiently and touched Lauren's face. "Lauren is also very good-looking. Your eyes are round and your mouth is pink." Quinn crossed his arms in front of his chest. He had bought a mask and sunglasses before entering the amusement park and wrapped himself up tightly. "Indeed, we all inherited Mom's good qualities. We're all pretty good-looking." Sean, who was listening from the side, was unhappy. "You little brat, what are you talking about? Don't you have any credit for me that you guys are so good-looking?" Bryce and Quinn looked at each other and shook their heads. Sean was speechless. He realized now that his sons were working together against him. Lauren had played all the activities at Star Dream Amusement Park that she was allowed to based on her age and height. Lauren was unable to play other activities such as the roller coasters and the turbo drop, which were more exciting. However, the gentle-looking Maria liked these activities the most. Bryce said, "Lauren can't play with us, so what should we do?" Maria replied, "Isn't that simple? Your dad doesn't like them either. Just let Lauren and him wait outside." Sean, who used to be dominated by others most of the time, was actually a little nervous at this moment. However, Maria had already brought her sons on the roller coaster. Sean had no choice but to withdraw his hand and stand awkwardly next to Lauren. Lauren did not take the initiative to speak. At this moment, Sean felt that his palms were a little sweaty. He did not trust Lauren and even said some harsh words at the temple this morning. The awkwardness at this moment was probably his punishment. Cotton candy, popcorn, ice cream. There were people wearing doll costumes hawking at the snack bar. Sean remembered that Franklin had specifically called him earlier and told him not to buy ice cream for Lauren. At that time, he felt that the call was meaningless. After all, at that time, he thought that he would never be so intimate with Lauren as to buy her ice cream. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt grateful for the call. "Lauren, do you want to eat ice cream? I'll buy it for you." Lauren shook her head. "I won't eat it. My brother will be angry." "Don't worry about your brother. I'm his father. If he scolds you, I'll scold him." At this moment, the roller coaster rushed down from the highest point. All kinds of screams resounded through the sky. Lauren's mouth moved, but her voice was drowned out by the screams. "Lauren, what did you say?" Lauren pursed her lips and shook her head. "You're my father too. Why don't you act like one?" Chapter 382, Fluctuations. In the end, Sean went to buy ice cream for Lauren. Lauren looked at the strawberry-flavored ice cream in front of her and swallowed her saliva. In the next second, the ice cream was taken away by a large hand. Following that, she heard Franklin's voice. "Didn't I say that you can't eat ice cream? Why did you eat it again?" HMPH, I knew Franklin would stop me in time. Lauren thought to herself. Before Lauren could explain, Sean said, "I bought it for Lauren. If you want to scold someone, just scold me. Besides, it's not a big deal for a kid to eat ice cream." After saying that, Sean wanted to get back the ice cream. Being a tall man, Franklin dodged it in an instant. "Dad, Lauren just had diarrhea a few days ago because she ate ice cream. She usually likes to eat meat, so she has gastrointestinal problems. So, it's very important to strictly control it." Then, Franklin handed the ice cream to Bryce. Bryce bit the ice cream spoon in his mouth and opened the lid of the ice cream. He showed an embarrassed but gloating expression to Lauren. "Oh, I see. In that case, she should eat less." After listening to Franklin's explanation, the initial arrogance that Sean had towards his son immediately weakened. Maria's hair was a little messy after the roller coaster ride. Her expression was relaxed, and she looked as if she was 16 again. She raised her hand. Her skin was pale, and had not seen the sun for many years. Next activity. Franklin and the others accompanied Maria to all the amusement facilities in the afternoon. Sean indirectly got a lot of opportunities to be alone with Lauren. "Lauren," Sean called out to Lauren again. At that moment, Lauren's mind was filled with a series of ding 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 sounds. This sound would only appear when there was a mission notification. However, it was never as loud as it was now. The sound lasted for more than 10 seconds. Lauren felt like her head was about to explode. When the voice disappeared, Lauren immediately summoned Divine Nine. "Divine Nine, what's going on?" System Divine 9, I don't know either. Something happened to the parent system just now. All of us felt a strong fluctuation. What should we do then? Is there anything I can help you with? System Divine 9, I'm not sure what's going on. Host, I might make a trip back to my parent system to see what's going on. Alright, Divine 9, hurry up and go. In the next second, Divine 9 disappeared. Lauren, what's wrong? Lauren was suddenly pulled back to the real world by various sounds. The 10-odd seconds of continuous high-pitched voices seemed to be just a dream. However, Divine 9's disappearance told her that this was not a dream. It was past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky above them was clear, but there were layers of dark clouds on the distant mountains, as though pressing down on the city and threatening to destroy it. Look at the dark clouds over there. It looks like it's going to rain soon. Let's leave quickly. Mom has just recovered. We can't get caught in the rain. That's right. Let's leave quickly. Franklin held onto Maria as they walked in front. Lauren was pulled along by Quinn as they walked forward. She glanced at the dark clouds. It would be great if it was really just rain. But why did she have a bad feeling about this? Sean and Bryce were left at the back. Sean watched as Quinn held onto Lauren's hand so naturally. Then, he recalled the conversation that seemed like strangers he had with Lauren just now. Sean felt a little uncomfortable. Dad, what's wrong? Why are you sighing? So, Sean told Bryce about his troubles. It's my fault that I didn't believe her today. But, a normal person wouldn't believe a child's medicine, right? Bryce looked at his father's rare expression and smiled. He then looked at Tang Lan's back view. Dad, Lauren isn't an ordinary child. How did you guys get to know Lauren so quickly? Sean was puzzled. He felt as though he had missed out on something very important. Lauren is a very simple person. As long as you treat her well, she will treat you well. Even if you don't treat her well, she will save you because of her righteousness and kindness. Sean was getting confused as he listened. Save me? Oh, it's fine. Anyway, Dad, remember that if you treat her well, she will treat you well. If I treat her well, she will treat me well. But how can I treat her well? Sean nagged as he pondered over this question. Chapter 383, Home. As Maria had just recovered, everyone was worried that her body could not afford to play for too long, so the trip ended today. However, just as they were about to part, another difficult problem arose. Where are we going? Maria asked Sean. Although they hadn't decided yet, half of Maria's body had already stepped into Franklin's car. It was obvious that she did not want to go back to the villa that she had been resting at. It's getting late. There's not enough time to return to the villa. Why don't we stay at home for the night? Asked Sean. That's a great idea. It's settled then. You sit in the back seat, while I accompany Franklin. Sean, who was once again abandoned, was speechless. After returning to the Torres family, Lauren could not wait to drag Maria to see her room. My brothers bought me a lot of nice clothes and shoes. Mom, come and take a look. Maria indulgently let Lauren drag her to her room. Looking at them, Sean didn't disturb them. Franklin had been very idle today. However, he knew he had to bear the responsibility once this madness was over. He drank a mouthful of water and returned to the study room. Before long, there was a knock on the door. It was Sean. Dad, Lauren was in the study room next door. The sound of her excitedly introducing her dolls could be heard clearly in the study room. Franklin asked, "Do you have Lauren?" Sean said. Both of them talked at the same time, and it was a little awkward for a moment. They never had a heart-to-heart chat, and their communication was only limited to work. Now that they were alone in a room, Sean realized that he was actually a little nervous. He cleared his throat. The Torres Group's 50th anniversary celebration is coming up soon, right? Franklin nodded. Yes, it will be in 2 weeks. Oh, do you have any plans? Dad, what plans are you referring to? Sean took a folder and casually flipped through it. Lauren has been back in the Torres family for a few months. She caused a lot of controversies when she left last time. She is now back, so the Torres Group has to do a good job as the leading company in the country. Sean seemed to have said something, but he also did not seem to have said anything. Franklin was confused. Dad, what do you mean? We have to formally introduce Lauren. We have to let everyone know that we brought Lauren back in a dignified manner, and she is a member of the Torres family. Do you really think so? Do you think it's fake? We have to make it grand. Don't let others look down on us. Franklin was stunned by what Sean said, but he knew the reason. The person that Sean cared about most was his wife, so he hated Lauren initially as his wife was sick at the beginning. But Maria was now cured because of Lauren, so the knot in his heart must have disappeared as a result. Even if you do not say, I intend to do so. Franklin bowed his head and smiled. I had intended to hide it from you, but I did not expect that we share the same thought. But, what about Grandma? She'll definitely be there on the 5th anniversary. Continue to hide it from your grandma. Let's do it first and report it later. The two men raised their hands and gave each other a high five in tacit understanding. After talking to Lauren for the whole night, Maria was a little tired, so she went to bed early. Meanwhile, Lauren lay on her bed contentedly after spending the whole day with her mother. In a daze, she realized that she seemed to have forgotten something. Something did not seem right. That's right. Divine Nine had said that it was going to look for its father this afternoon, but it had not returned yet. Lauren dived into her spiritual consciousness to check again, but she did not find any trace of Divine Nine. Lauren closed her eyes and tried to sense Divine Nine, but she could not. It seemed that the location of Divine Nine had already exceeded the range of Lauren's senses. Without Divine Nine, Lauren's heart suddenly felt empty. Although she was already very tired, she could not fall asleep after tossing and turning. It began to rain in the middle of the night. It was as if the dark clouds that she had seen in the distance this afternoon had finally arrived above their heads. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed frequently, lighting up Lauren's room. Lauren stood up and pulled the curtains shut. She saw many ghosts on the road outside. There were many more ghosts than before. What was going on? The Torres family had strong energy that, logically speaking, these ghosts should not have come near this place. Lauren recited a spell and stuck a talisman on the window to disperse some of the ghosts. Lauren returned to her bed after she saw the ghosts starting to disperse. Chapter 384, GRW. Lauren did not sleep for the entire night. The rain continued to fall as if someone had turned the sea upside down. The rain seemed to fall on the ground with great force, causing the leaves to rustle loudly. During the night, almost the entire family came to Lauren's room to check on her. They were worried that the thunder would scare her. Franklin and Bryce even met each other on the way, creating a huge joke. Lauren almost could not hold back her laughter, but she pretended to be fast asleep so as not to trouble her family. In fact, she took everyone's concern to mind and kept it in her heart. Sean came with Maria once, and Lauren could hear Maria sobbing in low voice. Lauren has lived alone outside for so many years, and I don't know if anyone accompanied her when she faced a situation like this. Sean, I feel like I've let Lauren down. I gave birth to her, but I didn't let her have a happy childhood. Maria, don't think so. We have indeed let Lauren down, but we didn't have a choice back then. Now that Lauren is back and your body has recovered, we still have a lot of time to make it up to her in the future. Lauren lay on her side with her back facing them. Her eyes were closed as if she was sleeping soundly, but she could hear everything they said clearly. After they left, Lauren turned around with tears in her eyes. Without Divine Nine acting as her stabilizing needle in her spiritual consciousness, Lauren tossed and turned all night without falling asleep. It was as if something was going to happen after she fell asleep. Lauren did not fall asleep until dawn. The rain was still falling and the sky was gloomy. There was still no sign of Divine Nine coming back. Lauren's phone watch, which she had placed on the bedside table, suddenly rang. She was startled by the sound and picked it up to take a look. It was a number that she did not recognize. Moreover, the composition of the number was a little strange. It did not seem to be a local phone number. She pressed the answer button and felt a little uneasy for some reason. Hello? Lauren spoke first. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, followed by static. Following that, a strange voice was heard. Hello, Lauren. It was a terrible voice, as if it was squeezed out of one's throat. It was hard to tell if it was a man's or a woman's voice. Who are you? The sound of electricity could be heard from the other side. You don't have to worry about who I am. I'm just representing everyone and issuing a challenge to you. Lauren turned on the recording function on her watch and asked, who is everyone? However, the person on the other end of the line did not intend to answer Lauren's question. Get ready to face the challenge. We have returned strong. Ghosts will rule the world. Then, the call ended. With a click, the sound of electricity on the other end of the line disappeared. Lauren's room instantly returned to its usual tranquility, leaving only the sound of raindrops hitting the window. Lauren's heart was still thumping. The sound just now had really scared her. It made her think of hell. She gulped and then dialed back. Although she was afraid, she hoped that the call would be connected. However, it was not. The electronic voice indicated that the number was invalid. Lauren had no choice but to give up. Then, she replayed the call that she had just recorded for a few seconds. Ghosts will rule the world. Ghosts will rule the world. Lauren silently recited the sentence in her head. Suddenly, she seemed to have caught onto something. She quickly got out of bed and ran to the desk. She took out the pendant that she and Bryce had found at the amusement park's haunted house. If she remembered correctly, she flipped the pendant over. At the bottom right of the rose, there were 3 letters, GRW. Lauren's heart sank. This was not a coincidence, right? She held the pendant in her hand and thought to herself, I must inform the other hosts. Maybe that 10 seconds of clanging yesterday was related to this. However, she didn't know how to contact them. Divine 9 was gone. It was as if she had completely lost contact with that world. Just as Lauren was at a loss on what to do, a golden light suddenly flashed in her head. Lauren felt as if she was overwhelmed by this sudden burst of energy. She took 2 steps back and sat down on the bed. This burst of energy lasted for a few seconds. After enduring the initial shock, Lauren felt relaxed. It was as if someone had injected this energy into her blood vessels and flowed through her internal organs. Chapter 385, A Box. Lauren felt her body warm up a lot. She had been exhausted a while ago and had not been able to lift her spirits. However, she no longer felt tired. Instead, she was filled with energy. Lauren was in a daze. She did not know what was going on. Suddenly, she heard someone talking. She recognized the voice. It was the voice of an old lady who often walked her dog outside. The old lady seemed to be complaining. The weather forecast didn't say it was going to rain so much. Little Money, I can't take you for a walk today. Let's watch TV at home. Little Money was the name of the old lady's dog. Lauren heard Little Money bark twice in a low voice. This was a normal conversation, but what was unusual was, Lauren was surprised that she could hear this conversation. This old lady's house was a kilometer away from the Torres family, and there were many trees in between. How did she hear it clearly? It was impossible for her spiritual consciousness to reach such a far distance. System Divine 9, host, I'm back. Divine 9. When she heard this voice again, Lauren felt tears welling up in her eyes. It was as if she had just met a long-lost family member. Indeed, Divine 9 could be considered her family member. Since she was just over 1 year old, Divine 9 had been living in her mind. It had not separated from Lauren for even a minute. Divine 9 had been away for more than 10 hours this time. This really made Lauren feel anxious about being separated from Divine 9. She could neither eat nor sleep well. Lauren quickly dived into her spiritual consciousness. Divine 9, you're back. Lauren excitedly searched for traces of Divine 9, but she did not see it. I clearly heard a voice just now. Divine 9, System Divine 9, host, I'm here. Lauren searched everywhere before she finally found the source of the voice. It was a wooden box that Lauren had never seen before. Lauren picked up the wooden box and shook it twice. System Divine 9, stop shaking. I feel dizzy. Lauren then stopped shaking. Divine 9, how did you become a box? So miserable. System Divine 9, I'm not a box. I'm in the box. Inside the box? What are you doing inside? You were so fat when you were a white fox. How did you get inside the box? System Divine 9, you're the fat one. Even though they were bickering right now, Lauren felt extremely happy. Her little friend had finally returned. System Divine 9, I'm currently leveling up. Why? System Divine 9, I don't know either. I went to look for my father yesterday and asked him about the source of the voices, but he didn't tell me. He only said that he wanted to strengthen our configuration, so he leveled up for me. He had also added vitality for you. Oh, I see. No wonder I suddenly realized that the range of my spiritual consciousness has expanded a lot. Moreover, my body has become a lot lighter. But, Divine 9, what will you level up to this time? A tiger. System Divine 9, I don't know. I have to wait patiently. Lauren nodded. She had not rubbed enough of the white fox's fur. It was a pity. She sat quietly on the sofa with the wooden box in her hand. Oh, Divine 9, I just received a call. Then, Lauren told Divine 9 about the contents of the call and her speculations. System Divine 9, so, is there really an organization coming to challenge us? And it's a huge ghost organization. Yes, I saw a lot of ghosts gathering by the roadside last night. It might be a sign. We cannot underestimate this. We have to inform the other hosts and make preparations in advance. There are so many ghost-related cases last time. It must be their plan to slowly devour the human race. Since I cracked all of them, they declared war on me. Over the years, the hosts from other countries such as David must have solved similar cases. Their plan was destroyed by us step by step, so now they want to confront us head-on. After a long analysis, Lauren was thirsty. System Divine 9, host, you're right. We have to prepare for the rainy days ahead. I'll inform my father and the other systems first. Yes, Lauren was relieved that Divine 9 was back. She washed her face and went downstairs. She saw Maria and Sean having breakfast. Good morning, Mom. Lauren greeted Maria happily. Then she looked at Sean and hesitated for a while without saying anything. Chapter 386, Leaving Home. Sean looked a little disappointed, but the expression on his face only lasted for a moment. It was so quick that Lauren even wondered if the expression had been there at all. Sean waved at Lauren and said, Lauren, come over and sit down for breakfast, Sean. Lauren walked over and sat between Sean and Maria. Both of them had probably discussed how to make up to Lauren the previous night. They had great chemistry. One of them would pour milk, and the other would spread bread for Lauren. Lauren's breakfast was well taken care of. However, it didn't last long. An uninvited guest appeared while they were eating. Tina's sudden entrance surprised everyone at the dining table. Didn't you say you were in the hospital? How dare you lie to me now? Tina's voice was full of vigor and there was an indignant tone in her voice. The three of them trembled when they heard it. Maria, why are you back home? Didn't I say Lauren would bring harm to you? You came back here because you don't want your life anymore. Mom, Sean said. Don't call me Mom. I think you want to override me now. You actually joined forces with your wife and your child to lie to me. Tina seemed to be in a fit of anger now, and she was no longer as elegant as before. Lauren furrowed her brows when she heard what Tina said. She did not understand why Tina was so angry. Franklin and his brothers came downstairs, perhaps because they heard the commotion. Grandma. Tina ignored them and sat on the sofa, looking serious and angry. I brought Maria back because she wanted to see Lauren at that time. Now that we've seen her, we'll send Lauren back today. Franklin immediately knew what had happened when he saw the scene. He was about to speak, but Sean spoke first. Usually, Sean was someone who didn't even dare to breathe loudly when he was in front of Tina. Mom, Lauren is our daughter. How could we abandon her? Moreover, when Maria fell sick this time, it was Lauren who saved her. Maria nodded. Yes, if it weren't for Lauren this time, I would have lost my life a long time ago. We won't leave Lauren this time. Similarly, you can't take Lauren away. Mr. Hayes also came in from the door. He was stunned when he saw the people in the living room, but he didn't walk in. Instead, he stood in the side hall, not wanting to disturb their conversation. Franklin said, Grandma, Lauren did not cause any trouble after she returned. Instead, she has helped us a lot. So, in the past, it might be a mistake to say that she would bring harm to the Torres family. Tina slapped the coffee table, and the jade bracelet on her wrist shattered, but she did not care. It's useless for any of you to say anything. Lauren, pack your things and leave this afternoon. Mom, Grandma, I'll leave, said Lauren, who was silent since the beginning. Her comment stunned everyone, including Tina. Franklin frowned as he picked up Lauren. Lauren, you don't have to go back. You can stay here. Lauren shook her head. I want to go back. Why? Lauren bit her lip and struggled to get Franklin to put her down. I don't like this place. You only like me because I saved you. All of you actually still hate me in your heart. I have already completed what I need to do here. Back at the church, there are uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters that I like there. I will definitely be happier back there than staying here. Lauren did not stay any longer after she finished speaking. She turned around and went upstairs. It was completely silent downstairs. Brother, what's wrong with Lauren? Quinn asked. Franklin shook his head. Tina stood up as if she was very satisfied with the outcome. Lauren is more clear-minded than all of you. Tina picked up her bag. Sean, you can bring Maria back to the villa and everything will return to normal. Oh right, Mr. Hayes will start following me from today. I need more help here. After she finished speaking, she left without caring about others' reactions. Mr. Hayes followed behind her and left as well. Her jade bracelet was left on the table, broken in half, shining emerald under the light. It shone like an emerald under the light. On this day, the Torres family underwent another change. Lauren left home. When she arrived, no one knew her and no one welcomed her. When she left, a group of people urged her to stay behind. Maria was very emotional. Lauren, it's my fault. Can you forgive us? We'll definitely treat you well in the future. Don't leave us, I will miss you, Maria said. Sean put his arm around Maria's shoulder, to prevent her from fainting. Franklin and his brothers stood at the side. They did not speak, but their expressions were solemn and melancholic. Lauren sat in the car that Tina sent. She did not even turn her head. The car quickly drove away from the Torres family's neighborhood. The moment it turned the corner, Lauren pouted and tears began to fall from her eyes. Chapter 387, Plans. After Lauren's departure, the Torres family seemed to have returned to their usual calm. The Torres group prepared for the 50th anniversary party in an orderly manner. Quinn's acting studio also started to accept jobs. Sean and Maria also moved back to the villa to continue recuperating. Lauren was photographed by the reporters on the day she left the Torres family. They made a big deal out of it, adding all kinds of exaggerated speculation. However, their main theme was the same, which was the youngest daughter of the Torres family was once again abandoned. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Lauren. After returning to the church, Lauren had no further contact with the outside world, and there was not a single piece of news about her. This 4.5-year-old girl seemed to have vanished into thin air. However, Lauren's departure and disappearance did not occupy the headlines of the news for long. Soon, supernatural and bizarre phenomena took over the daily headlines. For example, it snowed in May. Everyone woke up one day and discovered that it was snowing, for which the meteorologists were unable to provide scientific explanations. Another example was the mysterious disappearance of nearly 100 acres of arable land in the suburb overnight, turned into barren soil. No one could explain it. Everyone treated it as a supernatural phenomenon and could not do anything, apart from being surprised. However, Lauren did not think so. Ever since she received that phone call, she had been working with other hosts and systems to track down the GRW organization. Moreover, all these strange phenomena started after the phone call. So, she speculated that this organization must have started to wreak havoc on the human world. As Lauren combed through the clues, she penned something down in a notebook. System Divine 9, host, when I saw you leave the Torres family without looking back, I thought you were really angry with them. I didn't expect you to use this method. Lauren blinked her eyes. Before she could reply, a line of words that did not belong to her appeared in the notebook that she had just written. Grandma hasn't been out much lately. Everything is stable. Lauren bit the tip of her pen. Divine 9, this was a diversion. We could not alert the enemy. Besides, my brothers and my mother treated me so well. Why would I be angry? It's just that I needed to make those people lower their guard, so returning to the church was a natural choice. That was right. It was just to show that Lauren had left the Torres family so decisively back then. She left a small note in her room as she knew that Franklin and the others would definitely go to her room, and that was why she wrote down her plans on the note. As it happened, the other notebook was still with Quinn, so Lauren could continue to contact Franklin and the others through this magical book. System Divine 9, do you really think Tina is behind this? I am just speculating. Otherwise, why would she go to great lengths to make sure Lauren comes back? It seems that she doesn't want me to intervene. Lauren continued to write on the paper. All right, Franklin. What about Mr. Hayes? I'm Quinn. Franklin has gone to pick up the phone. After he left with Grandma, he never came back. Lauren said, "I see, all right." After that, Lauren kept in contact with the Torres family to obtain information about the outside world. On the other hand, she had been working with the other hosts to track down traces of this organization. Divine Nine had yet to complete its upgrade and was still in that small box. Therefore, Lauren spent most of her time in the church talking to Lauren Torres in that small box. Days passed by one after another. The Torres Group's 50th anniversary was just 2 days away. In the past 2 days, the Everlasting Legacies staff had hosted many foreigners and served many roast ducks. Dream Villa was also full of foreign guests. These foreigners were handsome men and beautiful women of different ages and styles, and they attracted the attention of many people on the road. Many passers-by even took photos with them and posted them on Instagram. On the 23rd of May, the day of Torres Group's 50th anniversary, in order to give back to society and its many consumers, all the Torres Group's companies had discount activities, and there were also many lucky draw gifts. The whole country was bustling with activity on this day. The Torres Group's most luxurious hotels were constantly frequented by many luxury cars that carried celebrities and famous entrepreneurs. The 50th anniversary party would be held in this hotel today. As the chairman of the Torres Group, Franklin would definitely go on stage to give a speech. Quinn and Bryce were also present. At this moment, Quinn was eating an apple and talking to the stylist, Tony. "Cover up the pimple on my brother's forehead a little better. Ever since Lauren left, his condition has been getting bad to worse." Tony looked at Franklin carefully and nodded. "Indeed, you need to cover up more blemishes. After all, you have to appear on all the major television stations." Franklin was speechless. Chapter 388, Fighting for Humanity, the End. Franklin, the chairman of the Torres Group, spoke on stage after the banquet began. His speech was not long, so it was not boring. After he finished his speech, the audience began to applaud. Following that, Sean and Tina, as the important figures of the Torres family, also spoke on stage. Next was the Torres Group's annual corporate report. The Torres Group's senior executives also took turns to report on their work. Franklin and Quinn stood at the side with the windows open for some fresh air. "Franklin, do you feel that Grandma is a little strange today? She seems to be very happy." "Yes, she's extremely happy. I wonder what good things have happened." As mentioned by Franklin and Quinn, Tina was indeed full of smiles. She was rarely seen so happy. The leader of a public welfare organization under the Torres Group had just finished giving a report on this year's work. At this moment, thunderous applause rang out from the audience. The camera clearly recorded every movement in the banquet hall. The projected slide had the word "thank you" written on it. However, a strange thing happened in the next second. The content of the slide was suddenly replaced. The 3 letters GRW were in big bold red font. It was a little overwhelming as it appeared in front of everyone. The person who had just finished speaking on the stage was stunned when he saw this slide. "Hey, what's going on?" He tried to press the computer but found that the slide was stuck. He could not jump to the next page, nor could he exit. "Technicians, come and take a look. There are still many people who have yet to present their reports." The crowd did not care, as they thought that it was just a technical problem. However, something even more astonishing happened in the next second. First, it was a very specific phenomenon. A few people on the stage suddenly trembled for a few seconds as if they had been electrocuted. When they stopped shaking, their faces suddenly turned extremely pale. They were gray-black in color, and their eyes also became listless. They were mumbling something. If others could get close enough to listen, they would hear them repeatedly saying "ghosts rule the world." When the crowd noticed that something was wrong with these people, the phenomenon spread like fire. More and more people were twitching and shaking, their faces turning gray. Within a minute, the banquet hall had turned into a scene of zombies from a doomsday novel. "Ghosts rule the world! Ghosts rule the world!" At first, they were just muttering, but then, these zombified people started shouting together. If one ignored their slogans and expressions, their unity was indeed commendable. Apart from the Torres family members, almost everyone in the banquet hall had become abnormal. Quinn asked, "Franklin, what happened to them?" Franklin stood in a corner and frowned. "I think Lauren's guess is right. Those people are taking advantage of our 50th anniversary to start a riot." Even though the reporters had also turned into strange appearances, the cameras were still carefully recording the situation at the scene. Everyone in the country saw this strange situation through live broadcasts on television. At this moment, a bunch of fireworks rose from the roof of the banquet hall. The fireworks scattered in all directions. They were colorful and especially dazzling in the dark sky. Bryce put the lighter back into his pocket and looked at the gradually dissipating fireworks. He sighed, "I hope Lauren and the others can arrive in time." Lauren was not the only one who arrived. She had a large team with her. As soon as Lauren realized that the organization wasn't simple, she had arranged for the hosts and their systems to arrive early for deployment. She had also informed Franklin and the others to inform her immediately if there was any situation. Therefore, when Lauren saw the fireworks in the sky above the banquet hall, she knew that something had happened, so she immediately called the other hosts to make a move. When they arrived at the banquet hall, a group of people outside the banquet hall had also experienced the same situation. "Let's get to work," Lauren shouted to the hosts behind her. "Yes, let's fight for the happiness of mankind." The hosts and their systems devoted themselves to this important mission. Meanwhile, Lauren bypassed these people and walked straight into the banquet hall to find the person she was looking for. "Mr. Hayes, are you the culprit behind this?" "Miss Torres, you've finally figured it out." Mr. Hayes was no longer as amiable as before as he curled his lips. Lauren raised her head and said, "Yes, we want to declare war on you this time." The other hosts were currently fighting against the people who had been possessed by the ghosts. Franklin, Quinn, Bryce, Sean, and Maria were all standing behind Lauren. Although Lauren had yet to figure out the reason behind Mr. Hayes' actions, she did not know how long the battle would last. However, she knew that with the support of the people behind her, she would definitely be able to complete the mission successfully. In the future, she would also continue to strive for their happiness.